I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead, you're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Yeah, come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. On a back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like I'm not in city for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things. It's for protection. Got connection. My complexion, pure black, that's the S. Make me smile. You love me? Show me some love. All right.
Yo, what up, bro? Y'all just say something when you come in. We're gonna have another good video. Do me a favor, like. You know all that stuff people say. Help the video. Play another blapper or two, and then we're gonna get right into it. I got some time on my hands today, so let's have a good conversation. All right.
Keep it up with all this madness. We don't want the whole thing, we just want a little piece. War in the Sudan, more in the Middle East. It's the same war since the Moors was in Italy. Military tours, we endured them for centuries, yo. The people start to feel exasperated when it's peace talks, but your dignitary get assassinated. Sexual war violence got them emasculated, and they don't think that shit's foul, they think it's fascinating. Is it Zionism or Frankism? They fondling the daughters of fathers who bank with them. You line with them with my wisdom. I find rhythm and disseminate the truth to heal blind victims. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. They're done with Baghdad, now it's bombs over Gaza. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. They're done with Baghdad, now it's bombs over Gaza. They're sending bombs at civilians and killing children. And the government turn around and send their ass 20 billion. It's facts, dummy, it's whack, that's tax money. Democrats offer blacks access, then act funny. Fake righteousness, where's the law? That's why they got Hamas and Hezbollah, because blockades and sanctions are starving you. And it's massacres in Africa and Sudan, what you saying? Even Haiti got barbecue. You live that easy life, wait till it get hard for you. What you accept, well that's what they gon' start to do when it's time to square off with you. Check it out, man. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. You're done with Baghdad, now it's bombs over Gaza. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. You're done with Baghdad.
Y'all check that album out yet? Yo, y'all inspired that album and it got best album of the month on Bandcamp. And Bandcamp full of all kind of artists from all over. Oh, I see some people in the building. We about to get it started. Don't trip, we letting the show get popping. Come on now.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a kufu feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know, polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though, that mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels all blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish, that's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record.
I can do a video like this.
Look,
it's just be like
y'all
that.
can't help it. I know one thing, you're a fool.
You know, I'm gonna do a video like this.
Donating to Umar school, that shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
Who got that new album? Who ain't got that new album?
You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lex. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'm a worker, cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but
this design that I use for this show when we talk about Kemet and stuff, I didn't design it. I just typed Egypt in the thing and it came up with this nice little template you can use. Because those glyphs at the bottom, only a few people who really read noticed that the glyphs at the bottom is upside down. And they wonder why I did that. And I'm in my head like, you think I did that? So this was posted to the Hutchinson Center, and this is Rita Freed, image of Nubia. We're gonna watch a little bit of this. You know, I'm inspiring y'all to go to their page and watch the full video. But we can watch some of it and see how they just be saying what we saying now. I wonder. No, I'm not. Trust me, no. But I wonder how much of the information in the out of academia, you know, they watch the posts of the grassroots movements to see where they going. The album is right there. My man Sadiq just posted it. Thank you for asking, J. Commodore. It's like 3 posts above you. Or something like that. You could click that black like Osiris and go off the merch tab to music. And the album be right there. Yeah, when y'all want to have some talks about, you know, other stuff, monetary, we will talk about that on another. I want to talk about using the computer to help your life. We'll talk about that later. I'm gonna see if we can get some good audio on this video and see if we can get it going.
And for your friendship.
because it was really low.
I feel very privileged to be here. I feel truly at
and
home.
it's so low, I
and
gotta
that's
get
thanks
headphones.
to all of you, my fellow fellows, and of course the staff of the Hutchins Institute.
I'm gonna turn it up. Hold on.
And to Skip, a heartfelt thank you for supporting my work on ancient Nubian culture, work that I hope brings a sense of empowerment and joy to all of us. And of course, thank you to my Nubian friends who have been my guides throughout this journey. As David mentioned, I'll be talking to you today about a project in progress, a multi-authored book entitled Image of Nubia. And this will be the final volume of that incredible series that we'll see more about today.
Their audio was low. I can't do nothing about it.
13-volume series entitled Image of the Black and Western Art. I'm going to speak briefly about the last volume in that series, about the genesis of the project, the scope of the book, and then I'll introduce you to one of the chapters I'll be writing for it, that is, a history of Nubia through its art and material culture. For those of you who are not familiar with Nubia, I want to define it. First, Nubia is not a country, and it never was. It's a geographical area.
Stop.
It's a people.
My mic was backwards, so let me readjust. So, you know, we just watching this to show them showing what we've been trying to teach people. Nubia was not a country and never was. You heard her say it, right? Can we all get that through our heads right now? Because she's even going to contradict her understanding of this. And rightfully so, she did an excellent job in this presentation, but she's going to continue to refer to the Nubians as a people. After coming out and letting us know from the beginning, Nubia ain't really a country, Nubia is a region. And this region falls, and as she'll detail, this region falls in between what we call the Sudan and Egypt. Exactly, the sheriff, because I don't know, I thought that was the sheriff, but I only see a star next to your name. I don't see a name. But that's a very good, why even call it Nubia? If we are addressing that indeed, it's a region that you need to indicate what you're talking about. So you're going to say the gold region, you're going to say something that's going to get problematic. Eventually, you're going to come up with a colloquialism or something easy to say. Nubia. But that don't mean it has historical accuracy. But the first point she wanted us to know, and I hope everybody's getting that point, Nubia wasn't a country, it's a region.
And a series of cultures in Sudan, in northern Sudan and southern Egypt that you see here. And its roots go back as many as 1 million years, at least according to some estimates. And it's still there today.
You didn't, oh my God, did you hear what she said? Somebody type what she just said right there. Please, it's important. I don't even want to say it. I want to see if y'all heard. What she just say? You can just type the key words from what she just said. You don't have to put the whole sentence. I'm about to rewind it. Listen to this.
And this will be the final volume of that incredible series that we'll see more about today, that incredible 13-volume series entitled Image of the Black and Western Art. I'm going to speak briefly about the last volume in that series, about the genesis of the project, the scope of the book, and then I'll introduce you to one of the chapters I'll be writing for it, that is, a history of Nubia through its art and material culture. For those of you who are not familiar with Nubia, I want to define it. First, Nubia is not a country, and it never was. It's a geographical area. It's a people and a series of cultures in Sudan, in northern Sudan and southern Egypt that you see here. And its roots go back as many as 1 million years, at least according to some estimates.
1 million years.
It's still there today, and in the worldwide diaspora, and
she heard
in
people
some
with
people
that.
in this room. So today, I'll be talking about only the most ancient parts of that culture. A mere 5,000 years, that is about 4,500 BC to about the 4th century CE. Now, Nubia is also known as a land of cataracts. What is a cataract? Oops, what have I done? What is a cataract? A cataract.
Now, she's about to, in her explanation of this, she's going to toil with the phenomenon of Egyptocentrism and even Western centrism as she talks about the cataracts. Because what we call the first cataract is not really the first cataract, it's only the first cataract if you're Euro or Egyptocentric. And I'm not talking about in your philosophy, I'm talking about in your centrism, geographical centrism. If the center of where, like right now, my centrism is coming straight from this city I'm in. I'm talking about my geographical centrism. So if I say south, I'm thinking of south of where I'm located right now. You see what I'm saying? But then if I'm talking to somebody who ain't close to me, then I'm going to expand what I'm talking about and start talking about the general term south that we would all understand. This centrism was based on the flow of the river, right? And so the center is really the heart of Africa, but you could really just say the center is the mouth of the Nile from their centrism. Therefore, if the river flowed from south to north, the first series of rocks in the water called cataracts that the water would encounter is called the 6th cataract. Because we always learn things from an Egyptian perspective. It would have been the 6th one the Egyptians encountered, but it would have been the first one the Nubians encountered. Now, since we know that civilization came down the river, then we know that we got evidence that it was possibly the first cataract from their perspective. But watch her toil with this phenomenon or what have you.
Cataract is a series of rapids that are caused by granite outcroppings. So it effectively blocks your passage of a boat. You can't pass through a cataract, you have to carry a boat around. I'm just going to go back for a minute. There are 6 cataracts in Nubia. Ironically, they're numbered from Egypt down to just north of Khartoum, or just around Khartoum, 6 of them. Ironically, they're numbered from north to south, although the actual river goes from south to north. That is, from the highlands of Ethiopia down into the Mediterranean. So what we have here is where the 6th cataract is, which properly should be the first. But the 6th cataract, this is the juncture of the Blue and White Nile, right around the city of Khartoum today. And this is the first cataract at Aswan in Egypt, where, as you can see, it's full of rocks and impossible to pass. So with that, by way of an introduction to the Nubian basics, I want to take us back a year to the genesis of this whole project. That was when Professor Gates was in that other Cambridge across the ocean, receiving an honorary degree at no less than the London School of Economics. He was also there for the unveiling of his portrait by none other than Kehinde Wiley, his portrait which now hangs in the Fitzwilliam Museum. Kerry James Marshall, I'm sorry, Kerry James Marshall, equally famous. But scholar that Skip is, as we all know, he wasn't just there for a party. He went poking around the Warburg Institute archives in Cambridge, and he came upon a treasure trove of photographs. Now, these photos were taken by an internationally known pair, Blaine Hickey and Ogden Robertson. They had been hired to document the culture and the peoples of Nubia in the 1960s. And that was before the Aswan High Dam was full. The Aswan High Dam that submerged about 350 miles of Nubia, both Egyptian Nubia and Sudanese Nubia. Those 350 miles forever submerged under the waters of Lake.
These are terms that people in the community don't know how to say. If we knew how to say these terms, we wouldn't have these arguments. If Chief X knew the term Egyptian Nubia and Sudanese Nubia, then you would not be able to be acting like Nubians are some different people, right? Because she explained this in the region. I try to get us to understand a long time ago there is a Sudanese Nubia and an Egyptian Nubia. But listen to the underlying, so basically y'all want to be blunt, the show is true. Flooding out black populations is a thing. That's what they do. I got so much evidence I can show you it from this lake right here, regardless of whether the usefulness of the dam, the river, provides for the people. First of all, we know all kind of stuff. If you got that much power, you can reroute the river before you dam it, and you don't gotta necessarily be flooding all of the evidence that shows that. So basically, when you go into doing archaeology to see who's the ancient people of this area, you can't do it no more. They flooded that all out. And there was a restoration project, and she'd talk about it. But fact is, you could go all over the United States, go all over the world, flooding out an old, ancient thing. That's something. It's probably a Roman term. You're right, Sot 12. I would possibly agree it's a Roman term, but we could talk about Nubia and its etymology in a minute. I wrote a document on that 15 years ago when I was standing behind the fact that it could possibly have etymological roots in the term Nup. If you ain't seen my document on that, check it out. It's in my first book, Magi.
Nasser, or Lake Nubia, depending upon which side you're looking at. So in short, that part of Nubia is lost to us forever. So recognizing the importance of this otherwise unknown archive, Skip and David Beinman, editors of the Image of the Black series, decided that the archive deserved to be highlighted, and it deserved a dedicated volume celebrating Nubia in that famous series. And I personally will never forget the day when Skip and David asked me to co-edit this book with them and contribute to it. So we quickly formulated our ideal list of topics and a dream list of contributors. And I'm just going to give you some idea of the scope. Geography and geopolitics, Nubia in its African context. Suzanne Blier of Harvard is writing that. She's the African art historian. The Importance of Women in Ancient Nubia by Solange Ashby. Christian Nubia. Classical and Islamic authors writing about Nubia by David. Islamic Nubia. 19th century Western artists traveling in Nubia by David also. Of course, the Hickey-Robertson archive itself by Sheldon Cheek, who is the archivist here at the Hutchins.
Now let's be consistent with what she said. If we understand the works that she's presenting correctly, all of these people, as they reference Nubia in their real context, was never even referencing like a nation. See, they was either referencing part of Egypt, which we have that defined, or they was referencing part of the Sudan. So when E.A. Wallace Budge said that in ancient times, the land of the blacks started way up, well, not way up, but as far up as Elephantine, that's not in the Sudan yet. It don't go all the way up to Nakin, where we have indication in our research that what traditionally turned out to be called the land of the blacks that they're trying to make synonymous with. Since Nubia was a region, there was a polity, thank you, there was a polity lower than south more called Kush that you could consider a country and Egypt was always concerned about. And since they were south of Egypt, there's some overlap, because if you just referencing a southerner, you're going to say Nahes. You could say Nahes, you could say Reshi. Right? But the Nahesi, as we learn it and as they'll soon be teaching it, was a people group in between, and there's some of them are teaching that like that now, was a people group in between the Kushites. See, now, how do you say that? They were the people, because there's a big area of the Sudan that before you get to Kush, I don't want to just call it wilderness, but the ancient Egyptians called it Taseti. They also called it Takenet, the frontier. So we know what we thinking about when we say the frontier. It's just like you in the 10 colonies or whatever, however many colonies it was, and the West was the frontier. So it was people who occupied the frontier, right? And they would be Nahes, especially if they was not Cushitic. If they wasn't that far down, they would be referred to as Southerners, Nahes. But let's see how she breaks this down.
Contemporary art in Nubia by the curator of the Tate Modern, Osai Bonsu. Abdulrahman Mohammed, a Nubian elder who's writing about his life in Nubia before the dam was built, and what it means to be Nubian today by Salma El-Khazan, a Nubian woman who just graduated from college. And that's just a smattering of them. I personally am really excited about our lineup and, of course, the book itself. The book will appear in 2026, which will be the 50th anniversary of the Image of the Black project. So with that by way of introduction, what I'm going to do now is to take you through one of my chapters, Ancient Nubian History Through the Lens of Art History. And basically that gives me an excuse to show you some of my favorite objects. So I wanted to begin at the beginning, but in the interest of time, I thought I would skip forward to the Neolithic, eliminating the first several 100,000 years. In any event, we're talking now about 5,000 to about 3,500 BC. This is just what it looks like. It's a drinking cup. It's about yay high, maybe a little over a foot. And I want you to picture a chieftain grasping this right at this very narrow waist, holding it aloft.
Stop.
And then
She can't even say a king. It's just because she's an Egyptologist. She wants you to really envision a king. But how about just a chiefdom? You feel me? Who had had this made for him?
and pouring out a libation to a god or to a deceased important official. And now I want you to look at it. This is a real work of art by anybody's standards. Handmade, first of all. And the shape, the way it so perfectly comes in at the waist, tapers out at the rim, and the way the design so perfectly matches that shape. You see in both incised lines and areas left blank perfectly matching the shape of the vessel. You see the triangular shape of the opening, but you also see incised triangles here, incised triangles here, and down here. What I'm describing to you is a complex work of art. What I'm describing to you is something that took somebody a long time to make. There are potsherds that are precedents for this, but this really, and the potsherds are themselves works of art, but I'll spare you those. This is something that comes from the imagination of a truly creative person. This is abstraction at its best. And this is not unique. It's one of many of these Neolithic beakers that are found, actually they are uniquely Nubian, but they are found all the way north into Egypt. Sort of found their way up there, but they are not Egyptian, they are Nubian.
What is it made?
It's made of ceramic, clay, just local river clay, again, made completely by hand, not made to stand on anything, just made to be held up ceremonially. And by the way, I should say, almost all the objects I'm showing you are from tombs, which have been excavated since really the early 20th century. The few statues I'll be showing you later are from temples. We have very little from habitation sites. Because I really love the Neolithic, I'm showing you another vessel completely different. And I could spend the hour showing you Neolithic vessels, that is, vessels that are 7,000 years old. But I will move on, and this is my timeline up here. So another completely different aesthetic, also geometric. I just ask you to think about the time involved in doing this so perfectly. How did they get these lines and these squares on there? I have no idea. I invite you to grab some Play-Doh and a comb or a pen and try it yourself, and you will quickly see how difficult it is. So it's not only pottery that they did, they also did sculpture, equally abstract, if not more so. These are generally identified as human figures. Everything I've shown you so far, by the way, is in Khartoum, and we hope still there. These are, here you see that they're stone. And here you see
look.
Just how the new...
This is an hour and 30-minute video, and I encourage everybody to watch it all. I'm just going to skip through to some of the key things so we can, and you know, it's more, I'm going to be skipping good material, so you definitely should watch it. Well, let's go forward a little bit.
It's a very controversial object. I suspect you've all heard of the possible origins of Egyptian kingship coming from Nubia. This was a story in the 1980s that broke based on this object.
Stop. I know you've all heard of the origins of Egypt. I need to make a short out of that. I know you all heard of the origins of Egyptian kingship coming from Nubia. Have y'all all heard that in the chat? That's why them boys call themselves the Magi, bro. The unstoppable force throughout history. Did she say that correctly? I think so. Now, let's hear her talk about this, and we're going to go in on this.
This object is an incense burner. It's in the Oriental Institute, or now called the Institute for Ancient Cultures at the University of Chicago. It's an incense burner. The Nubians had incense burners. The Egyptians didn't really. So the object itself is distinctly Nubian. However, when you look at the decoration, you see, which is outlined here, you see a number of things. Here, what looks like a lion just ready to pounce. Here, as is reconstructed, a seated figure wearing what is distinctly an Upper Egyptian crown. not a crown from Nubia, but from Egypt.
Stop. What she should have said was wearing the white crown. She said a crown of Egypt, not a crown of Nubia. She's not understanding what's going on, and she ain't. I mean, she's failing to reference her periodization. Like, this is far before any kingship came to Egypt. And so, as we understand, we say things like Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt. That's also confusing the student. You gotta know the language. You gotta learn the language. Somebody put in the chat, shout out to all the archers in the building. Somebody put in the chat what the ancient Egyptians said when they wanted to reference what we call Upper Egypt. See, here go another thing. Let me just tell y'all. They tell us a mistake that Kemet is synonymous with Egypt. But we've done enough research in our past year. You can just watch any of our past shows and learn that that ain't true. Right? But if you go and do an analysis of it, what you're going to learn is this term Kemet, they'll tell you translates to Egypt. So then how would you say Upper Egypt? You should be saying Upper Kemet. But you don't say Upper Kemet. You say Tashma'u. To say Lower Egypt, you say Tamehu. So the ancient Egyptian had a Kemet. They had a Kemet that turned to a Kimi when the T fell off. So it's the same thing. You can say Kemet. But they also had a Tashma'u and a Tamehu, which we seem to understand as the two lands. But then we also inject more confusion when we try to define the black land and the red land, and then some will inject that those are the two lands. I don't want to go too far on that, but that what I will say is the white crown. If even there was a Ta Shemahu, you mean they didn't say upper black soil and lower black soil? Exactly. Now, if we want to look on here, Ta Shema'u would be synonymous with what they would call Upper Egypt, but inside the regions of Ta Shema'u and even falling outside of it, we're going to get Taseti. And when we look at these ancient things, now when I say we look at these ancient things, let me slow down. When we look at these findings that have the white crown before and established before the unification of Egypt, we do find the term Taseti, right? And she probably will get to that, so let me let her continue.
And here, some icons representing a palace. Here, the falcon god representing kingship. So the falcon, the Upper Egyptian crown, the palace facade, those are all symbols that are taken by Egypt and used by Egypt for the next couple of thousand years. But this is Nubian. So the decoration
Let's stop.
is Egyptian.
Those are symbols taken by Egypt and used by Egypt. No. Why don't you just be telling it like, yo, these was the, when you keep referring to the people as Nubian, these is Nubian symbols. All throughout the Egyptian times, but I'll let her continue. She's doing an excellent job.
The vessel is Nubian, and it's found at a site called Kustal, which is in Nubia. These motifs are also found in Egypt. which is earlier? We don't know. What we do know is that this area, which really
Stop.
boundaries are ours.
She does know. These motifs are found first in the areas of Nubia and not Egyptian Nubia. Well, Cousteau. This is the Cousteau incense burner. That's probably Egyptian Nubia. Let's look up Cousteau real quick. Unless somebody gonna hurry up and speed tell us in the chat. Cousteau, that's Abu Simbel, told you. That's way down in Nubia. Cousteau. All right, so let's keep going. That's the Cousteau incense burner if you want to reference it.
It's not the ancient boundaries. It's this area to the south that really is the genesis of all of this, all of these ideas and creativity. And ultimately,
what chief X at? It's the area to the south. Can everybody hear that? We got to do it like, you know, it's the area to the south. That's the genesis to all these ideas, y'all. So when they be trying to talk about this, the northern people and the area of confluence, this ain't the area of confluence.
Formation of Egypt in the first dynasty, about 3000 BC. So, and then of course, these are Egyptian pyramids. We will see more Sudanese pyramids. We will see Nubian pyramids later, and I can't resist mentioning, of course, that the Nubians had more pyramids than the Egyptians. It's just that the Egyptian pyramids were bigger, and these are earlier. So when the Egyptians are building their pyramids, we don't know a lot about Nubia. But we do know that when the Egyptians ran into trouble, likely because of climatic reasons and overbuilding, there are a lot of resources that went into these, they called on their helpers from the south. They called on the Nubians. The south was...
What? They called on their helpers from the south, huh? This is just Egyptocentric, but she's doing wonderful. Do those look like your helpers from the south? Imagine being surrounded by your helpers from the south. Come on, cuz, don't call them your helpers from the south. So the way that we break it down is we go through each intermediate period, the periods that Egyptology tries to discard. And what we've unearthed is that some of the strength of substantiating Nubia's, the Nubian, whatever you want to call it, the Southerners' prowess in Egypt is in those intermediate periods. Name some terms that we refer to like they real terms, that they was just made up terms. I'm about to hit you off with a few. First one to throw away out your brain is the Fertile Crescent. Thank you, Reggie. Nah, she doing good, but she we have to clean. She just broke down and said these they helpers. Now, name some terms that was made up in Egyptology or in ancient Oriental studies, like Fertile Crescent, that we be thinking. Some people think ancient people have a term synonymous with that, or even a concept of that. If the Fertile Crescent was the Fertile Crescent, then, you know, people wouldn't have been going down to Egypt for food. What's one relevant to chematology, or what relevant to this study? Yeah, sub-Saharan is another one. They didn't know nothing about no sub-Saharan, but sub-Saharan is a good one. We could talk about the black silk stuff, right? That's a concept necessarily that was superimposed. Dynasties, right? Ask any of the Medu Neter students what's the term for dynasty. How did the ancient Egyptians refer to a dynasty? See what I mean? And the one that was more relevant to what we was talking about is evading me at the moment, so I'm just gonna let her talk and then let it come back.
It's known as the Ta-Seti, the land of the bow. The Nubians were prized as archers and prized as warriors.
I need to go back. She said Ta-Seti, the land of the bow. The Nile is a fake term, but that concept is true because we can find the Nile when we say Etru. I mean, Etru is the same river, but I'm talking about the concept of the black silt around the Nile. You see what I'm saying? That's not there.
On the Nubians, the south was known as the Ta-Seti, the land of the bow. The Nubians were prized as archers and prized as warriors by the Egyptians. And here's a whole platoon. This is Egyptian art. These are Egyptians. This is found in Egypt. It's made by Egyptian artists. But it depicts Nubians coming to fight for the Egyptians. So the relationship between Egypt and Nubia was always there. Sometimes they were frenemies, sometimes they were friends, and sometimes they were pure enemies. But you can also see their distinctive Nubian costumes and Nubian appearance, and we'll get to that later. But so
she's kind of stepping outside of her initial prompt and I'm just saying her framework, right? Because initially she laid out that Nubia was a region, and she even said here this is Egyptian. And she's true that, yeah, it's referring to their southern contingency, but she's falling back into the Egyptological Nubian as a separate people group than ancient Egyptians. It was all kind of different ethnicities all over, even all over the land of Egypt. Ethnicities, right? And when you say ethnicities, you be thinking different colored people. That don't mean that. You could be a Kenyan or a Nigerian, and y'all got two different ethnicities.
Sometimes they were frenemies, sometimes they were friends, and sometimes they were pure enemies. But
I'm sorry that her video is low. Maybe I should turn my mic there. I'm sorry that the video is low, but I tried to put a boost gain filter on it, and I turned it up to 12. Let me turn it up to 24. Let's see what happens.
Can also see their distinctive Nubian costumes and Nubian appearance, and we'll get to that later. But moving along to about 2400, just after the height of the Pyramid Age, to about 1500, we get a whole series of, also in the north, we get a whole series of groups. This culture, known as the C group for the same reason, named for the same reason that the A group was named. But again, I'm just showing you a handful of the pottery. Beautiful incised decoration here, a stamp used to differentiate the rim, and this wonderful black and red combination that we'll see later, and that was done in the firing process. But there are a lot of things happening now. There are a lot of nomadic cultures going back and forth, and this is a culture we know as the Pangrave because the person, the white man, Petrie, who first identified the Pangrave culture, thought their graves looked like frying.
I had a way to tell us that could stick. I said, have my servants build a new stadium so I could slaughter you. Surround your tumuli with bull cranium. All right? So, how do you say bucrania plural? Bucranii is what we're looking at. Decorated bovine skulls. Your tumuli. So let's just think about being being a wordsmith helps you understand words too, but it ain't necessarily etymological. So, but it works in certain instances of understanding these languages that we use. So this isn't etymology. But if we don't know what a tumuli is, a tomb is normally carved into the rock, the side wall. If you're in an area that doesn't have, you can't carve it into the walls or whatever, they would build circular tombs in the ground. But it wouldn't necessarily, sometimes they would go deep into the ground, but normally tumuli stood above ground. So now, the way that I reference to remember that is it really sound like you're saying a tomb. The word tomb is there. And then the fact that it's really a tomb lying on the ground, I remember it just with the wordplay of a tumuli. Like a tomb will literally lie on the ground. But that's only useful because I'm a wordsmith and I can go monetize that in hip hop, right? You feel me? But it ain't really useful in scholarship. It's just a way to remember things. But anyway, yeah. Like I'll make that into a metaphor. Like, you know what I'm saying? Something about not being able to rock. I don't know, never mind. Let's get back to the scholarship.
So he named it the Pangrave culture. And again, we still haven't come up with scholars just don't agree on a better name for them. Of course, it tells us nothing about the culture, but these do tell us something about the culture. So
there's also other things that tell us about the culture. And this bovine tradition will go all the way back to Naphtha Playa. We can find it prevalent in Kerma excavations and the new 2021 Kerma excavations. Even, I'm not sure if she's a nubiologist, she's a PhD. This was presented by the Hutchinson Center. And so y'all can pull up more on her. But so other funerary material culture find in these burial sites, where we would find the bull cranium, we would also find ostrich feathers and arrows in these pangraves. And so they have become to be associated with the Magi. Now, some of our research has unearthed a lot of things that could indeed be used to verify this, like Mentuhotep II's reliance on these Nubian kings that they didn't want to acknowledge as kings, but they were called rulers, at least by and a ruler ain't necessarily the Nisu, but they were called rulers in ancient texts. And they did have to rely on these people. And Mentuhotep said he incorporated Wawat into Egypt at this time. A good question was raised by J. Mill, like, well, where do they ever fall on a gnome map or whatever? You see what I'm saying? Like, if there was an inclusion, do we find anything on a time that show that? Anyway, here we go.
Cow horns, goat horns, sheep horns, I'm not sure I have that in the right order, but these were used as canvases. And here again, you get a sense of that color and that bold design sense that they developed here around 2000 BC or so. That becomes their hallmark of the Pangrave culture. Also, the Pangrave, which is a more nomadic culture than any of the others so far, they develop a whole, because they are primarily herders, they use their animals to the greatest extent. So here they develop a technique for weaving that I'm not sure, I certainly couldn't reproduce today, but again, this beautiful, heavy, thick, lush appearance with the contrasting colors that, again, perfectly organized, that they use for clothing and blankets, of course. And they didn't let they were prime leather workers as well. You can't see this very well, I don't think, but I will tell you this is made from one piece of probably gazelle skin. So all of these little, what are holes here, those are cuts. This is not woven, this is just pierced. And somehow, again, from one piece, they were able to get this perfect shape that is essentially a loincloth. It's a little later than this, but it is an example of leather work.
Y'all don't know where the rippers be coming from?
If it's not new.
She just ripped it, and what did she say? Meaning, I'll be hearing stuff, I'm putting that into some bars. Gazelle skin loincloth? Ripping it. So the rapper's gonna be wondering where I get this stuff from. Gazelle skin loincloth? You never heard a thought like that in hip hop. And I'm about to rip that tonight. My brain already putting it together. Everything is gonna say, oh, that's rippers. Anyway, let's continue.
Nubian, it's Egyptian born by a Nubian that exemplifies the Pangrave leather work. So, while the C group and the Pangrave are doing their thing around here and moving around, we get Nubia's first empire at the same time. Now, you can see the people here.
Now, I have to stop this. It's not incorrect for scholars to call the Kushites Nubia's first empire. I'm going through my head right now. In my research, and I'm just saying this because it wasn't never a research question, but I'm thinking about a byproduct of looking over hella documents with these terms. How much let me ask y'all, in the philology, how much overlap is it between the reference of a Nahes and a Kushite? I can show you documents where he'd be like, yeah, we rode south, because they say we went to, Nahes, they go south. Then they say they smote a Nahes in the middle. They had a fight with a southerner, and he smote him in the middle of the city in Kent Nefer, right? This was one of Simroset III's boys. That wasn't his name. That's where he smote him at. And then they keep going through Nahes, and then they say, we rode as far as the end of Kush. So think about an Egyptian going upstream, encountering. Now we know that he didn't say nothing about pulling the boat out for the cataracts. If we go over that text, we'll look at it. I'm going to let a little bit more of this play, and then we're going to keep it going. But what we do, the question is there, not literary, but is there overlap in the reference between a Kushite and a Nahes? Not necessarily if we understand that Nahesi means a southerner, right? And so Kushites are going to be Nahesi, but let's also talk about a time period when the people in between the Kushites and the people we call Egyptians started getting more power, and then they started being addressed as an entity, but this is later in time. But we're going to keep on letting it play for a minute, then we're going to open up the chat and get a good build going.
Is mud brick. 1 million bricks of mud brick. So think of the society that produced this. It underwent a number of renovations, 14 over about a 1,000-year period from about 2500 to 1500 BCE. We're at the site of Kerma at the third cataract. And of course, something like this doesn't exist in a vacuum. And there's a reason Kerma is referenced as as Nubia's first empire. That, by the way, let me just say, is a temple. Very different. Superficially, it may look like an Egyptian temple in its so-called pylon and structure, but it is anything but an Egyptian temple. An Egyptian temple has a series of rooms. This is solid mud brick. Egyptian temples are entered through the long side. Through the narrower side. They're long and narrow. Egyptian temples are entered through the front here. This is entered through the side. There's a little platform, and then you go up a series of stairs to the roof. And we think that there was either something on the roof originally, or that there was some kind of, or that it was some aspect perhaps of the sun that was worshipped there. We just don't know. This is an empire without a written language. They don't have a written language because they didn't need it. It was simple, as simple as that. So, as I said, the Kerma and Fufa as that mud brick.
So we need to understand that I don't want to go as well. You could go far as down with the Kushites and say the same thing, but the people that they call the Nubians, we got every indication that they spoke the same exact language as the Egyptians. Now, again, we got some documents that say other than that, because you can't look at Nubians as a people group. So if we look at it as regional, the ones who fell within Egyptian borders would have spoken the Egyptian language. The ones who fell closer to, now I'm only switching over to linguistics a little, and you can even see that they got Cushitic languages that are different than the Nilo-Saharan languages, right? So that would even tell us something too, that the further down you go, the language you switch up. But they don't got Nilo-Saharan languages, then they say the Egyptian language. The fact is, a great majority of the members of the Nahes that Southern contingency was well versed with the Egyptian language. There are even secondary sources that say they were better versed with the hieroglyphs. That is Diodorus Siculus or whatever.
Brick platform is known as, was not in isolation, obviously. This round structure here is identified as a gathering place and a sort of audience hall for the king. And that man gives you a sense of scale. So we are talking about building on a colossal, monumental scale here. This is a model of the city itself with the Defufa, both round and rectangular buildings scattered around. But that's not all, because we have about 1 kilometer away this city that was only recently found. By recent, in my terms, is like 20 years ago. It's known as Duki Gel, and if this is a confusing bit of architecture, I understand, because it's confusing for all of us, because it's a combination of both Nubian and Egyptian, because the Egyptians came later. But we're looking now at the Nubian part of it. This is the excavator Charles Bonnet, and Professor Bonnet has spent more than 50 years of his life showing us what Kerma is all about and just how important the Kerma Empire is. And he spoke here several years ago, and we were really lucky to have him. What I want to draw your attention to these columns. It's an absolute forest in the true sense of the word, because having been here, I can tell you that you cannot walk between these columns. They are literally, what they do, there's a break in them, and they funnel you into a series of rooms, 2 rooms that are probably throne rooms. We don't know the significance of this city. Perhaps a gathering place for local tribes, for trade and tribute, unclear. But if any of you know of parallels for this architecture, we're still looking for them. So, but where does this come from? We don't know. There are later examples elsewhere in Africa, but nothing this early. And by this early, I'm talking about 1500, 1600 BCE. So, of course, we have cemeteries as well. At about 1700 BCE, which is so-called Middle Kerma, every grave was surrounded by offerings. And
look, thousands of cattle heads there. Thousands of bucranii, I guess. Y'all help me with that. Thousands of them, right? Surrounding one tumuli. How'd that go down? What is the process of getting that many cattle skulls to surround the tomb? What you gonna do with the meat? I don't know. Y'all gotta tell me.
Those offerings were in the form of herds of cattle and other animals. And when I'm talking about herds, I'm talking about thousands. And what you see here are several thousand cattle horns encircling the grave. Now think of how valuable cattle are today.
Encircling a single grave?
Encircling a single grave. Think of the wealth that encapsulates. This was probably not laid down all at once. It was probably different tribes came in paying tribute to this deceased ruler and brought their cattle. The cattle were for sure eaten, probably eaten, and then their horns were placed, and they're placed in herd fashion. That is, all the calves together, the female cattle first, and then the bulls. The tombs themselves were low mounds. They were low mounds, usually covered with pebbles and sometimes framed with stone slabs. Inside the burials, people were buried on beds, perfectly natural. And in the final period, about 1700 to 1550 BCE, the beds were decorated. What you're looking at here, which you of course assume is a headboard, is really a footboard. And that makes perfect sense, because what do you want to look at in your afterlife but,
recording in progress.
Protect you in this case. So they would have a headrest here, but this was the footboard. And that footboard was oops, what did I do?
Recording stopped.
The footboard was decorated with ivory inlays. And those ivory inlays come in all different combinations of animals and abstract motifs. So these are just some of my favorite. What I love is the sense of movement that the artists of Kerma were able to capture. So it's no secret that this is an ostrich. It's an ostrich that is having a hard time flying, but he's nevertheless taking off. And here's a little chick. The hippo is sort of straining forward, the turtle swimming, but my favorite, of course, is the giraffe. The giraffe that is a whole study in lines coming downward. The legs are parallel, of course, to the head that reaches down, and the whole thing is framed by wings. Now, never mind that a giraffe doesn't have wings.
All right, this is a wonderful presentation. I opened up the link, and now it's time for us to do our own homework. And so I'm going to share some sources with us, and hopefully we can have a good discussion. Feel free to hit the link. Feel free to support the channel. Y'all got to start watching my videos I upload. Y'all know that when I look at my analytics 80% of my views is just from the live streams. People don't necessarily watch a video I upload. I'm like, I understand. I wonder what's the difference. But I guess people like the live daily entertainment, like a talk show, which is cool, and a service I'm willing to provide. But I just uploaded some videos that's kind of cool, and I want y'all to check them out. Now where we at? Let's see here. So we're gonna go do some knowledge now. When she referenced somebody hit the link, feel free to hit the link. When she referenced the white crown, shout out to Joy for hitting the link, and I'm about to share the screen in the Zoom real quick. Hold up. What's up with you? You available yet?
Well, when she referenced,
You gotta mute your
I'm
I'm gonna have to turn you down because you're gonna be hella loud all over.
the white
That video was low.
shout out to Joy in the meet. No, so
Are you there? Joe, you on
What's
mute?
going on, Slash?
Peace, how are you?
You hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
You hear me?
Yes, sir. You don't hear me? Oh, you don't hear me because I'm on mute. Yeah, I hear you. You don't hear me? You hear me now, bro?
You hear me now? You hear me better?
Yeah, I hear you. What's up? How y'all doing? What's up, King Jack?
What I was asking, we were in the Discord having the discussion on the video, and I asked a question. Could the reason be that why they refer to the modern blacks as Nubian and the modern people as is they're trying to make a distinction to say that they are the original people and the black people are not?
Well, first and foremost, you mean the darker skinned people because the people with the brownish hue are also black. You know what I'm saying? So you mean the darker people that they find, correct?
Yeah, like in the southern part, like in Aswan.
Yeah, but even when they find them in the northern parts, they do the same separation that you're talking about. Even when they find them in the northern parts, they separate people out and say these are Nubians.
Okay. I mean, but do you think they're doing that to try to do what she was doing in the video to try and distinguish the two groups of people? To say that one is we are and they are not.
But
that's just
I mean, I don't think you can distinguish two groups of people necessarily just primarily, possibly so, but primarily based just on one of them being brown and one of them being red. You could use things like what we see in SETI where the ancient Egyptians do that, but I don't think nothing on that text is telling us that no one of the ancient Egyptian hue is as dark as a Nubian. You know what I'm saying? And I'm using their colloquialisms. I don't think the ancient Egyptians seen it in that way at all. Because all of the text that we read that we call Nubian text is actually written in ancient Egyptian. Like, oh, this is Nahi, he's a Nubian. This is this other guy, he's a Nubian. They're all written in the ancient Egyptian language.
right. But what I'm saying is in the modern terms, why are they not just saying everyone is a modern Egyptian and they calling that particular group of people something different? But they're all from the same country.
Yeah, that's the fix that we pointing out, that they do that for some particular reason. And it's the only thing to indicate when they're going to do it is they see that somebody is hella dark in a prominent position. So they be like, oh, he's a Nubian.
You talking about in modern times or in ancient times?
Ancient times. Modern times.
No, but I'm talking about in modern times. Why is everyone just not considered a modern Egyptian as opposed to making that ethnic distinction?
You talking about with the people over there with the modern Egyptians today, or are you talking about in modern times when they look at ancient texts?
I mean, in modern times with the modern people, not in ancient times.
Well,
Why do they?
nothing I'm researching or even doing has anything to do with the modern
Mhm.
people.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, but I was just curious.
But even then, your name Joey, right?
Yeah, it seems they're trying
But
to say.
but even then now, the name is not even. It's like what is it? The Arab Republic of Mizraim is the name.
Yeah, the Arab Republic of Egypt. Yes,
No, well, in Mizraim. I don't know if we want to transliterate that back to Egypt, but
the official
yeah,
the Arab Republic of Egypt. That is what they call it. And
Mizraim.
no, Egypt.
No, that's not
Really?
the name. No, it's the
Really?
Arab Republic of Mizraim. Huh?
Are you sure?
I'm dead at dead ass.
All right, let's stay on track though. You feel me? What's up? How you doing,
Yeah.
King J? Because this just gonna turn
I'm good.
to you know, hella this and that. Let's
Yeah,
just
but that's nothing. But quick question, because I'm pretty familiar with toponyms and nisbas. So when you're saying that, so in order to say, you would need to actually say Nehesi, and then the toponym that would be the nisba. The toponym is Ta Nehes. So that is the land. There needs to actually be a land called Ta Nehes.
well, you
And
can find
then
time to have some certain statements
Mhm.
later, in some later text. I didn't see time to have in no earlier text.
Right. So that's kind of what I was figuring with that. And so the Nehesi would reference various people groups within the land of Ta Nehes. So that could be depending on that could be the Urkjet, the Medjay, the people of Punt, the Wawat, um, various.
Yep, exactly. And in a text from Winnie and in a text from Harku, they indicated exactly how you're stating. They say Yam Nehes or That Nehes, Wawet Nehes.
Mhm.
And so they even looked at them like they just but how you want to translate that as Wawet people group or Wawet Southerners? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, Southerners
That
from Yam, Southerners from Wawet. It depends on how it's allowed to be translated that will allow us to if you translate it as people groups without their indication of like for instance, when they say Wawat and then they say Nahes, then they say Yam Nahes. How
Mhm.
do you appropriate that? How do you reconcile that when you're thinking about it?
so let's say the way that I seen it was the Nehesi Urkjet, the Nehesi Medjay, the Nehesi. You know what I'm saying? They were naming the Nisba based off the toponym, you know what I'm saying? Each one
Mm-hmm.
was a restaurant off of a toponym,
So as I said, Southern people from these locations,
basically.
I kind of see it that way too. How do you see that, Joey?
Isn't that almost like saying we're all Black Americans, but I might be a Black American from New York and you might be a Black American from LA? Or
See,
am I
that's a
missing?
question. Or are we saying Southerners from Houston, Southerners from Arizona, Southern? You see what I'm saying? That's the question. And so we have to look at as many texts as we can see to see how they use it. And when you look at the
So
text, go ahead.
go ahead. I was
But
gonna say, I was gonna say, so could we look at the M26 glyph as an indicator? Because is that not the
What
just the
glyph is
symbol?
that? I'm not seeing M26 in my head.
That's the said glyph. That's just the
The
for the
soup
south.
plant you talking about?
Yep, the M26.
So what about it?
So that references just the South in general. So so like
But
Waset would
that
be
ain't the
included.
same reference to the South. And I think that's probably be a reference to the areas of the southern Egypt. You want to go southern in that? I wrote an article about it, and I'm about to pull it up. I'm gonna say so. All you got to do is go Rap God WordPress, right?
Mhm.
If you ever want to look at it, and then or fact check it, and then you can look at my articles on Nubia here, and one of them is going to be called Nessie and the Neighbor. So I'm gonna just type NEH N-E-H.
you should bring up a lot of your old articles and start and republish now that you have a lot
Well,
more
they still
people
out. They
behind it.
still out here,
Mm,
so they can still people still click on these. But
mhm.
the well-defined kingdom of Nubia, Nahesi, and the Neighbor. Now, in this article, this is when I start talking about the time periods when Nubia was actually well. There's a king who we don't know. He was called a king of the areas not of Cush, but of Todd Nahesi. And this
Mhm.
is in the later time period, and his name was Hersiotef. And the reason why we don't find him along the kings of Egypt is because that they don't really. Oh, hold on. I think somebody else came in. They don't really address him as one of the kings of Egypt. And so I'm going to pull this article up, and we could go over a few things. But I gotta run into the next room real quick, and then we're gonna come back. I mean, when I come back, we can talk about some of these things that we found about this neighbor that I put it on the screen.
Okay.
G21, and if you want to look into that while we look at it's a Numidii game file. They call it a Numidii Guinea file, and it gives us a lot of indication about, and I'll show us why. When we see this bird used, a lot of the times they're talking about things from the south. Not all the time, but it's not used that much. And when it's used in the name Nahesi. It's used in names like Nahi,
Mhm.
Panahesi, which is another, and just Nasi is not always Nessie. Sometimes you can see any combinations of these and it'll indicate something from the south. But we'll talk about why in a moment. If y'all don't mind just holding it down, I gotta just step into the other room real quick.
Okay, for sure.
All right, word up. I
Let's see.
mean, y'all could, if y'all could, there's people listening, so hopefully y'all got, y'all want to. I'll be right back. Just hold it
Build it
down.
down.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
What's up, King J?
Peace, Joy. So yeah. So is anything you want to build on in particular?
So what is a new midday game file? What does that mean?
You say what? Could you say that again, please?
It's called a new midday game file. Where does that come from?
I can. I'm not. I honestly can't. You're
I'm just
breaking
curious.
up. You're breaking up when you say it, so I'm not
So
hearing you clearly.
I'm looking at what they call in the bird, the
Oh, the
neighbor,
bird.
a new
Okay.
midday game file. I wonder how they came up with that.
Let me see if I can read it. What you're saying.
If you look
Are
under
you
it,
are you saying the humidifier?
no. If you're looking under it, right? It says if we see Gardner's definition of G21, we see this bird is a new midday game file.
Oh, okay.
Where's he come up with that?
I don't know. You want to look it up?
Because like they define the birds like this is a vulture, this is a this is a that.
Hmm.
They come
Let
up
me.
with this particular branding of the bird. Just
I'll look
curious.
it. I'll look it up real quick.
I was just curious. Because I was thinking Numidia, but maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe that has nothing to do with it. Or they say this is a vase. This is a twisted claw. How do they
Uh,
know?
I'm reading it right now. It says guinea fowls are birds native to Africa and part of the Galliform order. They are known for being nosy and eating ticks and are often kept on farms and large properties. And looking at the bird, it looks just like the glyph.
Yeah.
It looks almost like a turkey with a little goblet
Mm-hmm.
thing underneath it, a blue little.
Yeah.
But I guess that
So when you they have done studies on this, and it's basically. Let me just scroll down and show you more. So I pulled this out right here, and this comes from Sir Alan Gardner's work. And it says Cinar guinea fowl or a Numidii M. melagris, which would be the scientific name for the bird. It is an ideogram in Ne. the nay bird. Phonetically nay, an example is nehi. Now notice nehi means to pray. So that really, again, these are some of the terms that some could say that don't got nothing to do with the South. It's also used in the term eternity. Unless somebody want to make some connections that I have not made in my work between prayer and eternity in the South, I know they can be made, but we go further than this and when we start to do this analysis. So one thing go ahead.
I think it's just like when they were talking about like Sa as the duck being sun. What I heard in for DC say, he said that particular type of duck would do anything for the young. So maybe that's why they use that particular bird.
Well, in that instance, I don't know about others, but in that instance, it seems that Infodici was citing Apollo. Apollo is a person who tried to translate the glyphs before they were decipherable, who also said similar things. I don't know if there's an ancient Egyptian source on that. And that ultimately is another, that's almost another study. Why they chose them is an additional study. After we start to understand them, then we can say why, then we could do a whole dissertation on why they understand each thing each way. But you know what I'm saying? And it'll probably add an additional layer. So I've done it with this one glyph and we can see how it will give us an additional layer to the understanding, because some of the things that I found are solid. So but you was about to somebody, hey, is Gila Khan, you here? Or was I wrong? Okay, I just wanted to say that everybody was here. So let's keep going then.
That's an interesting, but that would be an interesting study that maybe we can look at it to see why they use these specific
Yes, Smash, I'm here.
and these specific animals to deal with to represent specific things. Maybe
well, I'm gonna show you what I've done with this bird. Peace to you, G. Lacan, and we can see what we think. So it said we can also see the bird is used in the word nay to pray in eternity. There's not a lot of Egyptian words that use the nay bird, but there are others. Numidiae guinea are not indigenous to Egypt. That's the first thing we should know. Specifically, the nay bird is a helmeted guinea fowl, Numidiae melagris, which also only found south of Egypt, which are only found south of Egypt, right? It says, I mean, not only, but yeah, they are, you know, people trade with them, but they're natural habitat. Numidiae guinea Ethiopian stock, says the Wildlife of the World, a descriptive survey of the Geographical by Richard Decker, all right, or something like that. Bird maps indicate the first place Egyptians would have encountered this nay bird in the Ta-Nehisi art. I wrote this a long time ago. I probably would have said in the frontier, whatever. And this is showing the bird's natural habitat. Now let's just address this for a minute. If this is indeed the natural habitat of that bird, how would an Egyptian even know about it first? Because it don't appear to be in Egypt.
Right, but they would have been connected to Ethiopia and Sudan as well, not so? The cultures and things would have been exchanged, right? They would have known about Ethiopia, right?
Yep. So, but we're gonna have that conversation. So keep going. You have anybody else want to discuss how they would have known about it?
And since it came from the South, it probably would make sense that they would use that to represent people from the South.
Well, here's the thing. We have no evidence of this bird being used as like for trade or whatever anything. But one thing that we do know is that it arrives in the orthography at such an early time, right? That whoever made the language, whoever chose the glyphs to represent the sounds of the language, did it at a time before trade and all that was even set up. It's at the beginning of the language. You see what I'm saying? Or the beginning of the written language.
I can only come up with two things. I would suggest think of that the bird would represent for one, the bird is like a wild bird, right? So it probably is like maybe sacred to them in some type
I
of
mean,
way. Uh,
but when you say wow, you mean not domesticated?
Not domestic. Well, at some point it probably did become domesticated, but at what time point? But early on, it definitely was a wild,
Well,
um,
whenever if you say people you only trade domesticated animals, right? You can't trade nothing that's too wild to control or whatever.
right, right. But like if you go back to like what was a crop like sedentary farming in Nubia didn't come along until a later period, but they still had crops like sorghum, what I'm saying, which was a wild crop that they did hard, gather, you know. But I wouldn't say that they had sedentary farming. Um, so you understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But I would say that it possibly was associated with a people group. Like I see some glyphs where we'll see an ostrich foot, and that ostrich foot may be associated with the people of a certain area, maybe Seti or Seti Wu. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm listening, but I can weigh in on that.
But yeah, so but y'all would just say maybe that bird may be associated with a certain people group from a certain region.
Well, here are some things about it. Here are some things about it. The glyph does kind of look like a guinea fowl, and the scholars have determined that that's what it was. So you, SOT 12, you arguing against that scholarship. I'm just standing on the scholars who actually done some scientific work on it. Now, here's something about this bird. It's a terrestrial bird and it's non-migratory. So if this is its habitat, it's gonna stay there basically, right? Until some people take it away. And since we try to look at the period of this, it's entered into the lexicon as soon as ancient Egyptians started writing, meaning in the second or late first dynasty, we see people refer to using this bird and they call it Nehesi. You see what I'm saying? And so is the question just to answer is how did the people who put together the ancient Egyptian language even know about the bird if it entered into their lexicon, whatever, at such an early time?
Mm-hmm. Either they were those people or they were interchanging goods back and forth, trading with those people.
Well, they encountered it somehow, and so that's just one small point about it. Now, when you start to look at all of the names of the people, and this is even the key to our term, Nahasi, we start to see things there. And so this does not, if you look at these glyphs, circled in black, who want to tackle that?
Let me see. So that's just the
It ain't
people
circled,
group.
underlined in black. Who wanted? Yeah, yeah.
What does
Any,
that say?
I know Joey got that.
Which one?
Anything
That's
in black.
that's
I mean, with the
that's Nahes.
underlined in black. Yeah, you're
That's
right.
Nahes. Nahes.
Yeah, Nahas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is Nehesi.
Now, another way that we can spell this word is simply with the bird.
Mm-hmm.
So this is out of Budge's book, but it's actually from the inscription of Winnie Unas, right? And they say here, we looked over it a few times. First, they're talking about Majanahes,
Mm-hmm.
M. Yam, it appears, Nahes, M. Wawat. Hold on.
So that's saying
So there you go, right there. There's
Nehesi.
another thing we got to trip off. So that's what I was trying to point out too. Check this out. Wawat Nahes, M. Kaka'u Nahes, right?
Yeah, that's what we just were saying.
So now let's trip off this. I thought they said that all of upper, what you call that?
That's what I'm saying. So smash. So look, that we
Lower
so look,
Nubia, right?
yeah, right. Which
Well,
is Upper Egypt.
don't we know that? No, just Lower Nubia is close to Upper Egypt, but we know that they tell us that's Wawat, right?
For a while, yeah.
But right here, he said he got some Wawat Nahas. If that was Lower Nubia, then where is all these other Nahas from?
They're still within those little 1 through 3 cataracts up there.
Well, we understand the first one, the first group of these southern people would be kind of like from the eastern desert, Mijah, right? But it's taught to us that Mijah is in Wawat.
Mm-hmm.
But this text is telling us something different.
But it's in Wawat, but it's the eastern desert part
It's
of
not
Wawat.
in Wawat as if you read the text. Wawat is just like Mijah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, they saying Wawat along the list of the places they went to in order to get these Southerners.
Mm-hmm.
And you notice they got the feather on their head,
Right.
Nahas. So, indeed, these are, I mean, we do see other indications. Go ahead.
They're in the has, but they're not. They're identifying where the Nehas are from.
So let's ask ourselves again the same research question. Are they identifying different groups of Southerners, because Nahas could be translated as Southerners? Are they identifying different groups of Nubians, the way that they try to say it? You see what I'm saying? Now,
But aren't all of those places still would be in what we would consider the southern part of Egypt?
not necessarily.
But why is not the southern part of Egypt?
No, that's
So
Waset. That's Waset.
questions.
Wawat
Is
would
that?
be below Taseti. Go ahead.
Mhm. I got a question for you. So is that second line right there? I'm reading it. Nehas M. The arms raised up. That's Ka. Is that so? That's Cush. So is
No,
that?
that ain't Kush.
That's not.
That's
Okay.
another place that we could reveal where that is right now. And we are going to Kaka'u.
Mhm.
But we won't
Kaka'u.
find that in too many people's work showing that it's the place that we have identified it. It was
Right.
another strong Nubian, a southern polity. Oh, not polity. You know, it wasn't that big. They're not indicating these like as kingdoms or nothing.
Mhm.
They're indicating them as foreign lands with different
Yeah.
southerners in them. Now here's
Mhm.
the one that killed it all is this final one. Somebody want to knock this down? Start where my mouse is going.
Nehas M. Ta.
So just read the bottom line. Yeah.
Yeah. Nehesium.
Is that
You said it
Tom?
right. I just threw you off. You said it right the first time.
Okay. Nehesium.
Nahas M.
Nehesium.
Tai, you have said.
Nehesium Ta. Mhm.
You can say Nahas U M Tai. What? What's next? That what?
Tamehu?
Uh-huh.
Man.
All right, well,
Mhm.
Or no?
say that again.
Is that like
If you correct, yeah. But that's not gonna be that. This is gonna be Shemay. But it's the same word you're saying, and because you don't see the who, you notice it ain't plural, and it's talking about the actual land. So just like the difference, I'm saying Mijah at the top. I'm not saying Majahu or Magi. And this one say Tameh. It don't necessarily say Tamehu.
all right?
Because
Okay,
if they
man.
put some three people behind it, then you might say Tamehu. But now that you see the Ta, you know they're talking about the land of Tameh. You know,
Right.
so the land of the Timahu.
So look, since we want to talk about it real quick, all of these places, right, are also tribes of the land of the non-Bows.
Well,
will all be
hold on. The 9 balls switch with anybody who come in the rulership.
these specific. So can we talk about this real quick? So when we are saying, like, when we are identifying these Egyptian, or saying Egyptians, and we are like, so I would say when we're saying Egyptians, and from the first to sixth dynasties, that people group is different than the people group who will come along in the 12th dynasty, Tohum them.
No, I
That
wouldn't say people group, but you might say tribe. So let's talk about that. That's a
tribe,
good question. And
tribe.
so this text is coming from about the 6th dynasty, maybe a little earlier. Let's look up Winnie. It's going to be 5th or 6th, right? Let me see. Winnie.
But in this, they're saying that what is a foreign land?
Yeah, well, now let's look and see what's the date on this. 6th dynasty. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Now, in this, everything here is a foreign land.
Mhm.
All right. And again, you may be confusing Wawat with Waset.
Waset is the scepter.
No, but the reason I'm asking is because when you see the little like hill, that means it's a foreign land, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
All right. But they would still be under the control of Kerma. It would be like
No,
a vassal.
these people are not under the control of Kemet. And actually, in this text, the Pharaoh got beef, and he sent Winnie down to go get some help in the 6th dynasty. And in this text, he's saying right here, he went to Mijah, he went to Yam or whatever. He went to he went to Wawat, Kaka'u, and the land of Tamay. And it says, I don't know what it says. To do something with His Majesty.
Is that Una?
Habu, His Majesty. That's like it's gonna be like Haibu, something like going after His Majesty.
All right, but it says the inscription of Unas. That's supposed to be Unas?
So that's
Or-
Budge's work, and they now translate that as Winnie.
Was that Unas?
Winnie is Una.
Person they're talking about.
Yeah, this is his inscription.
But it says Una. Is that's supposed to be Unas?
That is Budge. Budge translates it that way. But if you want to find it right now, you're going to put Winnie. Notice how I put autobiography of Winnie, and
Okay.
it comes up. So let's talk about that. All Budge is doing is taking this. A W is 2 U's. So he's translating it as 1 U and saying Unes. And they're translating it as a W and saying Winnie, because the phenomenon that if this was a W consonant, then you would, for Egyptology speak, you would put an E in the middle of 2 consonants. You see what I'm saying? And so Budge translates the final glyph, which if we go look at the Metal Nature, Budge translates the final reed leaf as a A. So that's why they're saying Uni.
Okay,
right?
but that's not okay, but that wouldn't be correct, right?
Well, no, it's not really, because it depends on how you translate it. So this is the answer to that. If you follow E.A. Budge's transliteration system, which most scholars don't, and even you can see Wiki doing it here. This is just laughable to people who do the glyphs, because even on the top, they put Winnie, right? So then how come they're going to come down here and put Uni, because they don't really read the glyphs. They don't know what they're doing. So let's show what they're doing. This bird is the wind. This rabbit is the wind rabbit. W-N, right? When we see that rabbit, we say wind, don't we? And we see the N under it. So if I click on this rabbit, we'll see it. I'm going to take us to the dictionary. You know this, though.
So how could they get away with that then?
They're not getting away with it. This is what's happening.
Yeah,
They
I mean,
referring to E.A. Wallace Budge as a source. And
Okay.
if you are inside of the study, you will know that there are more accurate, better sources. No one teaches from Budge. Yet Wiki is simply showing right on their whole page that they still going by Budge by calling Winnie, that they corrected, they're calling it Uni. So you know, now if I go back, look, I put the Winnie inscription. You see it's popping up in multiple places called this is touregypt.net. It's called the inscription of Winnie. But if you go put Unes inscription, you're gonna only find people who refer to E.A. Wallace Budge as a source. Now let's look at this. Is this name gonna be spelled? Look, Ones, Winnes. So what are they doing here? They're showing really just different transliteration systems or different ways to say it in between. They're going into different languages. But this person probably look, Unes or Winnes. So that's just the simple phenomenon. They're getting Unes from the way that Budge said it, and they're getting Winnes from the way that new scholars transliterate it. You see what I'm saying? So what?
It's the same person there.
Oh, definitely.
yeah.
Okay, okay. All right.
So let's go back to that.
Pyramid text of Unas, that's the same person they're talking about.
So now, no, don't be confused. It's two Winnies. One of them has a pyramid, and one of them was just a general for Pepe. So this inscription isn't of the pharaoh Winnie or Unes. It is for the general.
Okay, okay.
So
Hence the text.
yeah, now it seems that the pharaoh came before the general.
Okay.
So we know it's not the same person.
Is it possible that
So quick, also, so quick, I'm not cutting you off, Joy. But quick question, because the brother made a comment earlier, and you said yeah, but I just want to make some differentiate in the top line and the bottom one, because you asked Joey in regards to that sign, did it mean foreign land? And Smash said yeah, but it has the throw stick. So question, Smash, at the top it does not have the throw stick. So would it be more correct to say it may just reference a region to have that that sign that looks like with the three hills, the three like the horizon?
That's a
Would
good
that just
question, but you should notice the position of that throw stick
Yeah.
is not outside of the actual word that we should pronounce. So we saying to make, but that throw stick in that word should represent the You know that when you put aamu, the throw stick is also just an from the it grows with aamu. And so really the only thing that's in the true determinative position in that final word that we were analyzing at the bottom is that the mountains. Which
The region.
and then also the person, right? These the final two. So it's
But
talking
that's-
about a region and then people of that region.
But does the throw stick also represent like a barbaric nature of the person?
I wouldn't be able to say it represents a barbaric ancient person. Ancient Egyptians used throw sticks all the time. It represents an enemy because you're probably gonna throw it at them. You know what I'm saying? Or they gonna throw it at you. But it don't necessarily. I couldn't put the barbaric thing on it.
But I just asked the question because I heard a Sam Clark say that. He said he called it a barbarian throw stick.
Oh,
But maybe he meant enemy.
I did that.
No. Sam Clark said that. He said barbarian throw stick. That's
Oh,
what
he just was.
You didn't say that.
Yeah.
But he didn't say it on the platform. He was doing a presentation on Sunday and he said that.
Well, that was probably just the way he was referencing.
I don't know if you mean enemy.
So let's go in on this. Now, first I should start by going to Dynasty 0. because where she left off, she was talking about inscriptions and things found in the area of Tashma'u or Upper Egypt, closer to Lower Nubia, where we find the symbols of kingship far before we find them, far before we find the Egypt set up, right? And so what we start to learn is that our circle, our small bubble on the map of where we think these quote unquote dynastic things occurred needs to be scooted down closer, more into the heart. Further down the Nile. You see what I'm saying? Like, even when we say the battle between the South and the North, we be thinking the battle between the Delta and Lower. No, it was more like the battle between people in the areas of Tashma'u, North and South, right?
Mm.
And so when we're going to look at this, what we're going to find is they have found these kings. They know these kings. They can read the insignia, but it hasn't been offered into Egyptology, so to speak. And the work has been done by scholars like Francisco Raphael, who detail this stuff with impeccable accuracy, right? And so what we're about to look at is what he's calling Dynasty Zero, or families of rule that ruled before the first dynasty of Egypt. If anybody want to get a word in, go ahead, then we can continue.
Yeah, I'm just listening, but
So Dynasty Zero is basically like
well, Dynasty Zero is like before Narmer, like Scorpion.
Before all them, family. Now we're going to go in because remember, dynasty is a family.
Yeah.
So there's overlap here. So we're going to start identifying some of these people and how some of these places even came into existence. And ultimately, let me show y'all something. If we could go back to here. What we're going to show is an Egyptian, a Nubian, right? If you want to call it that, we're just using the colloquialism, a southern polity left out here called Kaka'u. And they got the Mer. I don't think I'm going to say the Mer. I'm just calling it Kaka'u. If I'm going to call it Aped Mer, maybe, what would you say for the duck head? Aped or, let me look. Peace, James. I'm just saying Kaka'u.
Everybody on the panel.
How you doing?
It's all gravy, family.
Let me see.
But wouldn't cacao refer to skin color?
No,
like dark,
not right there. Is referring to a location. Now, I know what you're talking about, but that would be the word used different. Let me see. Kaka'u as in darkness. Let me see.
So it's not the same.
No, this ain't the same word.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find that for iPad. How do you say, there we go. Y'all see that? That duck head?
I can't see it.
So I don't think we say iPad here, but you do see the duck head though, right?
Yeah.
And so let me go back to the text we was talking about in this word, Kaka'u. I know it ain't Kaka'u, Aped Mer. How I know that? I just think it's Kaka'u, and then it got something to do with water and ducks, right? And then it's a foreign land. That's just me thinking that. People could say something else. But when we come to that, we'll remember that because these are some people that Winnes went and got to help him fight for the Pharaoh. And again, if we look it up, you want to know, it's Aped. But again, when we look it up, you're going to find, but Petty was a good answer, who wrote that in the chat. That was a good answer. It just ain't a lion's head, it's a duck head. A lion head would be Petty or something like that. But when we go to look at this, what we're going to find is, well, the question is, how could these people have been so established, and what was Winnie's reference point to know that he could go south and get people that would fight with him against what they called in the text the Asiatic sand dweller.
Okay.
Right. And so we're going to, how were they so established at these points that they could be helping Egypt in the 6th dynasty? And so when we come to this first dynasty kings, dynasty 0 kings, we can see what he's addressing here. And some of the royal names in Nakata 3, right? Where they tell us that it's after the Nakata age is when the kingship got set up. But when we look at some of this stuff, what we're going to find is they are saying they are already kings because they're wearing crowns that eventually became the insignia of kingship for Egypt. And so I just want to visit, and I encourage anybody to read this work. I'm not about to do readership. I'm going to take us to his graph where he's showing us some stuff.
So smash. Okay, so we're at Dynasty 0, right? Okay. So at this, smash. Correct me if I'm wrong. So at this point, do we have the 3 confederacies already established? So the Confederacy of Thinis, the Confederacy of Nup, and the Confederacy of Niken.
Well, they
So
are trying to say. The only one I know them calling the Confederacy is the Thinnest Confederacy. What they're trying to say, if we look here, that was established at these time periods, and these are some of the fights that we are talking about. Now, they say before continuing to ascend to the Abidan line of Dynasty 0, we must consider 2 rulers that have left no traces of themselves at Abydos. Scorpion 2 and Horus Crocodile.
Yeah.
We should go ahead.
So that's the Thinnest Confederacy. So that's Thinnest, Abydos, and then the other.
Well, this
ain't
necessarily Thinnest. This is just Abydos, which Thinnest is supposedly in the area of. But they about to talk about that too right here. And it says, but in respect, the position of Scorpion 2 at Heracleopolis is harder to explain, and Dreyer thinks this was a Thinite king too. So Gunther Dreyer thinks that Scorpion was a Thinite king. Now, it's funny that we get introduced to these people through Hollywood and jokes like the Scorpion King, the Lion King, and all these other things. But in actuality, so let's just slow it down. He don't got one insignia of the ancient Egyptian king right now. He has 3, right? He has the white crown of Upper Egypt, which is later going on to say, it's the Hajat, and is later going on to say that you are the ruler of Upper Egypt. Now, why isn't it not saying it in this photo? Feel me? So he was the ruler of Upper Egypt too, and you see that scorpion in front of his face and the rosette above that. They're taking the scorpion as his name. Now, we all know the tool that he's holding in his hand, an ancient Egyptian agricultural tool called the marho, which also can be found in front of every Egyptian king and his beloved dated up into the Ptolemies, right? So you place this marho in front of you or your beloved. And it could be used as an MR in a word for things that you love.
So when we're looking at this, that marho represents him being beloved?
It represents him being like the king. Well, I can say it represents him. He's holding a symbol for kingship even in time periods before the language was fully formed. Right? You see what I'm saying? And so I can't.
Is that the bull's tail right there behind him? My trick.
You're not tripping.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Word. So they already fully established, basically.
He already has the bull tail that the ancient Egyptian king will wear throughout their whole existence to show that they were the bull of bulls. So now that rosette up here this takes lower rank later, meaning the king don't necessarily have a rosette in later period of times, and we can even find a time when a underling on the Norman palette, I think, has a rosette. But this is just one of them. We about to look at so much of this. Now this
So
is.
wait, so Smash, I'll go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, so that's the normal palette that is, but that he's doing the Sedge Festival, right? Is that his Sedge? Sedge?
That's not the Norman palette there. This is a mace head called, I think it's called the Scorpion Mace Head. And notice this is Scorpion 2, because we have another Scorpion King. And I just want to note what this says: King Scorpion 2 and Horus Crocodile. Now, why is that significant? Is because at a later time, see, in the 5th dynasty, in a place that they call Hoot Hori Ib, people know it as Athribis. Right? We can find Horus associated with a crocodile, and we don't necessarily got no indications of what is this coming from. Like who? Go ahead.
So let's talk about it, because when we talk about the confederacies of Nekin and Thinis and Nup, those consist of the 22 nomes. So those nomes, Thinis, Abydos, those nomes up there, those nomes probably are, one of them might be a crocodile nome. I do know that the Nup nome is the double falcon gnome, right? And that is the gnome who ended up, when we see Narmer coming from the Pata, that ends up unifying all of the gnomes, correct? That double falcon gnome.
Can you rephrase it a little bit?
Rephrase it
a little, if you can.
So it's a confederacy of the three, the Thinis, Nup, Nekin confederacy. Out of all those, out of that confederacy is the Napata, so I want to draw the emphasis on the actual gnome. So that's why I'm saying the double falcon gnome. That's the gnome that actually was the one who conquered. Conquered all the other ones.
What gnome is the double falcon gnome?
Nope. Nope.
Nope is a gnome? What you mean? You trying to say Tom Ombo?
Nakata.
Nakata be, oh, okay, I feel you. I feel what you're saying. You're saying that, wait a minute. Whose gnome is you saying Nakata is? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to follow it.
Is Nakata Narmer?
So apparently they try to say Narmer was down with the Thinite Kings. So Nakata about to be about the 5th gnome, right? The Thinis is going to possibly be about the 8th gnome, where they got Abydos. So I'm trying to follow your line of what you're saying.
Yeah, see, I got them spread out. I got Thinis, Abydos, kind of like, for in the and then I got Nup in the middle. Then I got Nekin and Heracropolis down. Nubia.
Okay, but what are we getting to? I'm trying to get you to rephrase the question so I can answer it.
Well, so basically, I'm just identifying the actual gnome who conquered all of the other gnomes.
Okay, well, we believe that it was whichever one that Narmer came from, right?
And I was saying that was probably that double falcon.
Nah, they say it was possibly about Abydos the 8th. He was possibly from the 8th, about the 8th dynasty. The 8th gnome, the 8th gnome.
Yeah, I would have said the 8th dynasty. Yo, that was crazy. Okay, word.
I would have figured that that middle that middle confederacy, that new confederacy, would have went down to Heraclius, conquered them, and then shot back up, conquered Thinis, and then shot back up and conquered the Delta. They went south first to Heraclius, to Nechin, Nakan, then they would have shot up to Abydos, and then they would have shot to the Delta. And that's the unification of all of them. But that's just, you know what I'm saying? That's one particular family group that's doing that. You know what I'm saying? That's one particular that Nakata, that family.
Hey, can you
group.
erase that off the screen if you don't mind?
Who's showing something? Me?
I don't know. Joey just put some graffiti on the screen.
Yeah, he took it off.
Thank you.
It was some okay, Smash. So what I want to ask was the chronology of this. So what date is Dynasty 0? Like is it 3400 BC?
Well, nah, it had to. It's possibly was fighting with our. Again, dynasties don't necessarily push us back further in time. And
Okay.
so it possibly was that they was possibly living around. No, they say one of the Scorpions possibly lived around Norma. But if he was in succession of the other Scorpion, that will push it back in time. See what I mean? Like there was a Scorpion 1 and a Scorpion 2. If one of them was his father, that will, and the duration of their life will push the dynasty back in time. But it don't necessarily mean that Dynasty 0 or 00 takes us farther back, but it will, but they will. Why? Because there are long lines of kingship. But that's not mandated by that. A dynasty could be a short line of kingship. See what I mean? A dynasty
right.
could have had only
30 years.
Yeah, exactly. And so you can't think that they go hand in hand. But they are to be considered, yeah, if one dynasty could have been 100 years before because they had 4 grandfathers, maybe.
But check this out. He's already now, if he's before Narmer, he's already got the white crown. So unless they're saying they ruled in different regions, that they're going to put them in as contemporaries, unless they're going to put them as contemporaries, what are they saying? They
So they say again, exactly
they ruled in 2 different areas.
What you're noticing, that Narmer might have had to beat him or got down with him. You see what I'm saying? And so when we go look through all the other stuff, there's a guy on the Narmer palette that they say might be Scorpion. And since he got this rosette, it is argued that is he really the king? Because this rosette sometimes is used. Now we got Brother Reggie who could clear things up. We got this rosette sometimes used for underlings. So notice we're not just going to stop at him. And we also got to remember that they're talking about a person called Horus Crocodile. Peace, right. Reggie. Reggie's coming in. He ain't in here.
Man, hold on, man. But he an underling with the crown on his head.
Well,
I'm just looking at this crown.
There's
like
things to ask about.
I can't negate that.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That.
There's things that we will ask about that when we go look at the Narmer palette. So we're gonna see the person behind Narmer actually has that same rosette, I think. And he is definitely not the boss of bosses. So is that a part of a name then and not a title? But now look.
Yeah, I know about the confusion. I mean, I feel you on the confusion. But that guy on the Norman's palette, do he got a crown on his head too?
On the Norman's palette, no.
Mm-hmm.
So can we clear it up? So also, so the crown, so to my understanding, the blue crown, which is mostly we associate for war, it will be actually the true crown, because that's the only crown they have actually ever. I mean, is
yo, I'm on mute over here laughing. This is crazy.
No, don't laugh. Just listen. I mean, it's a question.
I wouldn't say that's the only true crown. You know, I don't know how I would define a true crown, but the war crown should not even be looked at as the only true crown, because peace is what it's all about. You know what I'm saying?
Right, that's true.
Well,
But what I
smash.
was just understanding because is it not a hairstyle? That's the point I'm getting at.
It could be
Was
a
the crown
hairstyle. I don't know about them finding the blue crown.
Yeah,
okay?
smash.
That's what I'm
Peace,
asking.
peace, Reggie. What's up? With I don't know about. If you know that they found the blue crown, pull up that source. What's up with Reggie?
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Oh,
Peace to you all, and definitely peace to Smash Rockwell. All right, so earlier you spent Egyptologists talking about the formation of Egypt, and she said she looked at the incense burner, right? And she was talking about kingship. Now, if you pull up the Nermer palette, I mean, if you pull that up, right? I think the Nermer palette fixes everything, okay? Because I think the Nermer palette, if we look at it correctly, um, yeah, if you pull it up, the two sides of it, I can share my screen, but if
I
you,
got it. It's
yeah,
right here.
okay. So there's two sides. So this Nermer palette is talking about the unification. So the unification starts with the hedge crown. We tried to say that it's the white crown, but we know that we're really wrong. It doesn't really necessarily mean white. It means maybe bright or something like that. But that's where the story begins, right here, right at this particular point. And then the back of it, right, is where the story continues. So go to the back of it. So the iconography of this particular crown is in the south. So there's no
No,
the
no.
and then here they're talking about, if you know where the red crown is, the red crown is above Abydos, if you see exactly where the red crown was found. So there's two sagas. It's talking about conquering the south, right? Or unifying the south first, right? And then unifying where the red is. And so so we have the Nerma crown, the Nerma palette, giving us a big idea, because you can go to the other side again and look at the figures, right? So it didn't
I think
seem.
you might have misspoke, brother. Right? Go back to the other side of the palette, please.
No, I didn't misspeak. You want me to misspeak. So
No, no.
with the first with the first crown, this is the biggest part of the palette. So you have this king in the south, and he is it seems like this is where he's unifying the south. And it didn't seem like he had too much trouble with the south. From because you can look at it, he doesn't have go down. He doesn't have too many enemies, as to if you go to the other side where it's unifying the places where you would probably think would be Egypt. So how many enemies does he have here? Right? You really have Horus pulling the nose of one particular individual, and then you have the king smiting one individual, right? And then
So, 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 brother Reggie, can I?
on the bottom, go to the bottom, go to the go to the bottom smash, right? And so you have to also have to understand the iconography of when they make it's a hierarchy that they make within this art. And so on the bottom you have two individuals, and up on top you have two individuals. So it seemed that the king basically in this campaign had to had to put in check two major enemies, right? And then next to the fallen people on the bottom, you see you see areas in which they are. So go all the way back to the bottom. So there's this gate, right? And then over here, there's this symbol right here. And of course, I could be incorrect about that, but when you go to the next side, you see the next flurry is where he has to pacify a whole lot of people, right? And this side, he has to pacify, right, a whole lot of people in this particular. So if you want to say that this is the first side, I think that you would be wrong because of the king on the other side is much larger, right? I think there is this big procession of victory when now they were able to to pacify all these other groups of people in this particular region. And I'll stop. But all this back and forth coming from this place and this pew pew pew, I think the iconography right here is just pretty clear. It just pretty much tells where he started and where finally at this particular point he was victorious.
But that's why, Brother Reggie, that's why I say, can I ask you a question based upon what you just showed in regards to iconography? Was it not, in fact, the Delta area? You said the South, but did you really mean the North? Because we're seeing the Falcon, and that's the so Narmer conquered the mighty Butu culture in the now Delta.
Correct, and
That's,
that's later. That's the second. That's the second part of it.
but you
That
said South.
the South
So
is the South is where the region where it began. He had to pacify and unify areas of the South first, and then from that, then he moved on to the other areas, which was going ultimately up to the Delta. So this, when you go to, I think the key would be if you go back to that the Norma palette. You go back to the Norma palette, and you go to the second. Let me see the. Well, let's go to the.
And see, that's everything. That's. I'm in agreement with you. This is exactly showing what I said. I was talking about the double falcon gnome earlier, and that being the gnome that conquered. You know, but when you
No,
showed
this
the
didn't say
palette,
nothing about that being the gnome that conquered.
Yeah. So go back over here. So
well, Narmer comes from what gnome, Reggie?
Not that, but come on, let's let Reggie speak, bro.
Okay.
You keep
Go ahead,
holding
go
us
ahead.
up.
go to the second go to the second side.
So right here, Reggie.
No, go to that's the
So,
first side. Go to the second side. Go to the second side. Okay.
I'm on the second side. Are you watching
Right, go to the
on
left.
okay. Go to
To
the
the
left.
if you go to the right there, and then this symbol right here, this symbol all the way there to the left in the box, right? That
that's his priest.
huh? What?
Okay.
That's
I said
interesting.
that's not his priest
That's
behind him.
the location, and I thought that location was in the north. I thought that
No.
location was in the north. So I
See
don't.
this see this more coincides with the Custau area, because we see that boat right there, and we see you see the boat, and you
Man,
see
what are you
the
talking about? What the
Yeah,
boat
I
got to
don't.
do with the Custau area?
because the Custau incense burner has that boat with the iconography of the pharaoh riding
That
that boat.
don't mean nothing, bro. You can
But,
find heck of
but
Man,
boats.
this is out of
Yeah, you
control
can
over
find
here.
boats all over
also
the place.
Man, you is out of
also
control, King J.
no,
I'm telling you,
no,
family.
no,
You really
we don't
is
need to. We
tripping.
don't need to. So also, we see in front of the gnome, we see the actual gnomes. They're holding the gnome, the standards in front of them, so we can identify exactly which gnomes they're from. So that's not a problem.
With what the standards?
Yeah,
Yeah, in front of
he
them.
just he's just doing a lot.
No,
Yeah. So
I'm just saying we can identify where they're from. They're from the south. They're not from the north. Those gnome standards that we see walking in front of Norma right there are southern standards. They're not from the north.
okay. Well,
Oh.
I mean, well, actually, to me, when I looked at it, there is a larger Horus and a Horus, and then there's a small Horus. on that, right? And then
Mhm.
there is the
The SETI animal, the SET animal.
with the in his sep in his burrow, and then the last one is like the holy placenta.
Mhm.
So I don't think that these deal with necessarily places. I
Southern
think
gnome, those are all southern gnome standards for southern gnomes. If we go through all the southern gnomes, those will be the standards.
what
They're
okay,
not really, but
yeah,
you know,
The
think that,
cult objects.
yeah, obviously they're called objects, but these are what I see it is as kind of netter standards having nothing to do
yeah,
with
you're right, Reggie, because he's that's anachronistic. This is supposed to be the establishment of Egypt, right? At the unification. So you saying those was all gnomes? We look at those like at that time period, this was their veneration standard, and these were they didn't necessarily have to live in the places where those gnomes eventually represent, but you know, you did point out that they were eventually used as standards. Well, which gnome used the placenta as a standard then?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
Don't know
doesn't
gnome use
doesn't
that.
exist at this
Yeah.
time because this is early writing. So you understand this is early iconographic writing. And so the gnomes themselves weren't necessarily named. They will be named later, right? We don't know. These are concepts that they will apply later. For right now, these are maybe words, right? But these are not established gnomes. The only possibly gnome that we could look at during this is Tasseti from the I think the Ciali stela, the Ciali
Right here. Right
right.
here. Look. So it actually say Tassetti on here.
Right. Right. And so it seems more that the actual writing, right? Think about all the iconography that you need is on this. You have if you go back to it, you obviously have um, a man. Okay, so you have a chief, right? You have this chief, and he's on top of his a horse erect. I think that's pretty clear. Then he seems to have 3 legs, right? And you know what I mean by 3 legs, and he's probably a men type character, right? He's more like a men type character, and then you have clearly right Ta Set. So that is probably one of the first places that was actually named in writing. And then you have offerings. So you see the jugs of water, they seem to be offerings, right? Offerings, and then you have interesting, you have a whore, but then you have this feminine T, right? So I know that this half loaf occurs in this time period where they're getting together, they're writing. So it looks like it's Horet, right, on top of the Sarek. So it looks like
Falcon.
right, the falcon with the feminine T. It looks like it's Horet, right? And so maybe that will ultimately be their version of Bot that will be absorbed later. This Horet, and then maybe later it would become Hawat Hor, which this symbol in itself looks like. If we look at it, is not like a Shrek on the bottom, because they were clearly drawn a Shrek. It looks like more like a temple facade. So it's like Hawat Hor, right? Wait, let me see. Yeah, Hawat Horet, right? Hawat Horet. So I'm, all this stuff is actually challenging, but this is in the South. right? So then this is prior or to the Nermer situation. And so that's why Bruce Williams and others looked at, well, the chieftaincy or the kingship, or later would become a prominent chief, which would be a king. That all that stuff is occurring in Dynasty 0, right? Not in Dynasty in Dynasty 1. Dynasty 1, they will begin to absorb, and they would have to absorb for unification purposes, right? And that's why North Such have several names. They have names so for unification purposes, right? Because you have to give attributions to the other areas. And if you read the pyramid text, there's a lot of that later where they have to bring in other known gods for unification purposes. Otherwise, people are not going to unify. They're going to say, no, dude ain't repping us. He ain't respecting us. So, but once he respects us and brings our natures, our principles into this thing, then okay, we cool with that for now. Just don't cross us. And they were successful with that. But what is the problem? What is the big problem with the beginning being the South? What is the fake arguments around that when we have so much iconography that shows that? What is the? I just can't. I know why. But it said everywhere we step, we got to fight for the origins of this unification. At every step, with no real important arguments. None.
Reggie, can I ask you a question? Is the South not also contemporaneous with the North?
Obviously.
That question don't really make. What do you
Right.
mean?
I mean, okay, so when Brother Reggie we just asked that question about the establishing in the South.
Hello?
Well, there's a whole nother people group in the Delta that's contemporaneous at the same time.
But they're not writing. They're not doing anything. And then they will change their burial types. Yes, they've been stratified in the North, but they're not doing nothing. Right? I mean,
hold up. Let me ask King J, because he got a lot of questions.
You can no, but we can answer that with you go read Christiana Chlora, right?
Mhm.
Right, where they show writing began in the South and moved, and they named the North, right? They talked about the stratifications, the early stratifications in the South, right? And then going meeting the middle, and then Middle Egypt, and then going up to the Delta. But the Delta's writing. Then the culture is coming from the South. What the hell are they doing in the North?
Trading, Reggie. They're trading.
Trading, but not writing.
No, that's incorrect. They're not. They ain't trading shit. You don't got trade until you set up the market. Right? There ain't no evidence of no, well, show me your pre-dynastic evidence of this trade. Now you might be able to go say, okay, I'm gonna show you some figurines from Mesopotamia. But the argument that this trading was all set up in the North like it was in the South, I think you putting that on thick.
The best pots were made in the South. In fact, the pots were made so good in the South,
blacktop,
they stopped making them. Not just the color, right? The technology of dipping it into the carbon. That's not important. The importance is the type of pots, the polished pots. They are all in the South. The stuff that's in the North, that's kind of like the the Fugazi, Chinatown.
Mhm.
And that's not disputed.
All right, let me
That,
get,
that yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
I
I'm
want
a
to show something that we was looking at earlier when we was talking about these people group with Winnes and Unis, Winnie Unis, however we want to call them. And I want to thank the people who sent those cash apps. I appreciate y'all. It's y'all support that make the show keep popping. Shout out to the members of the channel too. If you're feeling like becoming a member, go right ahead. So we can look at. Go ahead.
Quick question, Smash. You could put this link to this in the chat so I could get it?
I could put what?
The link to this site in the chat so I
Yes,
could get it.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. The
Thank you
easy
very
way
much.
to get to it is to just Google Dynasty 00. He's one of the main. He gonna
No
pop
problem.
up first, but I will do that. And so before we look at some of this other stuff, I think one palette we could look at is, and we can see that it predates the Norman palette, and a lot of the individuals that we're talking about are right here on the palette. Whoever made the palette. No, unless we think this is successional, whoever made the palette, and what I mean is if we think that this was like, this is the first king, like this is a king's list or something, whoever made this ancient palette knew indeed that you place a merho next to, right, the beloved king, and they placed them on top of these city structures at this time. And we can start to begin to read these city structures. Thank you for sharing that, Pan-African Giants. We can start to begin to read who these people of these city structures were. Now,
I was gonna say it'll be my looking at right off that top. It's like all these places will be in the Delta,
man,
in the north.
Stop interrupting me. That's 100% incorrect.
Okay, we'll see.
Like, what do you mean we'll see? You don't even got no research on this. You can't even
I'm
read
reading
it.
it. I can read it. Why
So,
can't
all
I?
right, so hold on. Read what's telling you that these places is in the Delta.
So I automatically see the myrrh. We see the scorpion.
Well, what's telling you that they in the Delta? That's what I
So the
asked.
myrrh. So
You
that's
just telling me
letting
what glyphs you
You
see.
asked me, can I answer the question?
Answer the question without filibustering, just telling me what glyphs you see. What do you see that indicates that these places are in the Delta?
So we see the myrrh glyph, which hints to agriculture.
Man, you about to get kicked out because you just started with the same bullshit you started with. You gone. Ain't nothing on the goddamn screen that say nothing about no Delta. Stop speaking when you should be learning. Stop trying to teach. If people want to hear you teach, you'd have a channel. Can somebody with some prowess even looking at this show me what on the screen is showing us that this got something to, he said he could show us that all these places is in the Delta. I'm not wasting my time with that. He started out by repeating what I said, that we see that whoever wrote this placed a merho, right, to show that it was the beloved king. That don't got nothing to do with no Delta. They encircled what we could possibly, since the language wasn't even fully set up yet, we possibly can interpret what's inside of these enclosures as the name of the cities. We could possibly interpret that. We can't say anything authoritatively about that. And we can kind of say that since we got other attestations that we can prove that these places got nothing to do with the Delta. Right? And so if you start to look, we do got indications that there may be a Falcon King. Right? There may have been double Falcon, as we see two Falcons over here. We got other indications that there was a Scorpion and also a Lion. We got that. If you learned what parts about this say that they was from the Delta, let us know.
You ready for me? I already told you what it was, brother. So we look at that thing right there. Each one of those things is a town. We can see that there. How many of them? 7.
You about to repeat what I just said?
Brother, I was in the back. How do I know what you said? You had me in the back on mute and hold. I don't know what you said. So what are you talking about? So those are 7 towns, right? Each town. Then we see the mur on top of the wall.
All right. What's up with y'all? Peace, Joey. Joey trying to come back. We're not doing that. Thanks for stopping by, Eddie K.
Yeah, some people just like to sound smart.
Yeah, don't know
And
shit
that,
you
and
talking about.
and you should really just fall back because really he just said what you just said. Really,
He just keep on trying to repeat what I say
the
after
type
I
of,
say it. Didn't say he
type
didn't
of
hear me say
questions
it.
that need to be asked, he's not asking.
And he
If you are
lying,
gonna ask.
man.
And ain't none
He
of the, and
lying.
we don't got no evidence that none of these places is in the Delta. And we can't say conclusively that they not, but we can show you what we know, right? We can show you that we do find all of Scorpion's indications around the areas of Nakata 3, right? Ain't no place close to the Delta. Now we start talking about Double Falcon, we find his rule or they rule stretched all the way from Cousteau to the Levant. We find indications of whoever these people this may represent going all the way from Cousteau to the Levant.
That's deep.
Exactly, that's crazy. This Falcon, whatever that may represent here, we know it was one beloved. We would be hard pressed to say that we can read that. All we got is an M in there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That looked like an owl. You know what I'm saying? It's a bad owl, but it looked like one. You know what I'm saying? Is that what that is? That's
well,
an owl,
one
right?
thing we know that all throughout ancient Egyptian history, one of the only birds that look at you with both eyes, look at you with both eyes is the owl.
Word. Okay, yeah. But yeah, but this is so early.
Somebody might need to mute out or something. Oh, that's G Lacone. Hold on. I got it.
This is so early that they ain't really got it. But would you definitely right? And then by being able to see both eyes, and that looks like an owl. But I just wasn't sure because of the way it's rendered. But yeah, I mean, some of the things that he's doing is just like a waste of time, Smash. So
I'm past that. So what can we infer from just looking at these? Is it a stretch to say that these zoo types represent the rulers of these little townships or whatever you want to call them?
But how will we determine that, Smash? If it's a rule or not? How would we know that?
Based on the mer hole and the image behind it, yeah, that's how I'm associating it, but it's confusion with what's off inside of these things. Like, what is that when the bottom left? That's some type of plant?
Well, just to answer his question, it is because they are all holding what eventually became a symbol for kingship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I'm learning a lot today because I didn't know the Merhole was a symbol of kingship. So I learned something new.
Yeah, I like that.
You read all them matter books and you didn't learn that?
Well, the symbols that I see them holding, I never noticed the Merhole. I noticed the what they call a watch scepter. I noticed the Heka. Those are things that you would see them holding. The flare, those are things that you would see them holding. I never noticed the Merhole.
He didn't go back far enough.
Maybe I need to read.
Must have been in Greek and Roman times.
No. I read Ankh Mira and I read Muata Ashby, but I don't remember them seeing those particular symbols. Because you look on the
stela, it shows us a lot because I'm talking about when we look at the icon, we start to learn that being a king also is associated with agriculture, right? And so we start to ask ourselves, why would they use an agricultural tool as a symbol for kingship? And now, and so, I mean, that's a question for us all to ask. They say that Asar So look at this. You'll notice inside and outside, this person's name is Mer. What do you call that? A hedge? What do y'all think that is under that Mer? Marnu? I don't think that's Marnu. And then with a P. Right? But we see the Mer inside. I'm just wondering, was this a hedge bowl or what? A hymn? Marhim, whatever. But we see the Mer inside of the name. But you also see the Mer outside of a lot of these things, calling the king the beloved at a lot of times. So let's see if we can, well, they're just saying it down here, right? But
Well, if you explain it, now that you explain it that way, then I would say yes, I've seen it that way. Now that you explain it differently.
I'm probably sure you've come across it because you've been studying.
I have. But now that you explain it that way, now I understand what you're saying.
So if we think about a tutelary, and they always say the king is the beloved, right? And
yes.
So like in a statement like this.
I've seen it before, so yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
I thought you meant in terms of like holding the whole.
Oh no, they got that too. No, I'm about to show you. They got that's also.
Yeah, he's talking about associated with him holding it. So yeah, he's talking about he's seen it in text, but he hadn't seen it.
Yeah, all of them have the name. Yeah, all of them are known as beloved.
Okay, well, we just got through looking at
So I know that one.
Let me show you. Let me show you. I thought right here. So unless we think this is him saying he's about to till the ground, right? He is holding it, and he is got on the symbol. He is wearing it, the crown for kingship.
But that would have been, but that would have been more in the earlier times, in the later times.
Yeah, and so exactly. And so you do see it. So you will see a Marho. Like, let's just look at Ramses and just see how many Marhos we see when they call him the beloved. So almost if you look at the term beloved, it's almost most used for the king. Where's Reggie at? Can you explain this so it won't seem like everybody know that the king is the most beloved?
I agree with you, but I'm thinking it in the terms of him holding it as a symbol of power. I've never seen that, but you see the name in all of them. You will see beloved for the king as well as the queen.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to be holding it, but it does become well, you know.
But that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking in my head. So just a little bit
so these images are holding it, and Scorpion was holding it, but a lot of the time you just find it beside the king. You know what I'm saying? They don't necessarily got to be holding it for them to be calling him the beloved king.
You have to give the people time to.
But then I could concur with that. Then that makes sense to me. I feel on that one.
You're gonna have to give the time for the people to consolidate. They're beginning to get their systems together, right? So a lot of the most of the meta-nature comes from things that they see every day, that they're familiar with, right? And so with the king holding a big Mer symbol and not doing anything with it, it's pretty much combining that king with that particular object, right? So it's showing that the king is beloved. So, but these are the early stages of writing. They're not really writing full sentences until later. Right now, they're just playing around with recognizable concepts. So I wouldn't make so much of a big search. The other symbol that I thought was a hymn symbol that I like Hemet, but I wasn't 100% sure. But they're basically moving from logos and icons and objects to actual words, where you're going to get in these periods that Smash is showing right now. And this is a description of when is, so this is really late from the time period that we're starting from. This is really this is after George, right? Jen. Jen, right? Certainly way after the Abydos labels. So I think, look, Smash is giving you some great resources that I think that everybody almost agrees with on these early periods, right? From Nakata 3, 2, 1 to Dynasty 0, I think that these are all great fundamental readings that you should, as Smash goes through it and be familiar with it, so should you be able to do with it. So you just don't be asking all of these like questions out of the blue when you haven't studied the the mini palettes, the bull palette, the even the Libyan palette, right? And so the Libyan palette is interesting, I think, because the Libyan palette says this is in the early period and shows that there's writing possibly in the Western Desert, and so there's this possible connection between the Western Desert and the early areas of Nubia. I'll stop. But if you haven't looked through Francesco's work, right? Please don't guess. Just open it up and go through it. I think that will help a lot. I'm gonna mute my mic. Man, it take a lot to be like Smash Rockwell. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm pretty good, right? But I'm gonna tell you, it takes a lot to be like Smash Rockwell to be able to have this. He don't fail you. Like, you know how when Snoop says he don't miss, Smash don't miss, right? He ain't missing, right?
All right, so I'm about to give him a source on that. Thank you, Reggie. I appreciate you saying that. Let me make sure I'm not muted on YouTube. All right, so here we go. So just so you can see what I'm saying. The Tenahu Palace or Town Palace in Cairo is named after the signs on this verso. This shows 3 registers of domestic animal fowls and the 4th lower one with plants and trees and the hieroglyphs of a throwing stick on an oval, which means the reason and place of the land. Thus, this toponym of Libya or the Western Desert. See, they already conjectured that since they found the throw stick, that it mean the toponym, the Western Desert. But let's keep going. The recto of it says the recto of the palette is of great importance, showing the feet of some persons. It says below is the register line, 2 rows or 4 3 groups respectively. Each group is constituted by an animal grabbing the merhole on the, what is that?
Crenellated.
Crenellated. What does crenellated mean? On the crenellated wall of the town. Okay, I get it. The name of each town is written within the wall, so I'm not making that up. Now let's keep on going to see what they say about the merhole, right? It says, since the publication of the palette improved, it said, the action of the animals interpreted as numerous aspects of the kingship. Again, the action of the animals interpreted as numerous aspects of the kingship or as true kings was said to be a destructive one, but comparing the use of the whole by King Scorpion II on the Mace Head, Nibby 1997 and Wild Ung 1992 moved the first criticism to the general followed interpretation, proposing that the constructive action was implied, namely the foundation of the named towns. Indeed, the name interpretation on Scorpion Mace Head. So it's saying that it's saying that this Marho mean that this person is the founder of the town, and maybe that gives us an indication of how that became the ruler or the leader, because he was the founder, right? Indeed, the same interpretation of Scorpion's Mace Head ritual on the foundation of the temple of the inaugural of the channels. So they saying it mean you the founder, and I guess that's how it got associated with kingship. But is that acceptable as a source on that?
It looks acceptable, so I'm gonna go with that.
So let's say that then when they put the merho, at least it initially started that way, but later we know that all those people wasn't the founders of the place where they got Merhos next to them. You see,
But I also noticed something when you look at the kingship, like it was intentionally made for the king to interpret and play out the mythos of the Netherlands. If you ever noticed that, because like he dresses the same way and he carries around the same standards and symbols of the Netherlands. Would that be a fair assessment?
I don't know. Somebody want to answer that? I probably could do better than me.
Not sure, but this site has been up for what, about 15 years,
Yeah.
man?
Oh, this side is off the hook, bro. And
Man, I started reading this, and I don't know how much of this I read back in the day, but this is extensive. You got to really be up to snuff to read all of what he's done. But what when I first ran across it, I was tripping because they started calling the Nubians before even the kingship of Egypt. Well, who is it? Gunther Dry or whoever named the Nubia group Nubia?
exactly.
So now I'm trying to figure out, how does this start out being Nubian group A and B and all of this? Then they just disappear.
Well, they just
and then they come back
take
later
over.
on.
I mean, they be the ones who went up and conquered the north. But if you look at this, and this is more towards the palette we was looking at. They're talking directly about it. Barter and more recently Dreyer have rejected this view. Now listen, Dreyer's interprets the names over the walled town as Dynasty 00 and 0 king names. Lion, Scorpion 2, Double Falcon, Falcon, Falcon. And if we go back and look at the palette, these are exactly the people that I was showing you had the Merhos next to them. Mm-hmm. And so we know that they are interpreted as kings of these towns.
So wait a minute. So is the conjunction here, one of them saying that one of them's a founder and one of them saying, and Gunther Dreyer saying
Dreyer saying that it means
he's saying they're
kings, exactly.
And somebody else is saying that Merho just
so
Nibby
and Wildlung moved the criticism to this generalization following the interpretation, proposing that a constructive action was implied, namely the foundation of the named town. So they saying when you see the Merho, it represents a constructive action, and that represents that he was the founder of those towns, right? Mm-hmm. And so now we got another interpretation of the names over the walled towns. The German archaeologists correctly emphasized that the palette, very similar in character, relief style, and lines of the hieroglyphs to the Narmer palette, was possibly from the rank of King Scorpion II and near predecessors of Narmer, whose name, in fact, notice that it was somebody in here trying to tell us that this palette got something to do with the Delta. I'm sorry, you be needing to get kicked out at certain points. The Scorpion King appears in prominent position at the center of the lower row, and other rulers were ancient predecessors to Scorpion II in the dynasty of Abydos. See? Nothing to do with the north. Now look, Falcon. Go ahead.
So when they're talking about these individuals who are the predecessors, they're not necessarily his family members in terms of blood relation, like father or something like that, right?
Scorpion and Scorpion 2 maybe, but I don't know of them talking about others in six. That's a good question you're asking, because the word dynasty implies that they were all related, but I don't know if he actually sticking to that like that.
You see, I was listening to you. That's why I asked the question, because I was listening to what you said initially. That dynasty is a word that's not necessarily. But basically, saying dynasty would be an anachronistic word for us to understand it, as opposed to a word that they would have used in measurement.
Well, Egyptologists apply that terms in two ways, and so I hope he's saying that they are all related. That would be cool too, and that these would be some of the predecessors to Scorpion. Now, let's see what he's saying right here. Look, Freeze the Falcon on Scorpion was perhaps a tribute of King Falcon to his own father, Scorpion 1. So he is saying they are related. Okay. See, I mean, he's speculating that. The relief on the alabaster vessel from Hieronymus shows a frieze. What is that? A frieze of falcons and scorpions was perhaps a tribute of King Falcon to his own father, Scorpion One, perhaps.
So that's up under Abydos, right? Herolopolis, how do you pronounce that? That's right up under.
Yeah, that is about
Abydos, right? That's south of Abydos.
Nican,
South of Thebes.
Abydos, yeah.
Okay, word. See, man. So what is this right here? Is that an elephant on some type of tablet?
Let's read this because people won't even think this is scholarship. So I have to read the sources. Remember when we talk about the Lion King, they thought I was saying some boo-boo stuff. Now let's read this. King Lion is, in Dreyer's opinion, named on the seal impressions from Mahasna. It says Dreyer thinks that many of the royal names of this period since King Elephant. Now, I'm slowing this down because they never allowed us to think of this southern contingency that existed way before the foundation of Egypt as being something that was. You know what I'm saying? They want you to think it was hunter-gatherer, but they was using the same symbols for kingship that we look at now to know that the Egyptians was kings. And so, but we over here with King Elephant. So we probably call him Abu, right? It says, do appear in the names of the royal property domains. Thus, the tree besides the lion would be King Lion's plantation or property. In the dynastic period, there are plenty of examples of palaces named after king names and after royal domain names. It says the same author advances that the lion on the battlefield or vulture's paddle was just King Lion. So now when I go back and be showing that, cats be thinking I didn't read this, but I didn't make up the knowledge or the information that I always disseminate. Let me show y'all what I mean. Because when we talked about this hell a long time ago, right? And I was saying, bruh, that is a king right there. And that's King Lion. And I proved it by using Dreyer's work. So when we go right here and come to the palettes, we're going to go to a corpse of the palettes, and you'll start to familiarize yourself with these palettes. You're going to come down here to, first of all, he all over the place, and it's hard to refute him. That King Lion was a beast, or the Lion King. And let me show you how you got to read the glyphs before the glyphs is readable. So we're going to come down to this. They misread this and called this the, they did it correctly if it's called the battlefield palette. See, it's called the hunter's palette, and it's wrong. Let me show you why. They're not hunting. Oh, I messed that up. They're not hunting here. What they doing is killing the king. But if we think they hunting, we got a lot of questions to answer. So these are some Nubians from Tasseti after King Lion. And they about to put Annie with his son. So look at this. First of all, they're telling us he's the bull of bulls, right? We got two bulls at the top next to an old school type of a palace facade, right? We see what it looks like a king. Well, I don't want to say a king. Let me be clear. He looks like a lion with some arrows in his head, and then he with his son, right? Now, the only insignia this is King Ru. I'll introduce you unless you want to come up with Ru is normally a recumbent lion, not on the attack. But unless you want to come up with the other name for a lion when pouncing or something, we could just call him Ru, right? Because that's the name for a lion. These two bulls ain't active in the scene. They are next to this palace, showing us that he is like a king, I believe. Now, we could clearly see that the archers, but this first archer is probably the one who fired them arrows. He's dressed and he has the feather from his head. So you clearly know he's just like one of the Nahess that we seen when we was looking at this. They got the feathers on their head. You see what I'm saying? And there's only one particular foreign group, two of them that they indicate with the feathers on the head. You're either going to be Nahess or Timahu. And so
what's that right there, bro? Yeah, I was just gonna get right there. What is that?
What?
behind him?
Well,
Right there where your arrow
that's probably
is.
something
Was
different
that
than
a
the bull
bull's
tail.
tail or
No,
something? Oh,
it would
okay,
be a
yeah, go ahead.
sash. I
Yeah,
wouldn't say
why?
it's a bull's tail because they all have
They
them.
all got them.
So maybe just a rear sash that they rock that helped them tie their loin, their whatever, the cloth. But one thing we'll notice is the standard bearer, right, is the second position, and he clearly letting us know that they got something to do with the falcon, right? So we can figure all this out later, but it's another one to the right that some people miss that also is another falcon. So what that tell us, what could we get from this? Now
Like
let me show you
the
something.
tribe of Heru coming through or something. The tribe of Heru is coming. I don't know what's going. I mean,
It could be the tribe of Heru. Now they could be the tribe of Heru hunting, but they're not using traditional hunting weapons. We see archery they use, but they don't got. You see what, one throw stick? Normally, like, well, let's take that back. They hunting a lion, they damn near ain't gonna use no throw sticks. You see what I'm saying? But they're gonna throw stick. I'm just trying to find what they got. Now, if we see the bottom of the palette, it appears that they didn't even kill him. I might be just making all this up. You can say, no, that's another totally different lion or whatever. However it is interpreted, all I want to focus on is that this is not who hunts lions when they want some food?
That's a good question.
It's a battle.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like they interpreted like a hunter's thing. And so what we're going to do is look at other things that where we're going to see this lion in prominence that let us know how they came to them conclusions that we was just reading, that no, this is the Lion King, and that's probably his son, right?
Yeah.
But
So they're saying this might be King Falcon fighting King Lion for control.
well, this might be, I would say it might be tribes of, there's a possibility that these are tribes of double falcon, because you see the higher they're indicating double falcon to us, we do see one standard to the right with a falcon. It's normally not two standard bearers. If you're from the same tribe, you're just walking behind one standard bearer. So since it's two standard bearers and they both appear to have falcons on their standard, and we got a city with two falcons when we go to the other palette. Now watch how the majority of these, not the majority of the characters, but if we go back and look at the first palette we scrutinizing, we will say, okay, I see what you're saying, because them characters are all different rulers. However you divide it. Now here's another palette I didn't even want to show yet, and this one made me call him Runu. And notice here, he's inside the city walls, right? So then let's see what's on top of it. Insignia just of some bull, which is the king, again, conquering some people, right? And again, why we got this lion inside of these city walls right here? This isn't a captured lion in a cage. This is like, you want to say the people, cool, but let's go back, because we'll find him in so many instances that we're going to have to say, okay, there is more than just speculation behind this. So when we come to this one that I didn't show yet, right? Look at this. Now, what's going on here? This is a whole nother palette. Now, is they just getting mauled on by some wild lion? Or is this representative of another version when the lion was smashing on them? And then here go the same, they go Stork. They got somebody captive, that's standard. And the falcon got this one captive. That represents people groups who venerated those people. So I just want us to say, somebody say, no, that's just a wild lion. Well, the one that we started with, that Eddie was talking about, the Delta, now we see it clear that he's just like any of these other people. Now look, two standards, right? Don't you got two standards with falcons on the top next to merholes? So maybe it was the people who lived inside of this group, however you read that, fighting against the ruler and his people from this group. Now let's have some fun. Because if you want to attempt to read any of them names of them cities or whatever, you're going to really come up with something.
You dropped out, Smash. If you
No, I
see
didn't
it.
drop out. I just was quiet.
Oh,
Is
okay.
that not underline? Is that a class symbol, or am I seeing that wrong?
You're seeing that 100% correctly. It's just a different Ka symbol with a line in it. So you already got Ka out of that. Now let me ask you a question. Later on in Egyptology, what did three strokes, what sound did three strokes become to represent?
Plural.
And what's the
Like a
sound?
oo?
So
Like a oo?
pronounce what it said.
Kau.
Thank you. Now let's
Kau.
go back to 5 hours ago when I was trying to show us this.
Yo.
Nah, you serious? That
Yo,
make real
go
sense,
back,
you know?
Smash. Go back one more time. Go back one more time.
Boy, they really say Smash does do magic Madunete, you know? They really say that, you know? It's like magic when you do Madunete with Smash Rockwell, you know?
He
Because
just
I
put
would have
it
never.
in your, is that what I'm saying? He
When
just
I
put it
made
in your
up that
face.
term, when I made up that expression, it was used as a pejorative.
Okay, well, I didn't mean it that way. I heard them say it like that. Sorry. Let me rephrase that. You put together the language expertly. Let me put it that way because I don't want to be insulted.
Well, I'm
I
showing
didn't
you
mean
things
to
that are actually like just different
In your
texts. You know what I'm
face,
saying?
but
Yeah.
you gotta be astute enough to be able to see it because that was
I would
flashback
have
though,
never.
Smash. I
I would
gotta
have
say that
never
again.
guessed that.
That was a hell of a
I would have
smack.
never seen
Yeah,
that.
you brought that all the way back
Well,
around from
here's the
50 minutes
thing.
ago.
Ask
That was
any
wild.
Egyptologist or something, where is this location? Say, where is Kaka'u on here? And they ain't going to be able to identify it. I did a little bit of work for it, and I couldn't find no other Kaka'u but what. Now, that don't, now someone would say, hold on. You stretching it. You do see a Ka, but
Right.
there are 3 dots and other glyphs that you can't say is in the position of plurals. But what we got to do is say, okay, this is the language developing, and this is even in a time period. This definitely meant something to people, and they knew what it meant. But was it just symbolism, and am I going a step too far? I know I'm not going a step too far to just say this town was called Ka, because all Egyptologists will agree with that. And now if I'm going too far to say that these 3 dots here eventually turned into the 3 strokes that we know as the 3 strokes of plurality, which would say that we could say Ka'u, right? And
okay, now hold on, man. I got a problem. And this I'm just throwing this in there. Now, we know that the 3 represents plurality, but what about these ones at the top that have more than 3?
That's a good question. It's not a good question. I mean, I'm saying that's a good question. I don't know why that came out.
Yeah. So that's what that's what somebody would throw out.
What I would believe is that these could actually represent the buildings or structures that are within this city or whatever. But the ones that are, you see, is 3 under here. Those could be read differently because they go in succession. But I have no definitive answer on that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's still in the developmental stage.
This is the thing. If they did just simply represent a plurality of building structures, then we possibly at this
say these are bigger cities.
It can still be a ooh. See what I'm saying? But it's just undeveloped. Now that's me going far out trying to understand something that was at a stage that's hard to understand. Let's just take away what I'm saying, right? And say that these ain't the ooh and they're just building structures. Then we still got Ka as a location that now this palette was found in the South, right?
Right.
And so, but I don't want to say that Ka, this location was in the South. And if we're only reading the one thing and leaving everything out, then we'll come back to here and we'll take these away and just say M.
Right.
Now,
So what
I'm
was that
gonna
representing?
I'm not gonna go too far, but we do know we got Mayam in the south, right? And we got Mija. But I'm not saying, because you never see an owl in associating with Mija. I'm not saying that. But I'm just simply saying how would you say a stork in the ancient Egyptian language? Then we just trying to figure out, how do you say two men choking each other? Right? Because that's
Wow.
what we appear to have here. And whatever they were saying to say that orally would indicate these city walls. And then we got Kepler. That's one we do know, the beetle and the R, right?
That's what I was looking like the top, but I couldn't make out if that was what that was at the bottom because it broke off. But yeah, so if that's Kepler, then what I'm looking at these other, because see that one has 4 where Kepler is, right? What I was thinking before you even brought up that could be a possible plurality, I was thinking, well, maybe because some of them have more, that they must have been a bigger city. That's what I was looking at. Like, oh, so why do they have so many? I was saying, well, maybe that's a bigger city than the ones that got
That
the
can
3.
mean that's a good.
That's how
We
I
have
was
to
looking.
probe what it means and anything anybody can help us understand is cool. But what we do know is that eventually putting 3 strokes up under Ka will make it say Ka'u.
Indeed.
You know what I'm saying? And so now notice the bottom 3 towns, maybe if they were smaller towns, going by your theory, they all got 3 dots inside in different positions. So I don't want to go too far on that, and I'll just say that there is something to look at between what we show that Harkuf went to the south, to the same areas, and got people from Mijah, Yam, Wawat, Kaka'u, which is the one place they can't tell us where it's at. But we wasn't trying to focus on that. What we came here was to substantiate that it was these rulers of whatever these places were called. These people have the status of ruler. I hope we agree, or at least chief of that town, or the beloved individual who may have founded that
So
town.
in the chronology of palace, did this come before Norman's palace?
Yeah, this is before Norman's, but
Okay,
let's go
word.
look. Let's go look what they say. I think they say
Let me ask you a question, Smash.
3,200.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Are they saying that one of the scorpions might have been Norma?
Nah, they say Scorpion was the Scorpion King. I don't know nobody who say that he might have been Norman. They say he might have fought Norman.
No, but
then Norman's catfish, based on what I know.
Yeah, Norman the catfish.
I think I need to stop Googling and read some more real books.
If your source got a source, like just click where they got that from. They might have got that from. You might be contributing. Like we don't know everything.
No, but what I'm saying is like when you Google it, it will tell you that they have a lot of competing theories on like how Norma came to power. He might have done it violently. He might not have been. This person might have been Norma. This person might not have been Norma, because they're saying that they have 3 different people whose stories might be similar, and they're saying that all of these 3 people might have been Norma.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to throw that out necessarily, but some of the harder, like this page, don't entertain Scorpion as Norma.
Well, I
who exactly was saying that? Who exactly was saying? You said Google, but who exactly?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pull up that.
Nah, that was just I just put it up and it was.
Yeah, they got 2 hyenas.
I
remember we was having somebody was saying the palace came from Mesopotamia.
Oh yeah,
what is Mesopotamia, James? What does that mean?
We went over that. That means between 2 rivers.
I don't even know. That's some kind of Greek or Roman.
It means between 2 rivers. Meso.
Right, but that's an anachronistic term. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
You're right.
That would be way after.
No, I'm just saying we had a battle before you showed up, Joy, where they was trying to do that.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
So, I mean, we could at least know that it's some evidence that there was a bunch of rulers who all was from the south way before the foundation of Egypt. They was already fighting and doing their thing. Because we just was in Dynasty 0. We didn't even go to Dynasty 00. You feel me? That's
There's
before
a
then.
00 too?
Yeah.
Wow.
You feel me?
Yeah, that's because
What
they
was that
found some
about?
more stuff after. That's why they had to
Wow.
put that.
That's earlier than Dynasty Zero. So let's go
Wow.
back.
That was the main question I was going to ask you, Smash. I kind of came in to ask that. I thought it was going to be a dumb question, but apparently there is a Dynasty 0 and a Dynasty 00 then, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Here go Dynasty 00, the proto states of Nakata 2C, and now look, they got that 3,500 to 3,200. So this is what I'm saying. If we are, and then at 3,500, 3,200, they rocking the white crown. But academia don't want us to believe that they thought of themselves as much as a ruler as the people 1,000 years later.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe they wasn't as advanced, but they still had the height of kingship on top of their head. Like, look, bruh, I am the man. Now, it says, I've already introduced the main chronology, subdivisions, and problems of Nakata culture. And he got his sources, which I won't rehearse here. It says, in a very similar way, Nakata 1, formerly Armratians, was characterized by some diagnostic pottery types and by large productions of craft objects like human figurines, amulets, decorative ivory combs. Notice they put the ivory combs, animal shape. Damn. Oh, that's what, I might have to bust a move. Hold on. Somebody want to keep reading? Go ahead.
It says animal shape cosmetic palettes to this figurative repertory. We must add stone vessels, flint blades, and it says weapons. See, so they talking about those flint notes that the Tyrians and all of this. So they add all of that off into the culture. It says weapons and other tools which suggest a transparent progress in technology, divisions of labor, advanced food production, artifacts, artifacts, masterpieces, and above all, in the broader admit of thought. It's important to precise that Nakata 1 and 2, I guess that's what that is, or main phases of the same cultural unit, or main phases
I got
of
it.
the
Let me
same
say,
cultural unit.
I got you. Thank you. It's important to precise that Nakata 1 and 2 are main phases of the same cultural unit, further divided into more sub-phases. Therefore, the elements of continuity between respective phases 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and 3 and early dynastic Nakata are to be considered more relevant than the detectable breaks between contiguous phases. All right, and the whole term Nakata 1 through 3 are actually more apt to render the idea of one civilization and evolution than Petrie's terminology. The Nakata civilization developed a core area stretching during Nakata 1-2 from the Abydos to the Heracleopolis region, having its heart in the epitomous site of Nakata Nup, or Ombos. Notice he put that was Nup. Like, check this out, Nup. But he put that there. He says in the following, because he know they was Nubians. But let's keep going. In the following phase, 2, Petrie-Gerzian phase, he says, the impact of the Nakata influence had already reached the upper Nubia and the East Fayumic region, Gerzen, and the Delta Butu. In the period of 2D and 3A marked the culmination of the cultural superimposition of this southern civilization onto the Delta. Now let's go there. The periods 2D and 3A of Nakata mark the culmination of the cultural superimposition of this southern civilization into the Delta. I told you, man, that's way later.
But I wonder when if we could use the date on this. Like,
well, yeah, they got them dates. You got to go see when was Nakata 2D and when was Nakata 3A. But we know we normally be dealing with Nakata 1, so that lets you know because we be talking about the first people. You see what I'm saying?
But he went back.
But yeah, so no, that's going the other direction. 2 and 3 is closer to us, more recent than 1. Okay. 1 would be older. And so let me see. In the age of political contrast, a long series about 2 centuries of struggles and alliances which led to the supremacy of the Thinite regional proto-state that finally realized the unification of Egypt. Okay. It says, but we have only sketchy fragments of the complicated puzzle. We must not disregard the fact that unequal knowledge of the main sites of this period is a heavy bias onto our reconstructions. Furthermore, the evidence of violent competition among the early UE chiefdoms or proto-states for now almost entirely based on artifacts and iconography. So basically, they was fighting before the unification, and I mean, I don't want to pull too much from what he was saying from that and misinterpret it. There is not yet an unequivocal, unvocable. Wait, what is this? Unevoked terminology. Sorry. There's not an unevoked terminology above preliminary note. For the late pre-dynastic phase, proto-dynastic is employed as a synonym for dynasty 0, 00, and 0, which are in turn not true dynastic lines. We ask that questions as those of Manetho. See how he went? He be going in. He basically said, okay, they answered our question earlier, were they all related to each other or not? He said they're not true dynastic lines as those of Manetho, who actually made up the term, but rather designations of periods or of the contemporary local ruling lineages. Therefore, for distinct purposes, I will provisionally follow the playful indication of Dreyer, labeling the Nakata 2C through 3A2 sovereigns as dynasty 00. Okay. And the Nakata 3B ones as dynasty 0. But note that most of the Egyptologists, he says, but note that most of the Egyptologists mean dynasty 0 as either all of the late pre-dynastic kings of only the Abydos line buried at Cemetery B and eventually U. The denomination of dynasty 0 is, however, still very rarely adopted in Egyptology. But let me go to Nakata 2C, because I thought when we was looking up what we seen the time. Oh, there you go. He talking about the time period right here. So he basically just got earlier periods for everything as it appears. Because look, the emergence of the earliest rulers is only one aspect of the state formation in Egypt. Kingship has its roots in an archaic African folklore substratum. Golly, he be breaking a jaw. You know what I'm saying? Although some accessory elements of dynasties 00 and 0, sovereignty and culture were borrowed from the ancient Uric and Suric civilizations. Okay, people will want to argue against that. It says, scholars have individuated 2 main periods of the Near Eastern influence on the emerging Egyptian proto-state, one during Dynasty 0, 3200 to 3050 BC, culminating with Narmer and Oz reign, and an older one about 3500 to 3400 BC, thus in the middle late Nakata II. However, the reception of the Near East influence was only in terms of some forms, figurative motifs, and palette facade devices, and practices, use of cylinder seals and writing, but these elements were always re-elaborated according to the Egyptians' own culture, belief, and ideological needs. These external influences were never a decisive input into the Egyptian state formation or evolution. He even give up the ghost and be beating the brakes off them fools. So another way I heard Soy Kiata said, or no, I don't know if it was Kiata, somebody said they entered in the culture as accessory elements, right? Like if you got the outfit, you got the outfit. I'm just putting it in the fashion terms. But the accessories might make you a little bit better if you got the hat, the gloves, and the shoes, right? But really, in order to be sheltered from clothing, from the environment, all you need is the fundamentals and not the accessory elements. Go right ahead, Tar God.
So I could jump in here for a second, Smile?
I thought Tar God was about to say something. Am I wrong?
No, you good. No.
Oh, okay.
When they threw in that word archaic, I was about to try to break that down, but it's not even worth it. So we can keep on moving.
Word up. What's up, Joe?
So then that answers my second question. So then that answers the question I asked earlier about them imitating the deities. He's agreeing with my statement there. That they're taking the folklore and the symbolism and putting it into the kingship. So that answers that question.
Interesting. I might have missed that, but I hope it did answer that question.
No, because I was asking, are they imitating the deities? And you said you didn't know. But he basically said the same thing. They're taking that folklore and putting it into the kingship, if I'm reading that correctly.
Oh, the ancient African folklore and put it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. All right, you did. He did say that. I mean, this is. Go ahead.
Because let me ask you another question. When we deal with Medu Necha, right? They have their own interpretation of what things mean. But since it's an ideographic language, if I put my spin on it, am I wrong, or am I just adding to the ideas and the
Well, you're not wrong, but it won't be qualified unless it's based on something. It's normally your spin that you put on it, like the spin that I put on anything is based on primary research. You know what I'm saying? And I show people, look, this is what I mean. And maybe I'm interpreting it like this, but this is what I'm interpreting from this data. If you're not drawing from no particular data, it's just going to be what I call Negro intuition. Because we all know we smart and we all know we going to figure something out and we all know we want to contribute intellectually. But if we not drawing on nothing, it's the difference between an assumption and a presumption. An assumption is not drawing on anything. A presumption is. And so if your inquiry or critique is indeed drawing from sources you read or something, then you wouldn't be out of place or out of pocket. But if it's just a hunch or a gut feeling, then we save those until we can qualify them by some type of research.
Okay, well, let me give you a perfect example. When I was in the Discord yesterday, James was there, he could verify it. I said the top of the looks like a diagram of the fallopian tube and the ovary. And I kind of got attacked for saying that. But
when you say it looked like, you wasn't making an assertion that you was trying to, it didn't seem like you were saying it definitely most assertively is, right? So you should be allowed to say what you think something looked like. It don't sound like you injecting it as an authoritative fact. Now, in order to... I
kind of said it with my chest.
But since somebody probably knew...
Because I got attacked.
Go ahead.
I kind of got attacked because everybody's like, nah, man. Nah,
but that's because they know that pursuing those lines ain't going to lead to too much. You know what I'm saying? And so they probably just stomping out the fire before it gets started.
They said don't go there because you went down that rabbit hole, and that's not necessarily true.
But I do that all the time. I'm allowed to, I don't got no authoritative stance, but I'm allowed to probe these things. And at least I'm trying to be good at showing where I'm getting it from so that people have to say, okay, he ain't just making that up.
Well, I said that. Well, I said that because when I was in health class, that is what the diagram of the fallopian tubes and eggs look like. When they drew a diagram, that is what it looked like. It resembled that a lot.
Yeah, to be fair, we did. We went down there and I showed you kind of like, where you got it from, like how they put that and superpose it and put it side by side. But I was like, that'll and it does when you're talking about lookership, as they say in the community around here, it does look like that. So nobody's negating that point, but at the same time, we know that that's not true at this particular point. What its meaning is. So that's how we were saying.
Right, but if it's an ideological thing, aren't I allowed as a person with ideas?
Yeah, you can do what we can all do what we want to do.
And not be wrong.
But see what I was saying, Joey, is this. It's just like that Jesus picture. When somebody put that in your psyche, right? So you ain't the first person that happened to. That's all we saying. We all went through that same image type of thing. We was like, damn, that dude look like that. But at the same time, after you study, you're like, nah, that ain't necessarily what it is. But we get that based on what it looked like, that's what it looked like. Nobody's denying that it does look like that.
I understand what you're saying, but would I be allowed a certain amount of latitude to translate something in my own way and not be quote unquote wrong?
You
just
only
looking at it
allowed to
and just
do
like,
that when you base
I
it
mean,
on.
not Negro intuition, but it's a kind of spiritual thing. So you would be allowed to put your spiritual spin on it
But how much?
as much as your Negro intuition leads you to put on it.
Nah, then
I
you're
don't think
gonna be
that's
doing.
wrong.
But think about that. If you do that, then you're gonna be not really interpreting what they wanted you to interpret. You saying yourself, you'll be putting your own spin on it. So somebody wrote it, right, and something was meant to be interpreted from those writings. And how much we put our own spin on that is not giving us the thought of the other person, it's giving them our own thought. You see what I'm saying? It's just like they say, a lot of the time we don't get the knowledge of the ancient Egyptian, we get the knowledge of the Egyptologists. Because they just giving their interpretation instead of trying to let it be what it said, bare bones. You see what I'm saying?
So
But
basically,
sometimes,
that's the importance of you being able to read it for yourself, Joy. So you
And
don't have to
so
be
an
going through
archer
the
can do what you saying correctly, basically. An archer
but I would,
can real quick. What I mean by being accurate and precise with these arrows and these darts, right? You got a dart, meaning that you see something and you can be formed into a well piece of information, but is it really going to hit the target accurately and correctly if it's not based on primary sources?
I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I think it's unfair as to say that you can't just let your spirit lead you to learn something.
Okay, let me give you an
No,
example.
you could do
I
that.
think
You
that's
could do
wrong.
that, but that ain't how we get. I mean, that has a name. It's called intuition.
But
So
what
hold
is
on,
wrong with that? If you're
let me
dealing with
give
the
Joy an
spiritual language,
example.
your spirit should lead you.
Hold
It's
on,
not like
Joy,
it's not
hold
like
on, watch
English.
this. Okay, so the Nation of Islam, and I'm not attacking the Nation of Islam, but they went off on their own and had an intuition about some stuff, right? So they said that they came from 77 billion or trillion years ago. I mean, like, how far? That's why Smash asked you how far you want to go, because you could go. If when you start going off the beaten path, then you can start doing all kind of wild stuff. Like saying you came from Risk, the planet Risk, or you know what I'm saying, like Dr. York. You can say you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So we got guidelines, and primaries is where it's at. You in the right place. Don't do that, Joey. I'm telling you.
No,
so
that's
basically,
absolutely no.
you're gonna
But
get
that's
attacked.
unfair, James, because
Okay,
I'm not just saying something based on madness. I'm looking at something and making an honest observation.
Well, let me
It's just like
ask a
when
question real
it's just
quick.
like when you're looking at the Olmecs and you say they're African. They look African, but we don't really know if they're African or not.
This
But it's
is
not an
elemental
unreasonable
to
assumption to say
to
that.
get to understanding what you're talking about. Is the spirit to you defined as the will of a man, or are you talking about something religious or theological?
Well, that's a hard question to answer because you could say the mind and the spirit are sort of connected and it's sort of the same thing. And it doesn't have to be religious necessarily because we know the ancient Egyptian was breaking down cosmogony in a way that we would consider to be spiritual, but it had some actual scientific value. If you look at it from that aspect, it wasn't just, well,
All
I
right.
believe Ra jumped out of egg and he started spitting on the ground and crying
But I
and
think
cutting his wrist and making people.
that explanation is evading the question more. Let me ask you: have you ever played American football?
No.
All right. Dang. Well, you ever wrestled or anything? These are the only analogies I could think of. You
No.
know. All right. Well, I can't think of instances where we insert our will, but it ain't spiritual. I was going to say, have you ever been on the bottom of a dog pile after a football tackle? Right. Now,
Well,
the only
I can't
thing
really.
you have at the bottom of those is the will to get them people off you. It's overwhelming. Like, but it ain't spiritual. But as a man, you have this strong will. Like, you start pushing and fighting until you off that dog pile. And so I'm saying the difference between the two, that's not spiritual will right there. That's just like a man's. So let's keep it in the context of what we talking about. If somebody just has the will or the inclination to want to get to the bottom and have a true understanding, ain't nothing wrong with that. But then if we are talking about something about our spiritual intuition, it's going to mislead us that that intuition is based in truth because we having some theological epiphany, prophecy, or any of the other type of words that we take Negro intuition and classify them as something divine or some revelation. You know what I'm saying?
But I understand what you're saying, but we would understand that when we look at the ancient African people, they didn't see science and spirituality, for lack of a better word, as something different. They looked at the natural world and they brought it into the spiritual system to describe certain aspects of their spirituality, just like Rise the Sun, Yaheru as a falcon, all of those have natural meaning.
You're
It's
right.
not just some spooky, yeah, it came out of nowhere, we just tripped and we made it up. We sniffed some of this and we smoked some of that and we just made it up. They observed nature and put it into terms that they could understand for people to be able to make sense of it. It wasn't just I made it up. I observed it and then I put it into this position, but this and spirituality are not different. It's just a different way of explaining it so we can understand it as human beings, as opposed to the way we're doing it now.
Nah, I can't agree with that. You said something right earlier, but I can't necessarily agree. You are saying things correctly because there was not like a separation of church and state, so quote unquote, in Egypt. All of that would be one thing. They would be fine with what some people think I'm saying negatively or intuition. There is a realm, right, for coming up with information intuitively. There is a thing, but it don't necessarily concern scholarship. You see what I'm saying? Like you can't just be like, I mean, if you do and you had that hunch, you gotta qualify it with a research methodology. Like you got, yeah, you could have said, okay, I got this hunch, but you can't just say, why am I not allowed to have a hunch and run on it? You gotta qualify that hunch with methodology. That's all.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, Smash, but we also have to look at the mentality of the people who created the language, and we can't discount their idea because we may not agree with them. They weren't
I
thinking
don't
in terms of
understand
purely
that.
science.
I don't understand what you're saying to contradict what I said or to go
No, no,
against
no.
it. Yeah, I could agree with what you're saying.
I'm not contradicting you. I'm just saying that sometimes we have to be a little flexible in our ideas when it comes to studying certain things.
Oh,
Because yes,
100%.
scholarship, that's what I'm
100%.
saying.
But
You
how
know, you might not be
flexible? You want to be
you might
flexible
not be the
beyond?
spiritual guy.
Well, let me
You
ask
might not
you.
be you
I'm
might just
not.
be the academic dude that just wants to study from one standpoint, but they have people like Jabari, who's the
See,
academic
you
dude,
keep using
but
the
he also has
word
a spiritual side
spiritually.
too.
You keep using the words. Now you said I might not be the spiritual guy. So you meaning I might not be the type of guy who is willing to make conclusions based on something that I have no evidence about. Because that's what we're talking about right now. We're not necessarily saying whether I perform rituals or worship. You're not saying that when you say spiritual. We talking about facts and evidence, and you keep saying spiritual. I'm not spiritual, so I'm asking, what realm of spirituality? Like, I
Well,
don't get me wrong.
let me rephrase it, Smash. You wouldn't be somebody like Jabari who would study the science and then go home, go to your shrine and pour libation. I don't see it that way. Because normally when we deal with this, it's either the spiritual dude or the historical dude. You don't see the two of them combined very well.
I don't
And
disagree.
and that's why Jabari is very unique, even though he separates the two. He's one who practices it in one way and teaches it as well. He's not just I'm just gonna read it as an academic. And normally when you deal with this, there's an academic guy and then there's the guy who practices. And the two normally don't.
Yeah,
But maybe I'm just
I
reading what
can't
other people.
disagree with that. And but it's like what type of conclusions you want to come to is basically like, do you want to come to conclusions that is based on our intuition or based on what we read from them? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, you have to, in today's world, you have to separate the two because they have texts that are historical texts that you can read historically. Then they have texts that are considered part of the Sebaid, which are spiritual texts. And most people read them separately and they don't mix them.
Well, that's
So when
true,
you're
but
reading certain texts,
Say
You're
right
reading from a
here.
historical standpoint, and it has no spiritual value like you have to a practitioner of it. You're just reading it because you want the information in the text, and you might not jump on it and say, "Yeah, we worship in Ra today." You might not say that. You might look
So
at it from an
hold up. So
academic.
I'm gonna ask you, Joy. So like, as you read through, I mean, because you reading the text and all of this, what do you get out of reading the text? Are you not reading it from just a purely historical standpoint? Or do you still are you believing that it's some guy with a falcon head? Like, how far are you going with this? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just
No,
trying to
no, no, no,
yeah,
no, no, no,
let's
no.
do that.
I'm
So
just,
you saying
but
you
let's be
believe in
honest.
somebody with a falcon head? That's what you telling me.
I'm not as I'm not as well read as you guys, so I'm now starting to
No.
learn the
Trust me.
language
I'm not saying
to
I'm
read
not
the text.
smashed. Hold up. Just check it out. Joey, you don't know me. I'm not smashed. I'm not saying I'm some type. I don't really read the language. I'm about to. It's just as good as you. You might be better than me at reading the language. But I'm saying is you. I know that you've been reading the language. You've been studying. So what I'm saying is that now you're talking about the difference between actual primary studying of research and maybe using documentation just to prove a point as opposed to having a spiritual aspect on what you're reading and then implying that. So I'm trying to figure out,
But
like,
just
What I,
real quick
no,
before
what
you
I'm saying is
respond,
this.
real quick, Joey, because it was necessarily what James said, but we was in the process of doing an analysis on something, and so that got to be taken into account too. It wasn't just like, should you apply some of these principles to your life? We was trying to figure out what something say and how we should discern what it says. But go ahead, Joey.
I agree, but the fact of the matter is, when you're reading it, if you read it from an African point of view, they don't separate spirituality from anything that they do, which is why the Pharaoh is known as the Netta, and he has all this spiritual symbolism surrounding him,
Bruh,
and he's not just a ruler
I have to
because
find a way that you can stop
because of
slipping through
bloodline.
that hole. You slipping through a hole. You keep using spirituality two different ways. In our analysis of ancient metal nature, you at first was saying spirituality is needed. Now you're saying that when the ancient Egyptian wrote it on the wall, that he was see those two different things. We agree because I said they didn't separate church and state. So we think about it. We agree that when they wrote it and carved it on the wall, that they was referencing text and their spirituality. But when we analyze it, I wasn't saying the ancient Egyptians was guilty of using Negro intuition. I'm saying when we analyze it, our own spirituality don't really serve us as much as it would our knowledge of the language and understanding that ancient Egyptian spirituality. Now, if you're saying y'all practice the same spiritual system as the ancient did, so it helps you to identify things, I will be willing to accept that. But let's not conflate the two, the ancient use of spirituality and our use of spirituality and trying to understand what we're reading. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I would agree with you, but remember, I read the book Medunet, and Walter Ashby states that he feels that you have to raise your level of spiritual consciousness in order to understand the language. That's his view. But then again, he's a spiritual guy too.
Yeah, that's
So,
why, because it's coming.
maybe that's skewed. Maybe that's a little skewed.
No, I don't want to taint his teachings because they just need to be accepted from the area that they come from. They do come from what you're saying. Muwata Ashby, Ra'un Nefer Amen. He wrote a whole book called Metal Netter with no Metal Netter in it. Only his intuitive Negro intuition on what Metal Netter is. And then he contributed Ra'un Nefer Amen. And then he contributed that to the society as Metal Netter. So I'm saying is we gonna do that.
Oh. Well, I didn't read that book. I read Aunt Ra and Dr. Muwata Ashby.
So I don't want to tank that stuff, like I said, because Muwata Ashby, I actually use him as a source in some of my work. But we do understand that these are two different things, and so they're in the revivalism, what has been labeled as Kemetism, meaning that it should Then I'm not saying I'm not into that, but that's not my primary thing. My primary thing is not reviving ancient Egypt and living out the everyday traditions of somebody. That's not my thing. I'm more into the grammar and knowing what these people said. So the people who like Muata Ashby who do say that we should do certain, and I'm not against it. I'm totally with my brothers who want to do certain practices and stuff. Cool, but that's Kemetism. And then notice that the people who do that never get the true height of understanding because they never learn how to read it. So we do, I mean, completely and fully as much as it takes us to understand the use of these terms. So we do need brothers in different fields who could satisfy both sides of your mind right now because you do have an inclination towards the static learning of the language, and it seems that you also have an inclination towards the spiritual side and wanting to be able to use that to interpret these texts. That's 100% fine. I don't see no problem. I'm just saying that if we just looking at the text, then our own spirituality don't help us understand much, bro. That's just me. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
No, I agree with you, but at the same time now, if we're respecting our ancestors, then we should give reverence to the spiritual text as being spiritual and the historical text as being historical, whether we believe in it or not. You can't read, like, for example, you wouldn't read the Bible like you read a history book, right?
Well, let's just be frank. Some of the leaders of this is all Europeans. I'm talking about when you go into the metal netter and you ain't considered special for knowing it, you just a European who went to school. Where does spirituality come into play with all the books E.A. Wallace, but anybody produced? They was all Christians.
Yeah, but E.A. Wallace was a racist who didn't know much about anything.
But that don't got nothing to do with the question. The question is, did they create a whole class called Egyptology that we reference to without even having none of the spirituality that we got?
I guess the answer would be yes.
And so, I mean, I'm only talking about the usefulness of spirituality when examining things from an academic perspective. Now, if we want to say, let's throw the academia out, we totally know that we would bear fruit from looking at this from 100% spiritual aspect. But when we start to lay overlap on them too, bro, we won't get to the point of what was really being said. You see what I'm saying? So
I think you're misunderstanding me, Smash. I'm not saying we have to use one or the other. I'm saying we have to understand that our ancestors did not see a separation because they have priests who were doctors and other things as well as spiritual, and the Sukbidi was considered a spiritual as well as a secular leader, but he had to earn that right as being a high priest. He was raised in that spirituality from the time he was young, so by the time he would have gotten into the position, he'd have been already considered a high priest. So I'm not saying you have to throw one or the other out.
I'm with you.
Our ancestors used both. You don't have to throw one or the other out.
But you're not addressing some of the analysis I put on the subject earlier. For instance, what you just said, how does that's the ancient Egyptian spirituality. How is your spirituality useful in the analysis of that?
I guess if I had a religion, it would not be, but I'm not religious. I don't necessarily have a spiritual practice, so to speak. So I'm not biased in terms of saying I'm a Christian, this is garbage. That's not what I'm saying. So I don't have a spiritual practice, if you want to put it that way. I'm not one of those who are going to get up and do a ritual. But I'm not opposed to other people having a spiritual practice and putting it into their everyday life. And I think that we need to understand the spiritual side as well as the other side in order to understand the language that we are trying to understand. It's not just a historical demarcation where they just wrote it to be writing. They wrote it to leave wisdom to their ancestors. So we should see the wisdom and respect the wisdom, even if we don't respect the spirituality. Because that's what Amenemhotep and Ptahhotep wrote the document for. not to be historical. He wanted to leave something to his son.
I don't disagree, but
Wisdom of an old man.
I think the spirituality aspect, we need to understand it from the perspective of ancient Africans, right? And that's what I'm saying. What I believe nowadays is gonna bear less on it, because I could be a Muslim like Sheikh and Joe and still get to the bottom of this, or I could be a Christian. What I believe is less relevant than what the ancient Egyptian believed. But that's not to contradict your statement. It's just seeing how I understand it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I understand what you're saying. But then after all of the academia, we still don't understand exactly what they were saying. We're just theorizing
But no, that's
based
not
on our
true. That's
interpretation
not
of what
true.
we read. We don't
So
know for it.
show us the instance of that, because you're just making a claim. Like, where don't we
Because
understand what they said?
for example, if we say neteru, we don't really understand that word to mean God. We're just using that because that's the closest thing that we can say. I mean, we understand it to mean God, but if you look at the ancient Egyptians, they wouldn't have had a word for God. So it couldn't have meant God. It had to mean something different to them.
And so we
Because
use a
God is not
series.
an indigenous
We
word.
use a series of words to explain that concept. You know what I'm saying? We say the Neteru. Oh, well, that was the aspects of nature that got venerated or deified.
But they also use the word God and say that they are God. But that's not exactly accurate
Well, I'm
in
not
terms of the
disagreeing
language.
that they do that, but that's just why we do the study. We do the study to be able to contribute those little nitbits, like saying, so, I mean, I can't say that Egyptologists is 100% right with everything they do. And when they do have these different senses of interpretation, like right there, we all understand Neteru and God ain't necessarily synonymous. But then we use other words to say, okay, to give a better explanation of it. So I don't understand how that's an issue or something.
Well, I don't think it's an issue, but I am just giving my long drawn out opinion on how I think people should probably approach some of these texts, at least,
All right, so
as
let me
opposed
use
to
your example and then all the
as opposed to
parameters.
just reading it from as
I'm,
opposed to just reading it from it's a historical text because
I'm
all
gonna
the
use
texts are
your
not historical.
example and the
You can't read that.
parameters you laid out for understanding it. Right? You said that Neteru don't really mean God, but since we only got God, that's what we use. Now, the tools that you laid out for understanding Neteru, right, when we do this research, was to refer to our own spirituality. So if I was to apply your methodology and to look at the word Neteru, right, and apply my own spirituality to, and I ask you to do that too, what do you render or extract from that process?
Well, I could agree that they are divine beings. They are aspects of nature. I could agree with that. That they're definitely aspects of nature that are personified. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the word that we use is appropriate because they would have had a deeper meaning to that. Just like when you talk about the different sections of the spirit, they have words in Medu Nexa that we can't translate into English because the concept doesn't exist.
Okay,
Because we have the body, soul, and spirit. They have 7 different aspects of human nature, and
you're
we don't have
right.
all of that.
You're right. But I don't think
We might
that.
say car, we might say bar, but then they have 5 other things that we can't translate
So
into
I think
English.
you're
Say what it is.
confusing having words that are synonymous with a failure to understand what a word means. And so to illustrate that, I said we use a series of words to define what a nature is because there's not one word that's synonymous with it, right? And so we take a series of words and say, okay, well these are the aspects of nature venerated, right? To try to make it into a short sentence. Just because there's no quote unquote cognate doesn't mean that we misunderstand the meaning of the term.
Okay, I'm okay. I could deal with that. I could deal with that. I could understand what you say. But then that doesn't mean you fully understand it either.
Well, you know, I don't think we claim full understanding of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's somebody being pretentious, like 100%, I knew exactly. But you can read it, right? And you can read it and you can get what they saying. You know the objects they're talking about. You know the context, but you can't. It would be pretentious for us to say, yeah, 100% no. Now, if they say something like "shoot at my enemies," then yeah, you can say 100% know what this is talking about. But what if they're saying something like, I praise Ra for the, you know, yeah, we could translate the words, but we'd be arrogant to say we 100% understand what they're talking about. So I think we agree a lot in this conversation.
But let me just add, like, so in the studying of the just the language in itself, you know, you have determinatives, and then you have them saying netter, and then they may put the determinative behind that to let you know which netter they're talking about. So they're specific. But then they put the ooh when they're talking about a plurality of all of the netters. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So these people had a concept that may be different, but you could make out what they're talking about, right, Jordan?
Yeah, I could make out what they're talking about.
When they're talking about, because you know they have a plurality of an understanding of God based on nature. So like Shu, Tefnut, you know, all of these different. So they put Neteru, but you know they're talking about the plurality of it. But when they go off into a specifics, right, they will put Ra behind the determinative of it, right?
No, I agree with you.
Okay.
But then at the same time that we're saying that now, in their mind, there's a reason why you have 3 strokes for plurality and not 4 or 2.
But
you understand?
We got that figured out. We got that figured out.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you think it's another spiritual meaning behind the 3 strokes of plurality?
Well, it seems to me 3 seems to be a particular sacred number in Kemetic culture.
See, there you go, right there. That's what I'm saying.
Or am I tripping?
How are you determining that 3 is a sacred number to the ancient Egyptians?
Well, they have a trinity.
Oh man.
So that's something. Or am I tripping? Am I tripping?
Well, it's the methodology that we're speaking towards. You're totally allowed to probe that, but you got to ask yourself, what's going to be my method for proving these things?
I like Joey. Joey's out of control.
Well, it might be. Well, listen.
Well, you something else, Joey, I'm telling you.
All of us understand.
I remember when I was back in these days. You know what I'm saying?
But
that's what I love about it. You know, I remember when I was where you was at. So it's
all of us understand as Black Americans, Negro intuition has saved our lives many times. Negro intuition tells you don't go down that block.
It has its place, bro. It definitely has its place.
No, but I mean, I agree, but Negro intuition has saved many a life.
It definitely has its place.
Yeah.
Just because I wanted to identify that, I wanted to identify it because we injected in scholarship, and that ain't the best place for it. It sometimes worked there too. But it's better like your spidey senses walking through the hood. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it ain't good for figuring out what the ancient Egyptians was talking about.
But if we do, but like for example, right? If we don't know, like, they'll give an example like way off base here, right? They have a group of people called the Olmec. They don't know exactly who they were. They look at the statue, they look like Black people. They hear a little story here, they put that there. The ancestors say this, the ancestors say that. So at what point do we come to an academic conclusion if we don't have all the evidence? What is my different being?
Because again, you're doing something different. What we're talking about is a text that you can read. Injecting intuition into this, right? And looking at the screen and telling people what this means based on your Negro intuition is totally not cool.
Sure ain't. That is not cool.
Now, if you just saying somebody found some skulls that look African in Mesopotamia, then it's totally fine to use our intuition and think of what we think that means. But nothing that's gonna pop in your head intuitively gonna help you understand what you see on the screen.
Okay, I suppose that's a fair enough assertion. I suppose that's a fair enough analysis. So I'm probably tripping there. I
Brother
think I'm
Flag,
tripping.
let's see what Brother Flag thinks about it.
I feel like
I
we
think
walked
I'm
you.
tripping.
I feel like we walked you off the ledge. Like
Nah, man.
come back, bro. Not that way.
You,
All
you
right,
know, James,
how
I
about
must say, I politely kind of got the break beat off me a little bit, but it's very polite.
Peace, Elder Flag.
Do us a
It was
favor,
a humble
good brother.
break.
Before we hear from Brother Flag, then you can do us a favor and intuitively show us what this means real quick. Come on, just real
You
quick.
see?
And you
Now
know
you
how to
just
read.
effing with me,
But
man. Don't do me
intuitively,
that, man.
put both of them
Now you
together.
just
But
effing
you
with
know
me,
how to
man.
read. So then we know our
I can read
intuition
it.
ain't helping us in this situation.
No,
I think we made
I
that
can read
point.
that.
You can read it, but your intuition ain't gonna help you.
Come on, man. Why you doing me this smash? Why
I
you
just
doing this to
wanted
me,
to
smash?
make our point. We made the
Nah,
point. I'm gonna
smash.
leave it alone. What's up with Brother Flag?
It's better if you just beat the brakes off me entirely instead of doing it nicely.
Nah, we chilling. We chilling.
Because I got some paper cuts there, man.
What's up, family?
How are you?
I'm doing
Brother Flag.
doing well, still learning. Joey.
Yes,
remind me,
yes, Baba.
you remind me of something that Professor Carr said about his studies when he works on the meta-natures. He said, I like to work on the glyphs in the middle of the night. He said, when it's very peaceful, when it's very quiet, no interruptions. And he said, when I do that, the glyphs will speak to me. I took that, you reminded me of that because I took that to mean something along the lines of what you're saying. If the glyphs are speaking to him beyond the academic knowing, the decipherment, and he's saying that the glyphs are speaking to me, that means to me, I interpreted that is that the spirit of the glyphs is speaking to his spirit. And so it gives him a deeper understanding of what he's studying. And if that's what you mean, and I think that is in some kind of way what you are saying, I can accept it in that manner. But if you're saying something beyond that, then that's another question. Do you follow me?
Yeah, I'm saying that exactly what you're saying, because if it's your ancestors, then they will speak to you in a certain way. Like if you go to Egypt now and you stand in one of them Makut and you touch the walls, they say it's an energy. It's not just writing on the wall.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to get across. But smashing them kind of say they was at that point.
Man, if you go down that street,
and saying that,
man, go touch the walls all you want. Come on with the nonsense, man.
Why? Come
Well,
on,
let me
man.
ask
Why?
you something. We don't even got access to the walls. The Arabs could touch the walls way more than us. If we really gonna get something magical from that, then they already got it. They repainting the walls. Are we saying that it's in code? Are we saying that?
That's not what I mean.
I'm just being jovial and joking with it. But think about the truth about that, right? If we want to, now I'm not against someone manifesting anything mystical or magical, quote unquote, about the glyphs. But most of the magical things that I've got out of reading the glyphs are practical. You know what I'm saying? And so I'll be having a magical advantage, but it's all practical. You see what I'm saying? Because I learned how to read the language. And so then it might come off in some ways, in different ways to people, but I would like to hear from y'all because I don't want to sound like I'm ranting about the subject.
I'm not being spooked out, That's not what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying you don't have to be so hard line.
But honestly, my brother, I'm not the one. I'm with you. If saying that you won't get more by touching the wall, now you will. You'll be able to know the difference between a concave inscription and one that pops off the wall. And that might tell you, okay, this brother, who put the most effort in? Did the brother who had to carve the glyphs out of the stone put in more effort, or did the brother who made them pop off the wall put in more effort? But if you're saying you're going to touch them and understand them scholastically more,
I didn't say that. I'm not saying that.
well, I'm trying to see what's implied or what's inferred by us doing that. And I'm not, again, yeah, some epiographer can tell you, yes, bro, when I touched the glyph, I realized that the M bird had a little tail under it that, you know, there is a, I'm not an authority.
No, that's not what.
But we
That's
are
not what I'm
logical,
saying.
we logical men, and I don't see what you see as logical getting past my logic. And so I'm just saying that I can't just go to your side of thinking without that getting past my own logic. And logically, I think men was walking up to the walls for hundreds of years, touching it, and could not understand the metal nature.
But that's not what I'm saying, Smash. I'm not saying if you touch the wall, Jesus, Rago come down and smack you in the forehead and bless you with some oil. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's an energy that you can't see that people feel when they go there. I'm not saying you're gonna magically learn meditation, no. But there's an energy there. These places are sacred places that are not meant to be walking in and out of. And we forget that. We're just doing it because it's a tourist thing, but we're violating our ancestors by digging up King Tut and putting them in a museum. That's a violation.
We
And be
ain't
walking
done
in and out.
nothing that I know of.
I don't want to
So
be the I don't want to
King
wear
Tut is
the.
in the
I'm not a
museum.
scholar, y'all. I
we
can't
didn't
wear
King
the
Tut is in the
religion.
museum.
anybody.
That's a
What
But
you
violation.
don't
talking
act like I don't feel you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to. We had not a fork in the road, really, but this is the conversation that we would have at an academic fork in the road. Like, are you going to research it in that way? Because I'm going to research it in this way, and we know which way we're going. And I'm simply trying to tell you it's less fruitful to research it in the way that which you're going to revolve on your intuition. Because you want to know why? When you do it the way that you relying on resources, you still using your intuition. It's not abandoned. I haven't thrown out what I thought Kemet meant intuitively. I just could not step to nobody with an intuitive argument as I would have been, so I wouldn't have beaten no Egyptologist up. So we went and dug and said, look, they doing this and they saying that, and then we climbed that hill. But not to say we climbed it, Diop and them climbed that hill. We just contributed to it with new things like discrediting the black silk and all that stuff.
Right.
I like to speak to Joe. I like to speak to your point about the energy. I've made 2 trips. I've been blessed to make 2 trips to Kemet, and the last one was last August of 2023. And you say there's an energy there. See, we get locked into this use of a language that's not even our own, trying to describe things that are, so deep. The experience that you have, there is an overwhelming sense of grandeur and power, and it overwhelms you. And I don't know if that's what you're talking about when you say energy. But yeah, I did feel, I wouldn't call it energy. Well, you can call it whatever you want. But there is a feeling that I never had anywhere else. And I think it's from the grandeur, and it's so overwhelming when you look at the precision in which all the glyphs are placed everywhere. And I really loved it because I had a habit of running my hand off of everywhere I could touch. And when we were in the Ram Museum, and I was doing it, and I upset some Europeans because when they saw that, they started pointing and looking and huddling up, and when I saw that, it just made me feel a little bit better. But I just felt I would just enjoy the fact that I could run my hands over the glyphs, and it just made me feel good. Now, I don't know if you call that an energy or a spirit or what have you, but I do know that the culture of Kemet, there was no separation between the sacred and the secular. So Smash called us church and state, but I think this, you can say it better, but the secular and the sacred. And so everything that they were bringing about, and you might say about related to spiritually was based on nature. So the more grounded we are in nature, then that resonates with that thing we call spirit that is universal, that's everywhere. And so that's what I think a lot of the teachings of Kemet is about, is about how to be in line and balance with that energy, that spirit, with nature, how to be aligned, be properly aligned with it, so that you can optimize that which is most deep in us. And that is our humanity seeking its own divinity, divine awareness. And that's what I have to say on that.
Right. But people also have to understand they built these particular buildings to line up with certain astronomical bodies. They didn't just build it randomly.
Correct.
And they're saying that they think that they built on certain energy lines as well.
I said it was based on nature. Is an observation of the cosmos a part of being in line with nature? So yes, absolutely. And so the more we get in tune with that, the deeper our understanding becomes of what a Smash and others have gleaned from raising our academic acuity and reclaiming the knowledge of the glyphs himself. So that's going to optimize our abilities to be our best selves.
I agree with you and I agree with Smash, but I'm still going to say we should not be separating the two if we're trying to glean true understanding.
No, I don't.
It wasn't meant. It wasn't meant that way.
But one thing we just have to do. You're not wrong. What you have to do is just prioritize one over the other, because one is going to lead to something you can show, and the other is going to lead to something you can feel, right? And so what you feel, I don't know what you're going to feel, and I don't know what Brother Flag felt when he touched the glyphs. And it's something we can describe to the other, but what we can show each other is a little bit different. And you show me in the text and in the writings, and so, you know.
I agree with you, Smash, and I'm going to say it again. You are one of the main reasons why I'm learning the glyphs. So I wouldn't dare come up against you and say anything disrespectful to you, because you are my bigger brother, and you are the reason why I'm learning the glyphs, because I got tired of looking at it and feeling stupid.
So you want to know something? I appreciate that. And if you want to be an asset to me, if you believe that there's something behind what you're saying, just prove it and teach me. You see what I'm saying? That's how you can say, look, bow. Tutmos said this. He said, I didn't have to read it. I just got it from Amen. Or you could make your hypothesis work. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, well, nobody in ancient Kemet just said knowledge fell out the sky and slapped me in the forehead. That's not the culture.
Right.
They're just taking the cosmos and personifying it to say, well, Ra is the cosmos and everything comes from him through the cosmos. That's what they're saying. They're not making it spooky. They want you to understand it. So that is why everything was created from his body, because we all come from the cosmos. That's all it means. There's nothing spooky about it. There's nothing wrong with that. You can study it academically, and I'm okay with that.
Well, I think we are spiritual people. I'm one too, but I got guns and stuff. Meaning, I don't think that if something kicked through the door, that my spirituality might help me aim, right? And it might say, thank you for having something physical to defend your spirituality with. But, I mean, just throwing it on the front line, we lose all the time. But as we think that we can win with that, and unless we switch and find that proper African God, right? Because these other ones be doing us bad. Jesus done left so many black people on I'm talking about hanging from a tree. I'm talking about your elders I'm talking about in the hospital, everybody crying for Jesus, and it's over still. And so I'm practical about that too. Like, okay, if we gonna do it that way, find that African God that render results or leave me out of it. If we don't want to find that African God that we can render some results with, it's just not popping.
Indeed.
Okay, I agree with you, but do you know when you deal with things like voodoo and they have chemistry involved? It's not just spooky. You know they know how to make potions. You know, zombification is a real thing. They have a drug that they make
Man, we
that
talking about
zombifies you.
hold
You
up.
know that?
Come on,
Serious.
come on,
That's a
Joey.
serious thing.
Joey.
No, no, that's a fact thing.
Okay, well, let's do this. Okay, now.
People have said
Okay,
that,
let me ask you a couple questions, Joey.
And zombified.
And this is not to be negative towards our situation here, right? But you know we in last place, right? On a global situation. Am I making this up?
No, fact.
Okay. So where is the African Navy?
Repeat that again?
The African Navy. Like, you know, other major world countries, they have a Navy that patrols around the world and, you know, with gunships and all of this type of stuff.
Right.
Aircraft carriers. Where is the African Navy to protect the African people? Where is that at? Can we use spirituality against these people to have these type of this type of weaponry? Because you got to start thinking more from a warrior. You got to start thinking from a more warrior type of aspect instead of a spiritual aspect when you're dealing in the modern world. See, and you're not answering my questions either, Joy. You see what I'm saying?
No, hold on. I don't know where
do Africans have a military that's sustainable for self-defense right now?
Yes. I would like to think so. I would like to think so.
I mean,
but then why are we subjugated and in last place?
We African-Americans
have us stupid. That's why religions have us stupid.
That's a good answer.
So
that's a big reason why.
But what I'm talking about is stuff that we really need to be talking about if we're going to be serious. Like you're talking about, like putting primary spirituality as a primary when we got a whole bunch of real issues that we need to be dealing with. And we know that indoctrination is a problem. So if you're talking about trying to use this history as a way to try to get us out of it, I'm definitely with you. But we know that if we're just going to just use it just from a spiritual aspect and say that Ra is going to defend us, maybe if we use it from a cultural continuity and togetherness type of thing and get us off of the other religions from a historical standpoint, that will work. We're looking for something tangible. You can't just be praying to Ra and think that that's going to work. You understand what I'm saying?
I would agree with you, but we need to do what our ancestors did. They prayed to the deities, and they used their knives and mixed up some poison and started to kill off master. That's what they did.
Man, who did
that? That's what I'm saying.
That's what they did. They say, hey, my
that's what he did.
I don't really agree with that, though.
You can tell that's what Joey's on.
We ain't in the same exact position as our ancestors, right?
But am I lying though?
Are we? Somebody correct me. Say yes. You got the veil over your eyes. You can talk to me as harshly as you want. We just maintain our respect. I'm asking, are we in a different position than our ancestors? Somebody could tell me, no, we not.
Well, basically, we would be in the same position as just that we feel. In other words, it's just the plantation is bigger. We don't got changed, but we still on master plantation.
Oh, well, you just stopped at
we ran out the house into master backyard.
We was talking about Kemet. See how you doing? And now you want to stop at the plantation times, though. No, we got history go all the way back. So go back further.
I agree, but at this point, we are still on the plantation. When you study ancient Africa, you go back and understand slavery is not our history.
Okay.
But you also understand we didn't just pray. When somebody came up and violated us in any type of way, they got the brakes beat off them, and nothing was wrong with that. You don't come over here talking crazy to me because I'm the biggest thing out there. You're going to get the brakes beat off you.
I don't disagree. I think something must have switched because I can't disagree with that. Like, I don't know. Something happened. Yeah, you hit a spin on
me. That's a fact. They go pray to Ra, put on the boots.
So we with all this stuff.
We definitely allow spirituality. Look, we're all allowed spirituality within our physical pursuit. And even if we cannot maintain a physical pursuit, then it's called faith, right? Because if you're just not doing nothing and you want God to do it 100%, then you got to rely on something that ain't there. So if we got a physical, no matter what your religion is, Joy, if you got a physical pursuit behind that spirituality, then I think everybody accept that. People just use things to push them along. What's the matter with that?
I agree with you. I agree with you, but I'm saying our ancestors didn't just pray. They prayed, put on their armor, jumped on a horse, and beat the brakes off somebody, saying, "Listen, you violated me, you get the brakes put off you." I'm not playing that to be sitting on praying all day. No, you violated my spiritual tenets and you disrespected me. You had to get the brakes beat off
All
you.
right, but you know
Nothing's
what?
wrong with that.
Now that's fine
They
too.
did
But
that too.
one would have to master spirituality to the point of doing the results, like physical and fast ones. Like it can't be like I put this old school curse on you, and in 20 years your people gonna die. Meanwhile, I'm getting the brakes beat off me. Like
No, I didn't.
if you
I
could
didn't
come
say
up
that,
with
Flash.
one that make it be like you a
you talking
I
about
didn't
superhero.
some
say that,
real
bro.
physical. You talking
No, I
about
didn't say that. No,
that's
no,
crazy.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying when people don't know something and you poisoning them and you chant 2 words before you poison them, they're gonna think you God killed them because they don't know any better.
Can we understand that we agree? Because spirituality is cool, right? It got its place. It has its
Right.
place. We talking about what its place is, and you misplacing it.
I don't think so. I think you're misunderstanding me.
Well,
I'm not saying you need to be spooky. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you can pray and still beat the brakes
Well,
off a
you're
nigga
not
because he
100%
disrespected God.
misplacing it because you need some to understand
Right.
African spirituality to get to understand the glyphs
Yeah,
to
you
I'm
some
get cultural
extent.
continuity.
But you
right.
can't you
I'm just saying it doesn't
prioritizing it.
preclude you from.
You prioritizing it over being literate, basically.
No.
so can I
What I'm
peace,
saying
peace to
is
the
it
panel?
must be at the
Oh,
root.
go ahead.
It's not that I can beat the brakes off you because you disrespected me. I'm gonna pray first, but while I'm praying, I'm gonna apply some medicine to that wound because I know praying ain't gonna help you. You understand? And our ancestors show that while they prayed, they knew medicine too.
But see, you switched
You
up and
understand?
said medicine, and I mean, see what you talking about. So you basically saying we
Yes.
need to be doing potions and shit right now?
Hey,
I'm
let me
saying,
jump
Let
in
him
right
answer
quick.
that.
I'm
Let him
saying,
answer that real
I'm
quick.
Yo,
saying,
you out.
I'm
Because that's
saying,
what he's
when
saying.
you don't know any better, you call it a potion, but it's chemistry, it's alchemy. I'm not just mixing something, it's not magic. I can
So
pray it all I
well,
want to,
you
but I know it's gonna
contradicting
kill you.
yourself.
I
Either
know it's
it's
gonna kill you.
spirituality or it's science. Which one is it?
It could be both. I could pray with a potion and hope that it works quick,
Oh
but
my
I know it's gonna
God.
kill you.
But you ain't gonna pray.
Hey,
You gonna pray over. You
let's
ain't
that.
gonna pray over some poison. You know, it's over. If somebody take
Hey,
fentanyl too much, they dead, right?
bro,
Come on,
it
man.
can't
I
hurt to
feel what
say
you're
a prayer,
saying, but some of the way that
but
you
it can't hurt to say a
expounded,
prayer.
yo, I
No,
feel
it can't
your
hurt to say a
under
prayer.
all thesis, B, but the way that you expounded on it is kind of crazy. Yes,
I'm tripping.
spirituality is useful. I don't think it takes precedent over actually being literate and doing real factual things. Some say it do, then that's fine. And
I don't think it does either,
huh?
but it can't hurt.
I'm
It
talking
can't
about in
hurt.
this analysis. I'm
It
talking
can't.
about
It
in our
can't.
analysis. I'm not talking about in being a man. I'm
It
not
can't.
saying you
But it
gotta
can't
be
hurt.
literate to be a qualified good spiritual man. I'm
I
not
know,
saying that.
but it
I'm
can't
saying
hurt.
when we analyze and understand the ancient Egyptian text, bro, I think the
But it
priority
can't
need to
hurt.
be over. It can't hurt.
I don't think it can hurt.
I never
It
said it
can't
could
hurt.
hurt.
Just like when you,
It
just
can't.
like when you look at these medical papyri, they're praying, but at the same time they're praying, they're doing medical things to help you. They're not just praying over broken leg and say, "Ra, heal it."
I don't think we
You understand?
disagreeing, bro. I don't think. Yeah, okay.
Right.
What
And this
was
is
you
what I'm
about to
saying. I
say,
don't
So
really
dude?
think
let
What
me.
you was about to say, dude?
So let me. I just want to say peace to the panel first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the Magi.
What's
You
up?
know,
What's
you
up,
did.
dude? What's
Peace.
up? What's
But
up?
I got a question to what he's speaking towards too, because I hear what he's saying too, but I'm like you. Like he trying to group the two together and we kind of trying to keep it separate, but he's saying like back in the day they did group the two. And it seems like that's how we looking at it in the present. But I don't know, like whenever we looking at the terms, you was making a good point about the terms, how it can get murky. Because whenever you say spirituality, we coming from the present, right? You know what I mean? Because we don't, as the term spirituality in ancient times, and how do we know what they doing was spirituality, or if it was science, or if it was something else? And I think that a lot of times that we look at things that they were doing with the funerary practice and stuff like that, we tend to call it spiritual, but it may not be. It could be something else. We don't know if they believed in these things literally or if they were symbolic or what. At least I don't believe. So I want Smash to comment on that. And I also want to ask you this, also Smash, and this is a genuine question. I know we have papyrus like the medical papyri and things of that nature, but do we have any text to where they are like specifically talking about science as in the way we would do today, like not necessarily formulas, because I know they got like mathematical formulas, but is there anything that we can look at that we say like, okay, they was doing science right here, not potions and medicine, but like something, you know what I'm trying to say, like science, maybe like, or maybe they science was looked at a different way. I don't know necessarily how to say it, but is there any papyrus that we can look at to where they was actually like practicing science, like maybe like equations or something like that? I don't know.
There are plenty of texts where they're practicing equations. Math is a science, and so if we want to look at it in that regard, we could quote the Rhine mathematical papyrus, right? And yeah,
Is it the Eber papyrus, a medical papyrus? Smash.
Pardon me. Yep, that is a medical papyrus.
That's mathematical. I know that there's a papyrus that they use to help women with stopping them from getting pregnant. I heard reference to I forgot what the ingredients were, but so if that's what the brother's talking about when you said medical, because they do there is a medical papyrus. I just can't think of the name of one in particular, but I just can't remember the name of it right now. But yes, brother, they did practice medicine. And,
yeah, but they have prayers, but some of them have prayers on it too. They didn't just practice medicine. They pray too.
Well, what about, are there any texts like this, like Adam, like a text about atoms, or a text about physics, or a text about, 'cause I know these are modern day constructs that we just now got in science, but I mean like the principles of science, not actually like mathematical formulas. I know they did that, and I know they show papyrus of different stuff you put together to make medicine. But what about like principles, like laws and stuff that we go off of and stuff also? Is that you guys know?
You broke up on mine.
I don't know of that text in particular. I can't say they don't exist, but I don't know one I could cite right now when it's like, a science book with all the chemicals and what they for or whatever and how to mix them together or whatever. It may exist, but I don't
science, know. Do they look into it like astrology? Like, let me go look up. Don't they look at the stars and all kinds of stuff up in?
Yeah.
What encompasses? Yeah. So yeah, they did astrology. They did a lot of the classes that we use in all of the sciences, because they're all basically just sciences and different. You got sciences of mathematics, sciences of medicine, sciences of astrology, sciences of all kinds of things. So I would say all of those principles and the things that they were incorporating into their culture are different aspects of science. Or am I reaching or going too far?
No, that's a good point.
No, well, let me give an example. Let me give
I pulled up some on the medical papyrus, and it says that many of them were lost. The largest study of medical papyri to date has been undertaken by the Humboldt University of Berlin, and the title of it is Medizin Egypta. So if you want it, so for the brother that was asking about the medical papyruses, they got a whole section that you can access.
Well, I think the overall thing that we were probing was not whether one should be spiritual or not. It was whether that spirituality would help you in understanding the written hieroglyphs. And we even went into talking about touching them and, all these other things. And I understand, I have not been to Egypt yet. I have traveled the world, and it's because, I've been invited to places. And I felt these same feelings of grandeur in different places. I remember when I first went to Japan in '92, I wanted to drop a tear almost. Felt like I went to the future. And the question is to be asked, if that's a reality, then how come someone can't just go to a museum? Because they took all of Kemet out of Kemet. So how come somebody can't just go to a museum and touch something and then know the glyphs. And
But
so I'm
nobody's
not
saying
saying
that,
Brother
Flag.
Flag said that, and I'm not saying Joey
Nobody's
said
saying
that.
that.
No,
Nobody said that.
but even have a heightened sense of understanding or anything with that you're implying by simply just going to a museum and being right and being
But
spiritual.
Smash, nobody's saying that. I'm just saying if it's a spiritual script and used by spiritual people, spirituality helps. Let me give you an example.
I don't
They say the Eye
disagree.
of Horus. They say the Eye of Horus has mathematical significance. Have you ever looked into that?
Of course, and that ain't spiritual. That's scientific.
But it's the eye of a deity.
Oh, okay.
The Eye of Haru has mathematical significance, but it's an eye of a deity, part of his body, just like his backbone. Just like the backbone of a star has spiritual meaning. You understand? So,
Yeah.
so but it also has an anatomical and scientific meaning because it looks like a backbone.
All right, now
And I
if you
actually
think,
heard,
let me just ask you a question. If you think that if I put some glyphs on the wall, right, and anything that you just said, if you apply any spiritual context to it, you might possibly misread those glyphs.
well, there's
Because
a
if you see
possibility of
what's saying,
misreading.
if you look at the backbone of a sword, right, and just translate anything other than stability, what have you, then you be reading wrong. You see what I mean? And so you're not ultimately, you making some very good points. But I hope you heed that reading something is different than interpreting it.
Well, I agree with what you said, but then the ultimate idea of what it means comes from a cultural concept as to why it means that. Just like why a Herutekin means what it means. It's not, they
No, so
didn't
you
just
keep
throw it
confusing
up there.
things. This is what you're confusing. A lot of the times when we look at the glyphs, they represent a sound quality that what they want to relay to us most is the sound quality, right? And now they have a section where they want to relay something else. It's normally called the vignette, where they're not necessarily focusing on the sound quality, and you should probably look at some of these items as and not read them like a word. But if you address that, then you have to say that, okay, knowing why they use this one particular bird, whether it was for spiritual principles or not, it would not let us know the sound quality of that bird, and it wouldn't help us to read the text.
Right. I agree. But when we're dealing with that convention is more for transliteration as opposed to what they might have wanted to convey.
No, that's how they had to read it. Think about it. They had to teach
I
each other.
agree.
They had to teach each other the language, right? And they
Right.
taught each other through the same type of meticulous, studious process of writing glyphs over and over. Like we don't even have no tablets of ancient Egyptian students talking about what the glyphs mean, bro. We've
Right.
got hundreds of tablets of students writing the same line over and over using rendition and memory and things that are static and less spiritual.
But when we talk about words like letters like A and M and B and C, these letters are the language.
I think you broke up
Am I
some.
correct?
You broke up some.
What I'm saying is
So
when you hear them use letters like A, B, C, D, those are not necessarily letters that exist in the Semitic language. That's just a sound value that they represent in English.
Okay. What that got to do with anything?
The point I'm making is we're putting our own conception on other people.
No, that's
Culture.
not what they're doing.
We don't
No.
know if
No, that's not
the
how
phonetic
language
value was
works.
something important to them.
That's not.
We assuming
No,
that because
that's
it's important to us.
no. You tripping, dude. Think about how
Am I wrong?
language works. Let's just get out of Egypt and America and think about how language works in totality, right? Now,
Hello?
first, language works from a combination. First, combining sounds that humans can make, right? Like we don't take all of the sounds that a human can make and place them in a language, but some languages take sounds that a human can make and they put them into their not lexicon but orthography or the symbols that represent sounds, right? The phonemes, right? And so if you take the Arabic language, for instance, they put a sound into their language.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And so we would have to take this into consideration as well.
Right. But we don't know how the language sounded.
So,
Correct.
this is what I'm trying to explain.
We're just assuming
most languages, even if you dealing with a Chinese language, bro, they are using combinations of the same sounds and some slightly different ones in different combinations. And so all transliteration is basically taking the symbols and the sounds related to those symbols and placing them into another script. Transliteration. You finding the sound, it's still the same sound, close to the same sound, and you're trying to match it with a different script. You see what I'm saying? And so that doesn't say that they wasn't focusing on the sound, it was a language.
Right. But at the same time, we're saying that we don't know how it sounded. We don't know what sounds they were trying to make. We're just speaking.
That's kind of beside the point.
That
But
was
let me ask you.
It's
Let
not.
me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question because you keep wanting to stress the spiritual. So, and what we want to know is what will you gain from accessing the spiritual side of this language? What you keep saying. So, what I'm trying to say, can you give an example to where they doing maybe either one or the other, or maybe both at the same time? Like, where is this gain on the spiritual side of the language that we missing that we can surmise from you?
No, I'm not saying that you're wrong in what you're saying. I am simply saying that should be considered at some point when you're learning these languages.
Of course.
And what I'm asking you is why? Where is the gain on the spiritual side? Give an example.
Let me give you an example. When you deal with languages like Zulu and different languages, they have certain clicks and certain vibrations that they speak on, correct? You can't just say words like you say in English.
I don't know if it's Zulu, but yeah, someone does use that. Yeah, keep going. You're right.
Plenty of African languages have clicks.
Okay, keep going.
And it's a rhythm and a vibration that you get when you speak the language. English is monotone.
Okay.
Most white people can't pronounce no type of ethnic name.
What's your point, though?
The clicks and the sound are important. They're there for a reason. They're imitating something and it means something to the people who say it. You can't just
Okay, so what does that mean?
It's a vibration and a sound that they're trying to make.
Don't nobody disagree. The clicks ain't in the ancient Egyptian language.
Possibly to imitate nature, possibly for spiritual reasons.
But
language.
Possibly to communicate.
How does this relate to the conversation?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It relates to the conversation because we are just speaking it in a certain way. We might be missing out on a great potential and understanding of the language.
So,
but I asked you to give an example, and you said you was going to give an example.
And you keep let me say this.
Well, I can give you an example.
Pronunciation, bro, don't got nothing to. Now, it does have something to do with meaning if you're pronouncing another word. But pronunciation, how it's pronounced, has nothing to do with understanding it. Let me give you an example.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna agree with you on that. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to know how it's pronounced to understand how it's read or whatever.
I'm gonna keep it on that one. But I'm still saying it's just like when you are in certain orders, they chant at a specific volume for a specific reason. That doesn't change the understanding of the language, but it changes what the language is meant for and what the language is supposed to do for you.
Okay.
There's a reason why they chant, because they get to a certain vibration. It doesn't change the meaning of the language, but it changes how the language affects you.
So let me give you an
that
example.
Sounds good to say, but if you can't give no examples of what we missing, then we might not be missing nothing. It sounds real poetic that you say it, and I understand what you're saying, and that may be true. But if we can't see it in real life, then what does it really mean?
Yeah, but how can I do that in Medunex when I don't know the original pronunciation? I can't tell you how it was originally.
Well, why?
You can do it in English.
So,
don't know that.
So, what do you think knowing the original pronunciation will render different than knowing the meaning of the term?
I agree that in actuality, it probably has no effect on the meaning, but it might have a different effect on your feeling and what they're trying to bring across with the feeling of the word, as opposed
See,
to
that's
just
what
saying
I'm saying. So y'all really, you really abracadabra with it. You kind of
Yeah,
think
he on the
that,
spiritual
yeah,
side.
exactly. You think that if they hit them right, oh,
Exactly.
abracadabra, that,
Yes.
oh, you're going to feel something. And
Smash, don't do that. Smash, don't do that to me, man. Don't do that to me.
That's what you saying.
that's what you say.
Man. What? Well, I'm not. No. I'm not saying that.
Li- Listen, because you want to know why? Hold on. It is what you're saying because whenever I say give an example, because you should be able to do it in English because it's relative. Because English, you have spiritual, and they say if you say different frequencies and stuff can happen. So it will be the same thing in English or any other language per se.
Right.
So
I
can you give
understand.
an example?
But if I don't do the original pronunciation, it would be unfair of me to try and do a comparison of Metal Lecture. I can't do it.
No, I'm about to prove how you wrong. I'm about to just go ahead and I'm going to pull up some stuff that you might know.
I could say
But
Nettami, but that doesn't mean that's how it sounded when they said it. That's just my interpretation of how I think it should sound. Not how they sound.
But here's your claim. If we say it right, we could be missing something, but something like what is what I'm trying to get you to convey. Like if don't nobody know, but listen, if don't nobody know how to do it, you said that we don't know how it sounds. How can we possibly do it if nobody know how it sounds? And why would we have to be careful if don't nobody know how to do it? And what could we be possibly missing out if it ain't never been done?
Well, I would agree if you're talking about academically, nothing. Academically, there's no reason. There's no academic
in the whole world.
There's no academic
any
reason.
type of way you want to swing it. Any type of way.
No, there's no academic reason for that. But we know that there's a research on how sounds affect the human body.
Yeah,
I could give you your brain aneurysm.
I'm not mad at you. Who was about to say something?
Joe, I wanted to ask Joe a question. You understand that people can learn how to read a foreign language and not be able to speak it?
Exactly.
Joe?
Me?
Yes. I said, do you understand that you can learn how to read another language and can't speak the language to the people?
I would agree 155 million%. That's an actual fact.
Okay. So with the meta nature, we can learn how to read it and not be able to speak it and still understand what it says. You agree?
I agree.
Okay. Because I'm glad you did because there was a scholar who made a major disruption by claiming that we didn't understand meta nature. The meta nature hadn't been deciphered, and nobody could speak it. So therefore, you didn't understand it, and that's a false. And that clouded and confused a lot of people, and held us back as a community from having more people understand or make an attempt to understand the meta nature. Are you following me?
Yes, I agree with you.
So when you said about the necessity or the use of spirit in interpreting the glyphs, yes, that's fine. That you can say spirit, you can say intuition. That's fine. That's fine. And people use it. Different people use it. And like Smash said, we know the Europeans. They when they were deciphering it academically, right? They wasn't using spiritual principles to do it. Do you agree?
I would agree 155 million%.
Okay.
We have to see it that way.
I beg pardon?
As Africans, we shouldn't see it that way.
Well, I mean,
I don't know
what difference.
So let me ask you something, Joey. And you're starting to learn how to read the language, which is good. And you have a theory about spirituality being useful in the interpretation of glyphs, which I also think would be a good thing for you to be able to prove. You saying knowing, the meaning behind the individual glyphs, right, would help us to understand and interpret what it says. So I'm going to ask you to, as you begin reading this, to analyze it from the perspective you're talking about. And let's go glyph one by one. This isn't a gotcha moment. So we can start with what we know to be the soup plant here, right? And you know this first term is what?
Hotep Dinasut.
So yeah, the whole phrase is Hotep Dinasut, but let's go slow. How does knowing what this soup plant mean right here, and that this is an offering table, that this is a piece of bread, and that this is a throne, how does that help you? I mean, it could if you wanted to try to read it in the Rebus, but how does that help with the interpretation of knowing that this is Hotep Dinasut?
I'm not saying it does, but at the same time, we're reading it. It's really a spiritual text.
It is for them, and you can make it one for yourself if you're under the same spiritual tradition. But the question is, how is our spirituality assisting, or how could it assist in the understanding of these statements?
Well, I could say we physically know what it means to say, yes, it means an offering. But then we have to understand why every offering was considered to be an offering given by the king to someone else and not me to someone else.
That's fine, but that's not addressing what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, how would knowing the meaning, right, the spiritual meaning behind any of the glyphs that you just read, Hotep Dinasut, how would that assist you to know that it's Hotep Dinasut? It didn't. You just read the phonetic qualities. You read the phonetic qualities and you knew it was an offering.
No, I wouldn't. I would agree.
Let me help him out, Smash. This is Patah.
Peace.
So Hotep, like you said, was the bread and then the throne. So the spiritual, I guess, the only spiritual part, not spooky spiritual, but the king, Nisu, the king provides the bread to the people.
Well, you got to slow down. You got to slow down, because we talking about knowing the meaning behind the spiritual meaning behind each individual glyph. So what you would assist us to know is, what is the spiritual meaning behind the sedge plant, if we under the analysis that Joey is putting to it, and then the spiritual meaning behind the T glyph and the hetep. You see what I mean?
Okay, then. Well, I can't exactly prove, but here's an imagination. The sedge plant may be, if you look at it in nature, maybe it's the tallest, it's the most predominant plant when it grows in its natural habitat, like the ruler. And then the heteb being the throne, or the platform, the table. Now the head tap that's a little.
And you left out the T too.
No, let's see. You mean each?
I mean, that's what we need, a methodology, and we're trying to use the methodology Joey proposes.
Yeah, that's a fact. Now the T. Some people say that's a bread loaf.
Okay, so we would have the tallest plant and a bread loaf.
Now, I'm not arguing with you, Smash.
I fall back on that. Y'all can have that. I'm not trying to get stupid, but I was trying to help him out with the visionary of the king being able to provide. Go ahead.
I agree. The spiritual value does not necessarily have to do with understanding the words, but it has to do with understanding the meaning behind what a Hotep Dinasut is and why people do it.
But you haven't even said the spiritual value. That's what I'm trying to assess.
And their spiritual value is significant, but ours, that's how white people translated this. Because apparently our spiritual value ain't significant. We need to understand theirs, and they're giving a spiritual offering to their king.
Right.
Now let me say this. Because I think what we're saying is spiritual. I think we might be, and this is just y'all can beat me up on this, but I think a lot of the stuff that we say that they doing is spiritual is actually in nature and science. It is science, but we just don't really understand what they're doing. You know, they're using different words and different metaphors, and it's all symbolic. And then we look at it and be like, that's spiritual. But it all could be within nature too, but we just ain't really understanding the terms, so we can't define them. Kind of like what you were saying earlier. But that's just my suggestion. I can beat you up on that.
So like philosophy, right?
I'm gonna ask James the host because I
I'm-
gotta pick somebody up. I'm gonna ask James the host. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I got
James.
it, man. But I'm trying to figure out how is this not anything but historical from our perspective.
You want me to tell you why?
It is no. This is spiritual. This is spiritual. It was spiritual from the Egyptian perspective.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, from their perspective, but I'm talking about in 2024. How is this anything but something that we're looking at from a historical?
Because some people are into Kemetism and they're trying to revive these traditions.
But that's
Yeah,
what matters.
trying to apply it to today's lives.
Yeah, I got all that, but what I'm trying to say is in a practical. Hold on, Joy, and you've been kind of going for a minute now. So in a practical, common sense type of thing, this is 2024, Joy. You know, and like I said, you know, it ain't no such thing as no Horus, no man with no falcon head. So this can only be looked at from a historical reference at this point in 2024. We don't believe that somebody had a falcon head.
But James, watch this. Don't you want to be as great as your ancestors?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You looking at it from a historical standpoint and not just from some type of, because we know that didn't work. They still lost. so stop that. So
they went for a long time though.
What we're doing in 2024 is looking at it from a chronological perspective to try to see what these people left out of history. That's really the only thing that this is the value of this.
I agree with you.
They started us in the 1st century AD with history. Now we found out that Africans had a history that predates it at 2,000 years. That is the value in this.
Yeah,
it ain't no spiritual, ain't nothing spiritual coming down here to save us. If that's what the hell you think.
We don't need to be fanatical about it. You're right.
You got to stop that, Joy. We got to look at that. Now, if we want to look at it, we want to look at it and use it. Hold on. If we want to use it, we do use it because we all have. I'm not an atheist, so I do have ancestral veneration. I venerate my ancestors. That's what they were doing. They were looking at their ancestors and remembering the past. That's what we do now. So what's wrong with that? We don't have to take it. If we want to use it from a literal standpoint, we can do that. But to try to say that we believe in a falcon-headed God or something like that, that would make us look like some idiots right now. You don't agree?
I never said that. But what I'm saying is you still have to understand that the Pharaoh was considered a living deity, the embodiment of everything good.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Hold on, slow down. Do you know about the history of Japan? You know that he was an emperor before World War II. He thought that he was the living God. What happened in World War II? What did they do to him, to the emperor of Japan?
No, but he was tripping.
No. But so they was tripping.
The whole country was tripping.
They was tripping too. They were tripping in Egypt too. So you think that another man is a living God or something like that now?
James,
no. You know that's just history.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
So you think that it's another human being on this planet that's superior to Joe right now?
No, what I'm saying is, in their viewpoint, he was everything that was good and right about the world. He was a perfect leader, and he was not to be questioned. And he
Joe, you about to get beat up. You been too spiritual.
Oh, but he
better come on back. Come on back, bro.
But we understand this in 2024 what that was, though. That's what we're trying to get you to understand. We understand that that's just the way that the culture is, and it's good for cultural continuity because we see that these people use these same type of tactics for their cultural continuity, which they made us stop practicing. So I understand that we do need something to get us some cohesiveness as a people, and basically, we're in agreement with the chronology of it. If we want to use something tangible, Dr. Clark, Sheikh Hunter Diop, they pointed us to something tangible that we can use. But other than that, bro, we not finna be start praying to no Ra, nothing like that, and think we finna get out of last place. That's not happening.
Yeah, okay. Can we talk about or define what we mean when we're talking about spiritual? Because my understanding of spirit is that it's a force that cannot be seen. It's a non-corporal force, a non-material force. It's a force. We acknowledge the force. And when we give veneration to our ancestors, that force, that thought that we're focusing on them connects with them in our minds and our hearts, and that's the connect. So that's why it's spiritual. Would anybody disagree or want to add to that, build on that, or tear that down?
I agree.
No,
But you also have to understand rulers of all African nations weren't considered divine because they had to hold up certain principles. And when you cross those principles, you were able to get checked by the priest and say, yo, you tripping. You can't be doing this craziness. Those are the only people who can check you.
Right.
And
that
was a way that.
So our principles spiritual?
It could be. Some are moral.
How?
Well, principles won't have to be spiritual, but you have principles that are spiritual.
Okay. See,
some principles are just moral.
See,
They don't have anything to do with spirituality. There's some principles are just human decency. You respect your elders. You don't beat women. That's just moral principles that have nothing to do with reading a book. You know you don't beat up women because it's not right. You don't steal. You don't rape. It's just not right. You don't need a book to say that.
And you can't. In our culture, it's not right. In other cultures, it is right. That's how you get to know obey.
It's never been right.
Wait, no, brother. Wait, no. When you say it like that, I mean, you go to some cultures and it's quite acceptable, and that's part of their tradition. They get
you could beat your wife and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's in their books. So, like,
listen, because our culture, and it hasn't always been like that. I mean, I grew up in the time. I mean, matter of fact, it was all in movies and TV all the time. The woman get hysterical, you slap her. She's done. So when you say what's good, that's you're talking about relative good for a culture at time. So when I ask you about principles, and I ask you, are principles spiritual or not spiritual, and you say they can be both, well, that's not an answer. You see what I'm saying? So when we start,
I like to comment on what you said, brother. Once you get finished.
I'll finish. I'll drop it off right here. So when we bring in the word spiritual into the conversation, when we're working on academic and literal things, then it muddies the water, and sometimes we get sent off to the left somewhere. So that's how
I agree, and I like how you brought it around and made spiritual practical, and that was the question that I was kept asking them. Like, if it doesn't bring anything practical, then we're not missing out on nothing. And then I agree with you when we talk about these terms, right? And he was making that point also of how we have these words that's synonymous in English with what we think is synonymous in Egyptian. And we can only go based on it, like using the word spiritual or divine. Like, what does that mean? Because, maybe in their terms, when they practice my art and they say they were divine, it could be like righteous or upright or something like that. You know what I mean? Just doing good.
Yes. You hit it on the head right there, because that's one of my pet peeves when people try to make the Netaru into gods. When Kemet, we had no notion of a god in the sense that we have been brought up to understand. It's not in the culture. It's not in the writing anywhere. There's no, come on, Pata. There's no God in Kemet.
That was a wifey.
Say it again.
I said that was my wife. But yeah, I'm gonna come with it. Now, Brother Flag, you know as well as I do. Hold on. You know as well as I do. Many of us have been into different religions, right? Whether it's Christianity or Islam or whatever it is, right? Yeah. And when you I know exactly where the brother's at. I can't ever remember his name. I want to call him person. But anyway, when you first come into that little bit of spirituality, it's meta nature is like you not knowing, like it's something mysterious. And then when you begin to learn how to read it a little bit, you begin to interject some of that same religious stuff that you learn as a child and growing up into the meta nature. But it's just a process. It's just a process that you go through. I think we've all done, if you want to be honest, as we've started to learn and read it. It's like, oh, it's that magic meta nurture that somebody said earlier. And Smash said he coined it. So yeah, I think that's just where this conversation really is that we're trying to infuse this philosophical teachings or learnings that we've had over the past in our lives onto a language. Something that was missing.
Modern dogma. We keep placing modern dogma on ancient concepts because that's the only thing we have to equate it to. You know what I mean? We take these words in the ancient times and then we use what we think are equivalents, but the equivalents that we think come with so many connotations. You know what I'm saying? It comes with so many of these constructs. They already have things attached to them. So we putting it in this Christian paradigm still. You know what I mean? So, you know.
And that's a mistake. It's a big mistake because the ancients knew of our potential to rise up to that, what they say, the karas, or our highest ability to comprehend the universe that we participate in. And they had systems and rituals and things to help certain segments of that population, of that culture, to ascend to that. But the principles were written out and laid out for us, the ones who come after, to learn and process and utilize for our development in these times such as we have. And in the process of doing that, one of the main barriers to getting the most value out of that is our past indoctrinations and the language that we use, because it's not the language that we were designed to be speaking in the first place. And so it takes a lot of discipline, a lot of repetition to get into it. So I wanted to ask, and I hope somebody else will remind me, or you could ask the question. I wanted to ask Smash, did he think that the brothers who wrote the glyphs, were they literate or were they just craftsmen? Because like I said, I was so impressed by the exactness of the glyphs everywhere and how they were so uniform. It was almost as if they were done with a printing press as opposed to somebody actually tripping it. So that's what I was feeling. Now, it would have been something magical. I didn't feel like I was feeling anything magical like that, but I was just feeling that because I wanted to imbibe it on every level. And like the brother said, if you don't know what the spirit means, what good as it is wasteful, it don't mean anything. Well, it could possibly. So that's part of why I touched it and I felt it and I expressed it in this way. But
yeah. I think brother Joy is looking for common practicality off in what we're studying. Like, how do we use it in modern terms? I think that's kind of like what you're trying to do, right, Joy? Like, is that what you're saying?
I would agree, but listen to what Baba Flag just said. He said he wanted to know if the people were scribes or artisans because of the way that they carved the glyphs. Right?
He said literate.
I wonder if were they literate. Could they read?
He said literate.
So I understand what I'm saying, but the point I'm making is he saw the artistic value because they didn't just throw it together. It was an art doing it, and he wanted to look a certain way. Even though they were scribes, they were artists too. They wanted to make it look a certain way. They wanted a certain feel about it. They didn't just put it up there. So in his mind, he questioned if they were literate, if they were just carving these things as artisans. And that should tell you all you need to know.
No, you misrepresented what he said. He didn't mean it like that.
Well, ask him what he said right there.
Yeah, he did. He reproduced what I said.
He right there.
Yeah,
like so.
I thought you were saying because you said they were so accurately and done the same every time, it was done on a printing press and not just art. Because to me, it sounded like you were saying, or maybe they could have just been copying because you can copy a script don't necessarily mean that you literate too. So maybe I misunderstood.
No, I said the exactness in which it is everywhere. I said it's as if it was, put up with a pen and press. And I said that was, that's one of the things that impressed me. But as you learn, as you learning to write the meta nature, one of the things that one of my teachers, she hyper emphasizes is that the proper, the exactness in which you make each character, and also their positioning. And so when you can see that they made sure that there was balance within each little grouping. And I was like, wow. I mean, it's just super impressive. And I'm saying, and so it just occurred to me during this conversation, I wondered, hey, we know that in most cultures, and I don't know about Kemet, that is 10% or less of that population.
Illiterate.
Everybody's
illiterate.
Except the top 10% up until the 20th century. That's in every culture. And so I was wondering, when I apply that principle or that thesis to Kemet, then I was wondering,
That's very true.
Yeah, because the artisans, the guys that's working in stone, right? They're reproducing what the scribes wrote on the papyri, right? I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's interesting because he's talking about the spiritual aspect of it. I'm saying, so if all the scribes, check me out here, if all the artisans, all the technical people who were putting these glyphs on everywhere, and they're everywhere, the ceiling, the floor, the walls, everywhere, it's right, and it's all exact and proportion and everything. If the people that were writing it, putting it in stone, if they were literate, they knew what they were writing, they could read it, and it had spiritual value, then that means, then that would, I would further postulate, then that would make the people hyper spiritual, right? Am I being illogical?
Let's agree that you could just as easily interchange that spiritual value with cultural value. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
See, because we don't know what they attachment to what they were doing was, but we do know that they had a cultural value that they value that you could use in that, because they're the so that you could use that word to.
Brother Flack brought up an interesting point that I didn't think about. We look at people as scribes, but they might have just been artists who were reproducing text. They might not have been spiritual, and that's a good point. We
They
don't
could
know.
have been just culturally connected to that particular.
You
know what I'm saying?
I want to give some credence to what Brother Joy was saying, because I don't want to make it seem like I don't absolutely understand, because I understand what you're saying, and I want to kind of elaborate on my feelings towards what you were saying in the positive, right? So you was making a point, like right now today, we know there are some significant health benefits to things like you said, sound, vibration, and light, and we having a hard time figuring that out today. And that could be also considered spiritual, because like what I think Brother Flag was saying, to me, spiritual is the things that affect us that we can't see. You know what I mean? To me, that's how they would say that. And that's how I even use it today. That's how I look at being spiritual. When anybody come up to me, say anything about spiritual, it's about things that can affect me that I can't see. But that would not only apply to science, but it also applies to like the science of words, how you use words, emotions, abstract concepts. All of those things to me are spiritual. So I want to just give you some credence that I know what you mean, but for you to say we need to be careful with how we not using these things, as if we know how to use them, we ain't got nothing to be careful about because we haven't figured it out. Is the only thing that I was trying to come across to you with.
You remind me of math classes, and the teacher was teaching us, I don't know, algebra or something, and you would ask yourself while you're doing your lesson, well, what use is this? How am I going to use this? Well, as a student in school, not even grown, I don't know how math is used out in the world. And as I'm learning the math in the class, it isn't until I actually get a working knowledge, I won't say master, a working knowledge of that subject that I can find out how to use it in that. And so that's what I'm saying to you, Joe. When we're learning the meta nature, first thing we got to do is get a working knowledge, and then we want to master it before we start to look or seek to see or draw out of it anything mystical or spiritual. Could you agree with that?
Well, I agree, but then we have to understand we can never master it because we have no example of the original speakers to know what we're supposed to be saying.
Wait. You changed it. Wait. We're not talking about speaking it. We're talking about understanding it. Just like I said earlier, you can learn how to read a foreign language and not be able to speak it or ever hear it and understand what's written.
Right. But there's
so you don't have to. So we don't ever have to be able to have a correct pronunciation if it was possible to find out what it would be, and we would still have value in learning to read the letter, correct?
I will agree with you, but we have to understand the ancient Kemetic people didn't write it on the wall because their ego was big. They wrote it on the wall to leave it for their ancestors. That is what they wrote it for.
Wait.
So hold on. So they left it for historical purposes.
No, they left it for ancestors, not for everybody.
So are we their ancestors? Would you consider us to be the ancestors of these people?
One of the Arabs? Hell yeah.
So
you said okay. Now so we agree on that. So now what can we? So now we learned how to read the language. Now what are we doing? We're going back and reading history. We're not going back and reading spirituality.
Right, but we're looking at it that way because it happened already. But
that's the only way we can look at it.
The instruction of Ptah-hotep is not a historical document. It talks about his life experience and his wisdom to his son before he dropped dead because he was old, and he talked about how old he was, and he wanted to leave something for his son, and that's what he did, and other people started to use it. It has no historical value. He didn't tell you.
Wait, don't say that.
What do you mean it don't got no historical value?
It's a historical document as far as we're concerned because we got it from where? From history, from the past.
Right, but it wasn't that way.
He wrote it as an instruction.
Or
he wrote it.
He didn't write it to tell the story of his culture. He wrote it to tell his son, when you get old, this going to happen to you. And this is what you should do. Because if you do these things, it's going to make it harder on you. So, son, don't do that. Stop. Right. It's like you, right? Looking at us and saying, don't mess with them hoes. Don't drink that liquor. Don't have children down the wedlock. Right. It's the same thing. And that's based on your wisdom as an older gentleman to say, oh, don't do that. I've been down that road, son, if you do that.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm saying from a historical perspective.
That's why they call the maxims of Ptah. They're wise sayings.
Right.
They're wise. Okay. So that's good. They're historical because they came from the past. I'm just trying to correct the way you phrased what you said. I think I understand what you said. But what you said was incorrect.
I could agree with that, but that's only from our standpoint. He didn't write it to be a historical document. He wrote it to be wisdom to his son and whoever else read it to understand his life experience and when you get old, what happens to you. Because the first thing he started talking about when you get old, you can't talk, you're breathing heavy. That's the first thing he said. He didn't talk about gods. He said, this is what's going to happen when you get old.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that's valuable. That's valuable.
Yeah.
Was he wrong? You know what I'm saying?
Brother Joy. Anytime you let me just say this, Brother Joy. Anytime you write something down for somebody else to benefit off of what hold historical value, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you expecting somebody to come behind you and read it. So he did actually know that his kids were going to come behind him, and that has historical significance, whether it be the right after him later historical aspect of it, or the 3,000 year later historical aspect of it. So he definitely intended for probably not only his kid, but like Brother Flag said, we can all gain wisdom behind it. You know what I mean? So it definitely has historical value to it. I don't know how you can exclude that from it. That's not a big issue. It's just how you framing it. Like Brother Flag.
24. He didn't mean for everybody to read it. He wrote it for his son, who he probably would have taken over his position as a scribe or a priest. He wanted to leave wisdom to his son. Somebody else took it and said, well, this makes sense. Let's put it on the wall and leave it for other people. He didn't intend it to be a historical document. It was something.
Hold on, let me ask you this. Do you think Socrates or Plato or any of these other people just wrote this for the whole world of you? Or do you think
Yes, of course.
So you don't think he just wrote it? So he didn't just write it for his people, the Romans and the Greeks?
No.
He wrote it for people in America to see too.
The conquerors, they wrote it to say, this is what we do it. This is our ego. We are the baddest people on the planet. and we know
No,
everything.
he's talking about what the Ethiopians look like. He's talking about all kinds of stuff. He just writing history.
Right.
That's
But
what he did. He wrote history to
had
document for the Greeks and Roman people. In the text in the text that these people read in. He didn't write that shit in American language. He wrote it in the language for his people. He didn't write it in Arabic. He wrote it in Greek and Roman.
He wrote it in Greek. Right.
What I'm saying, so he wrote that to document for the history of his people, the historicity of his people. So that's the same thing Ptah, the Maximum Ptah is. It's the same thing. He was just writing something down for specifically, specifically his son. But if somebody else got a hold to it and read it later on in history, now it's a historical document. You disagree?
Right. So I agree, but Socrates and these guys would write about their triumphs and who they conquered and who they beat the brakes off of. They handled spirituality until they met African people. That's when they started saying something of value. Other than that, they were just, I went over here, I conquered this one.
They were just philosophers. They were just people that were documenting history. But what I'm saying, when the Africans do it, you want to minimize it to, it was just him writing to his son.
No, I didn't say that. I said the document was initially for his son, but it became something else.
So you don't have to have an intention for something to become a historical document for it to have a less value. Because you keep saying he didn't intend it that way. That don't really matter. In reality, anytime that you write something, it's history. Once you write it and move to the next day, it's history. And that's just the reality of it, whether he intended it that way or not.
I agree, but I don't see it as a historical document. And the reason why I don't see it that way.
But it's a spiritual document. Hold up, it's a spiritual document. Let me ask.
It's not like he was writing about something happened.
Is it a spiritual document?
I would consider it to be. And
see, I already knew what was the problem.
That's crazy.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Man, you out of control. What the hell is going on? So, hold up. You said he was writing to his son, trying to give his son some wisdom. But now all of a sudden, you disregard the historical value in it and just say that it's a spiritual value in it.
I'm saying,
telling them, hey man, when you get old, your knees gonna start hurting.
That's exactly
what does that got to do with spirituality? Him telling them he gonna get short of breath when he get old. How does that help his spirituality? Like, what does that have to do with spirituality? Let me. I'm gonna mute out and see how you
was doing what fathers do. Say, son, I live a long life. Stuff gonna happen to you. This is what you should do.
That's called wisdom, ain't
it? Can I speak to that?
Or is it called spirituality?
Can I speak to that? I'm gonna right here. I have the book, okay, and it's edited by Asa. It said, God upon the two crocodiles, referring to Heru, who is sometimes shown standing on two crocodiles. My God, the process of aging brings senility. My mind decays, and forgetfulness of things of yesterday has already begun. Feebleness has come, and weakness grows. Childlike one sleeps all day. The eyes are dim, and the ears are becoming deaf. The strength is being sapped. The mouth has grown silent and does not speak. The bones ache through and through. Good things now seem evil. The taste is gone. What old age does to people is evil in everything. The nose is clogged and does not breathe. It is painful even to stand or sit. May your servant be authorized to use the status that old age affords to teach the hearer, and so to tell them the words of those who have listened to the ways of our ancestors, and of those who have listened to the gods. May I do this for you, so that strife may be banned among our people, and so that the two shores may serve you. And then, and then it goes on to give the actual teaching. Well, let me finish it. And then the majesty of the deity said to Ptah, go ahead and instruct him in the ancient wisdoms. May he become a model for the children of the great. May obedience enter into him, and may he be devoted to the one who speaks to him. No one is born wise. And so begins the formulation of Medu Nefer, good speech to be spoken by the prince. He wrote this for the prince, the count, and God's beloved, the eldest son of the Pharaoh, the son of his body, mayor of the city, Nazir, the Taotel, instructed ignorant in the knowledge and in the standards of good speech. It will profit those who hear. It will be a loss to those who transgress. Totel begins to speak to Pharaoh's son, not his son, and by extension to posterity. Ignorant in knowledge and in the
Thank you for reading that,
I want
brother.
to get that clear. You
Yeah.
kept saying his son. It was to the Pharaoh's son, and by extension to all of us.
Okay, all right, my bad. But he wrote it to
He
somebody.
said, "My bad." That's all we get.
He wrote it to somebody.
That's all we gonna get, Joey. Like, come on, baby. You gotta
All
get
right.
Man, I'm gonna take that because that's more than what other people do. So yeah, I'll take it.
Word. I feel you.
You're good,
He
Joe.
said that's more than
You're
what
good, Joe. You're good. We receive it. We receive it. Okay.
But I'm
Yeah,
saying,
you're right, dude.
that's just like Brother Flack saying, I might not have children of my own, which maybe he didn't. But he said, I could write to someone who I have access to tell them this is what life is going to be like when you get old. It ain't going to be easy.
No, he said, no. He was asking the Pharaoh, could he write it to the Pharaoh's son? Because the Pharaoh's son was going to be taking that place later on. And so he was going to be responsible for the people. And he said, whoever hears this, he said, whoever hears this is going to be, going to profit from it. And those who hear it and don't pay attention and transgress, they're going to diminish from it. And that means that's everybody. He's speaking to the people of his time that's coming after just the Pharaoh's son, and by extension, the people there, and by extension, posterity, which is us.
He said ancestors based on the translation.
Okay. So he was never said he was giving over to the Pharaoh's son. He was giving him words to live by.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So,
and the first one, everybody knows, don't be arrogant with your wisdom. Consult with the ignorant and the wise, for the limits of art are not attained, and emeralds are even to be found at the millstone among the maidens. That's the lowest of the culture. So he's saying,
hold on, brother Flag. What you got going on with that chair right there? Yo, where you come up with that at? Yo, I didn't know you was doing it like that over there.
Oh man, I surround myself with artifacts.
Man, that's a dope chair. Where you
and
get
what
you did that yourself? It got red, black, and green and everything. I need one of them. Oh man, you doing too much over there, brother Flag. When you did that yourself,
you got to counterbalance all the poison that we're surrounded by, and and that's one of the ways, and that's part. I think that's partly why the Kim 2 made sure that the glyphs were everywhere. That's to surround them with that spirit, Joe. And so that's what I do as a way to counterbalance the poison. But now, if I could take one more second, I wanted to go to Pan-African Jane, keep talking about we on the bottom. And I want to disagree with you on that. Do you know anything about India? They don't have a navy.
Well, they're a small navy. They don't have nothing significant. I would definitely agree.
Right. They don't. Well, I mean, you talking about we're on the bottom. Those people.
No, hold on. Let me be clear.
Wait. Let me make a statement first, because everybody. It's so easy, and people, we have a habit. Yeah, we on the bottom. We the last. We at the bottom. No. I'm just trying to change the language a little bit. We're on the bench. We're on the bench. We're the star player, but they didn't set us on the bench. Okay. And we're trying to get back off the bench and get back in the game. But we're not on the bottom. We're not on the bottom. We've been oppressed and run over, but we're not on the bottom. Them people over there, they got rivers of shit, actual literal shit running through that nation over there. And that was a high culture. And they're suffering from the same group of people that the rest of that we're suffering from. But if we continue, and this is the fear I have, if we don't find a way to raise up our our language, our discussion of the subject in a way that doesn't make it seem so hopeless. Where are we going to get our future warriors from?
Mm-hmm.
Where are we going to get the energy to continue our studies, to continue bringing forward what was so hard to get? You know, it was into the 70s that Diop was able to finally make them people, you know, and they didn't do it right away, but he put it in the arena in which it could not be denied any longer, about us being less than, and about Africa being the land of darkness, and about a continent that had no history, and the people over there were less than.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is we got to stop looking at ourselves. We were always on the bottom. You want to talk about somebody on the bottom? How about the indigenous people from this country, from this country? You know, there was hundreds and thousands and millions of those people, but only a bare remnant of them are around. Those are the people that's on the bottom, since they're still here. So stop saying that about us, man. We got to speak life, vitality, energy, and
I agree.
Okay, so
I agree with that, but I have to also, if we're going to be speaking Makiru, as you understand, I have to speak true. I have to be true to my position on the planet today. Mm-hmm. And that's not me making up anything fictional. We looking at what's going on around the planet. Now I can look at some good points that I can look to the future and say that this is not a permanent position that we're going to be in, because we have the lowest as far as age, as far as people on this planet. We average on the continent of Africa, we're at 19 years old, while other countries have older ages. I mean, as far as the average age of a country, a lot of these countries have older. So I understand that we're doing things right as far as how to procreate, and we're definitely getting our things together. But I'm talking about right now, today. I have to be honest in where we are now. I'm not saying that this is a permanent position, but to lie and say that we're not in last place is not
a lot. Okay,
because that's basically what that would be. You would be asking me to do is not to acknowledge the position that we're in, and there's nothing wrong with acknowledging the position you're in, as long as you aspire to get out of that position. And that's where I'm at with.
Well, I was giving you a simple example to let you see that we're not in last place. And when you say lie, a lie, we want to work towards it. I struggle with it. We want to work towards meta nefer, good speech, right? So when you say lie, that means that it's an active effort to deceive. So it's not a lie, okay? If somebody says it's not a lie, they may be incorrect, but don't say that. We got, and that's why part of why I like this platform so well, because everybody speaks so respectfully, and Smash is such a good listener, and you do a good job of keeping us on track. But this thing about us being at the bottom, that's a misnomer. It's an illusion. We're not. And if you ever go to the motherland, and if you ever travel around the motherland, as I have, and other countries as well, you will realize that we're not. We may be in a materially diminished place. True. We could use some infrastructure and all that on the continent, but a lot of things you were asking for, we shouldn't even have to concern ourselves with. Who needs a giant army? We don't need no damn giant army. That's a waste of money, because when there's three forces in the globe right now, and they're just fighting each other for domination up there, and nobody can defeat any one of them militarily, and they don't want to fight each other militarily. So that's why they continue with these proper wars and get the countries that they have power over, economic power and other powers and influence over. So, but once we realize who and what we are, and that's what we're in the process of doing, is that reawakening, that it's not going to come overnight. We wasn't put to sleep overnight. This
Correct.
took hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And it's been a job that's been done on us physically and mentally and scientifically. The sister with the what did she talks about? The post-traumatic slavery syndrome. And she came up with that. And then the doctor came behind her and talked about the effect of trauma on your DNA. So that untreated, she said that untreated trauma can affect generations after the initial person that experienced it if it's not treated. If it's not treated. And we know good and damn well our trauma has never been treated. It hasn't even been acknowledged. Matter of fact, it's been the opposite. And the fact that we don't acknowledge our own trauma that's in our DNA, it's in our psyche, right? And it's very hard to come out of it when you're surrounded by the same things that traumatized us in the first place. And so we come up with people like Clarence Thomas and that dude that's running, that governor, talk about he wished back for slavery time so he could buy some slave, black man out of whatever that South Carolina, and these other people, they're out here. They're suffering the effects of this trauma. Bobby Wright called it menticide. It's the
what about indoctrination?
Menticide. And everybody's indoctrinated. That's what the whole flag thing about. That's to indoctrinate the people to rally around and be under the control of certain leaders. But we're menticide. Bobby Wright, this black psychologist, said that menticide that was imposed upon us, and that means the efforts to actually kill the ability of our minds to operate in a healthy manner in order to kill us, to wipe us off the planet. Menticide, Bobby Wright. Look that up. It's very profound. He said because these people have a psychopathic racial personality that have them in constant fear of being wiped out. So that's why they do everything they can to keep all people, black and otherwise, all non-white people oppressed and under them, under their control in all circumstances, situations, and institutions. And so that's what we're fighting against. And then a lot of times we're fighting each other. And so that's why we're fractured. We're fractured in our understandings. We're fractured in our identities. That's why we identify as Moors, as Hebrew Israelites, as Muslims, as Christians. We're going to identify as anything other than an African. And so until we reconstitute that spirit, right, that African spirit, and that's what we're striving to do in our studies, because where will we go to find the mother lode? Where will we go to find the origins? And that's where we will find it in the literature. There's much of it that we can reconfigure and then learn. And once we get it, learn and memorize, and then we're going to have people like Joe and others go in and try to pull out some spiritual energy out of it so we can have that too. Do I sound like a nut?
Well,
you know, you're gonna make me cry, right?
But
if that's what you do before you fight, if that's what you do before you fight, let me see the tears. Yeah, because we got to fight.
Baba Flag, you look like somebody's sweet old grandfather who you don't want to mess with because you come out of the house, you go pull a pistol out from under the table and hit you 2 shots if you try and violate it. You don't play that. You're looking like that.
But just coming to what you were saying is it's just basically just having historical awareness is what I'm thinking. That's the nucleus of everything that we're all doing here. Someone gave us a history, and if we can all go down through this, and I mean, I think I've done this so many times, we know from a historical standpoint, after slavery, if we can all probably do this in synchronized voice, the first book that was given to the African was what?
Bible.
See, we all know
slavery too. Before slavery too.
The Negro Bible.
Okay, so
not even the actual Bible, the Negro Bible, our edited Bible.
Okay, so this is how
what they took out. What
this
they emphasized: turn the other cheek, slave, obey your master. Not even. But one thing about our people, they're intelligent. They know that devil standing up there giving them that book and telling them turn the other cheek and all that. They knew he was the devil.
Well, I'm not necessarily going through all of
Yeah,
that.
I forgot.
What I'm saying is, from a historical standpoint, is what we're looking for as a collective. So we tracing it back to our origins of even having a literary understanding of the world from what they provided, because we didn't have a worldview based on how they had subjugated us prior to them giving us that book. So for the most part, the confusion starts there. We have to be able to identify where the confusion starts, and then start to, in a chronological order, see how these other denominations come in, like the Moorish Science Temples of America, the Hebrew Israelites of America, the Nation of Islam, because all of these things that we're dealing with right now is the same confusion you just identified. So we are historically confused, basically.
Well, I think that's why it's in.
But
I
then
think
we
that's why
have.
it's in. Oh, go ahead.
Then we have historians that's of our same that come from us, that have done the due diligence, as well. I'm getting ready to hand it to you, dude, that have done the due diligence to go back and put our history together from an African perspective in a chronological order that predates our indoctrination. It is just that simple. That is the value in what Dr. Clark and them did. They gave us a chronology that predates our indoctrination of all of this Abrahamic confusion that we're dealing with now. Do you disagree or agree?
I disagree, and I'll come behind the brother. Go ahead.
I absolutely agree, and I think that's imperative. It's imperative to do what we're doing now, have these conversations, and actually go back in history and look at some of the narratives and try to bring them to the forefront and see what our ancestors were doing. Now, the thing that I don't like is the pushback that we get from some people to be like, "Oh, why did y'all choose Egypt rather than this place, that place, that place?" To me, I don't care what knowledge we use from the past to better ourselves. If you don't like Egypt, then go somewhere else. But you know what I mean? I use Egypt as a pinnacle. I think it's got really good stuff. I think it has lost stuff that can come back up and help us. You know what I mean? So it's not an issue with me to use Egypt or nobody else's culture. I use all of history. And I'm studying different people's history right now to try to dissect it and better myself from it. So I don't just use Egypt, but I think Egypt, is something that we can all use together and all have some type of common ancestral background to cling to in terms of heritage and culture, because heritage, culture, and tradition can be important, and it's something to rally around, and it's something to have good self-esteem with. So I love coming here to Smash this channel and hearing you brothers speak, and us doing what we do. I do think and I'll just leave it right there. So yeah, I agree with you, and I think it's imperative that we do what we do, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah, I wanted to get with James. Is not that you were incorrect, is that your analysis is incomplete. The Abrahamic religion is absolutely one of the most powerful tools that were used to bludgeon us. But even before that indoctrination, the fact that once we're kidnapped and those who survived that treacherous journey through the Middle Passage, they made sure that when we came off those ships, that we were separated in lots so that groups of us did not speak the same language, that we did not come from the same regions. So they made it harder for us to keep intact our cultural connections and our linguistic connections. And some of the differences that we see between us is because of where we were shipped from those islands. Nobody came, the great vast majority of us in the United States came via that route. There were no there were very few. It was rare for a ship full of captives to come straight to the continental United States. They went down to the islands for seasoning. Seasoning for anybody that still had a warrior spirit and still had that courage. They still had to be broken. Any groups that they found were speaking the same language, they had to be separated, so they could not communicate and work on plots for liberation of freedom. Now, in certain places where crops they were using, I think it was sugar cane, where they wanted certain groups from certain areas. I forgot where it was. I think it was somewhere near Nigeria that they needed, because they had cultures, groups that specialize in growing cane, sugar cane. They had others that specialized in growing rice. I remember that. But I do know that they separated us. So the fact that you experienced that terror of being kidnapped and then locked in darkness and all that devastation that what took place down in the bowels of those ships for what, 90 days, and then got up and got terrorized again and then got shipped somewhere. So when they did give you something to look at and talk about in relationship to, you know, what's going to happen next, well, I guess death. Well, how do I secure a better place than that? This is the way you do it. Well, we still, whether we were individuals or just a couple of us that speak the language, we still had our tradition for a generation or two. But it was about the second or third generation when we started more embrace and convert what they were telling us into something that was useful for us to endure what we were going through. That's what we did. We utilized it. And once we utilized it, and it became such an important tool for our elevation, for as a salve for our healings, and for comforting us when we had no other comforter. Now that we're past that time where it's such a necessity, because those inflictions, the severity of those physical inflictions are not on us as constantly and immediately as it was at one time. Now we can look to other things. Some of us still can't unlock that from our brain and get what we came from. And that's the whole thing, is to get what was lost, what we were taken away from, so that we can complete ourselves, we can heal ourselves, so we can remember, bring those members of us back together to whole, so we can operate as the divine beings that we were created, incarnated to be and operate on this globe. So that's why I disagree with you as on that thing as far as the Abrahamics. But I guess I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, broaden it up.
I'm like really confused, you know, yeah, as to, you know, the pushback on what I said. I mean, that's just pretty much from the starting point that I started from. I didn't even bring up the harshness of slavery. I would never disagree with how harsh slavery was, but I just started from the point of when they introduced us to literary texts in this particular realm here in the United States. How we got
Bible, right?
And excuse me,
talk about the Bible, right? Correct.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just talking about from that point onward to how we got confused and how we had some historians that came along that went through all of this stuff and gave us the proper history and where we're at today. I was just using the chronology because that's why we're all on this panel, because we seemingly agree on the chronology that the historians provided, not anybody that was religious based, right?
Right.
I don't think that anybody that we're talking about agreed that Egypt was the source of African civilization based on some type of spirituality. They went through and did the research to find the chronology of this history based on historians, not because they was dealing with, if they would have been dealing with anything Abrahamic, they'd have been still stuck. They would have never got out of it.
Facts.
Right?
If who,
how we got here is through historians that predate us, correct?
Yes.
Not anybody, not Martin Luther King, not any type of, not anybody, not even Malcolm X, not Elijah Muhammad. Nobody that's in anything that's Abrahamic is why we agree on history.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, so that's where the disagreement. Okay,
that's a disagreement.
Well, no, well, I just like I said, I'm agreeing. I just want to.
You need to stop it, brother.
Well, I'm trying to.
I'm just simplifying it, brother. I mean, I ain't got time to keep dancing around how we got here. We know that we got here through historians that came before us. That's just as simple as that.
But then you excluded. Then you went on and you excluded Malcolm. You excluded Martin. And
they had the okay, and
and that's why I have to disagree because because for me personally, I know there's others in the association that tell the same similar story.
What association? What association? I'm trying to
ask that.
Okay, well that's not that didn't have anything to do with the nation.
No, I'm just
and it don't have anything to do with Christianity.
Oh my God!
ASCAC was created for some people that was on some history. They was following the historical documentation of history. We know who these people are.
We're on agreement there.
Okay, so ain't no more argument between me and you. We are on the historical line of trying to find out what happened to us. We're not on the religious line. So when I say anything about the Abrahamic tradition, Brother Flag, I don't need no pushback from my elder when you know that that's what our problem is. When we know that we're indoctrinated at 70% in America, Christianity.
Maybe
in Africa is 70% of our African brothers and sisters are Christians. We know this. So is that a problem or not? Why are they indoctrinated with these false histories? See? We got to identify, get straight to it. Ain't no time to be playing. Me and you ain't got no time. I'm 55. So we ain't got time to be playing. Let's get straight to it. What our problem is, we are indoctrinated with somebody else's misinformation. That's the identifying problem first. We need to get cultural continuity with something that's African, not somebody else's. So the historians went and found a civilization that predates these people who indoctrinated us and thought that we could use that as cultural continuity to get our people on one accord so we can get out of this foolishness that we in. Just from a historical and cultural standpoint. We got other battles after that, but that's just the nucleus of what we need to do. That's what we at. Right?
You mind if I get in here, Brother Flag, or you wanna address that?
Because go ahead, I can come back. I'll come back.
So so that's why I like, and other people, this is why they hate what people like Brother Jabari is doing, because he takes the African principles in Africa and Kemet and say that, look, what the Christians are doing are actually African principles. And I think that's a powerful thing to do. And for me, whether it's true or not, and people don't like when I say that, they like, oh, you for propaganda, I'm for what works. So I think it's powerful whether that I believe in it or not, because I'm not going to do that because I don't see how it benefits me. I don't need the supernatural to help me. James, if you call on me and you somewhere I can get with you, I'm going to come get with you and help you. You know what I'm saying? With my hands or with my resources. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to call on no ancestors. I'm not going to call on no ghosts, no spirits, no nothing. But there's some people that need that. You know what I'm saying? And once I got older and realized that, you know, I take that into consideration. Some people need something other than themselves to call on. So I don't completely throw those people out, whether it be, you know, Egyptian so-called spirituality or Kemet spirituality or Christian spirituality. People that are spiritual, man, we are wrapped up in spiritual and religious. Like some people need that, and we can't just throw those people away. So that's all I wanted to add.
Well, James,
I definitely agree. We need that, but we got to figure out how to do it. Go ahead.
My turn. Because you said you didn't need me to pushing back on you and talking about, and I know about the Christians and Christianity and how it's being used. That's absolutely correct. I'm not pushing back. I wasn't saying that you were incorrect at all. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean for you to understand me that way. I said that was an aspect. That was one of the tools, maybe a main tool, a very powerful tool. Yes, I'm in complete agreement with you that it needs, for our purposes, need to be set aside or even thrown into the ash can of history. I agree. But what I was saying is that there were other elements that I would like to hear more coming from people like you and others addressing how the other techniques that were used to fragment us. That's what I was saying, and that's why I was talking about how the seasoning process and all that took place, because those are all components of things that were used. It's not just the Bible. It's not just the Torah. It's not just the Quran. Because when you said we got here by studying the historian, yes, ultimately, yes. But before we got to the historian, like I was trying to say before, on my journey to coming in contact with Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, Asa, and the rest, on my story, I was in the church at that time. But before, wait a minute, but before I was in the church, I was a Pan-African Studies major, and I was an activist, and I was out there fighting the police. Okay, I was putting my life on the line because we were going to bring in that day then. And I was willing, and my life didn't mean anything to me if not to bring forth the liberation. But that battle took a toll on me because everybody out there wasn't as...
They ain't with it. Everybody ain't with it, Brother Black.
But even though they said they were, and it was there,
my name is
but they almost got my ass killed on one time too many.
Exactly.
And so I did what we
got to move. We got to move the side.
I went back to what I came from, which was what? My upbringing, the church. And when I got into it, I didn't do it the way I was brought into it, go and sing hymns and do that. I got into it. You see what I'm saying? So I got into it. I read the text. I got deep into it. And I changed my life around, and I followed it to the point that I did what it said do, besides the study, but becoming a missionary, and went to a foreign land pushing it. Okay? Man, and when I came home, I was being elevated because I was doing what it said. I was studying it. And guess what? It's Africa. It's Africa in that book. And when I came back to share that with the congregation that I was scum, they didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear about the African presence in biblical history, the importance of Kemet in the Bible. And when I gave a class on that and showed them through the Bible encyclopedia, all the listings and references to Egypt, and I asked the question, you can see that 80% of all references to Egypt is in the positive as a place of rest, refuge, and rescue. But the only time I hear peace in the pulpit is go down Pharaoh, let my people go. And so I was trying to reconcile these notions within a Black, highly educated congregation, and they rejected it. They rejected.
Hold on, Elder. So you saying that you was still indoctrinated with Christianity, right?
I was not only indoctrinated, I was proclaiming it, and I was certified to do so.
Exactly. Hold on, but I'm trying to get at this point, you trying to feed it to them. And I'm trying to figure out which way you trying to give it to the people, as far as like you're still trying to say it's a Christian thing at this point.
No,
No, I'm saying when you tried to give it to them, you still trying to tell them it's a Christian thing?
You're asking to ask one question.
I'm asking you, are you still trying, at the time that you're trying to get this into the, when you came back and you said that you were trying to introduce them to Egypt, were you still trying to put it in a Christian way, or did you totally change
I was in a Christian
to the way that we view it today?
I was trying to do both. I was trying to do both because
okay,
I was a missionary. I was a Sunday school teacher. They were trying to get me to be on the deacon board, but I refused because I still smoke weed and I still drink and I still curse. And so I said, I can't be that because it said that's what a deacon can't be. So that's why I refused that. But I still know what I'm talking about. And so the classes I took to specialize on the African presence in biblical history took me to books like Troubling Biblical Waters and Christian Revolution, Liberation Theology, and others by Combs. And I talked to these elder activists, Christian authors and intellectuals.
So
and
this is pre Dr. Clark. You don't even know nothing about these.
This is at the same time. This is at the same time.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why you ain't dished the other stuff yet. Okay. I'm trying to figure out why you ain't discarded this after you get that
because I didn't get in it overnight. You don't come out overnight.
Right. Okay. Agree.
So it's a process, and you're ahead of the story. But anyway, I just want to say this about when you boo-hooed Dr. King and Elijah.
No, I didn't do that. But go ahead.
Yes, you did. Wait a minute. Yes, you did. Don't say you didn't, because I wouldn't say it if you didn't. You said you said we didn't get here from Dr. King and Malcolm. You said we got here through the historian. And I'm trying to tell you that it's a journey that I was trying to show.
I agree.
That there was a journey that took me through both Dr. King and Malcolm. There was a time I identified and aspired to be Dr. King. And it was that evolved, and I aspired to be Malcolm. I wouldn't join the nation because studying the nation, I couldn't get over that contradiction of them talking about they were Muslims, but they were always teaching out of the Bible. So I didn't have to. And then Malcolm came out. But when I came into, when I met Dr. Jeffries first, who was Dr. Jeffries at Roslyn and Zinga, and then I put myself at her disposal. And that's how I came to have a personal relationship with Asa and Dr. Ben. When Dr. Ben came here, I was his personal attaché. I took him from LA to Oakland to Stockton when he was on the West Coast. So I had some great times and stories with Dr. Ben. But it came a time when I thought I was going crazy. And I told Asa. Asa came up to me. We were at Martin Luther King University Hospital for a conference. He said, "Brother Flag, how are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm doing okay." He said, "Well, you don't look well. What's the matter?" And then I told him my story. How when I'm at church, I'm the resident militant. But when I would ask and I'm the resident Christian. See, wink, wink. So I had my feet in two spaces at the same time.
Wow.
And so he said, "Listen, I got somebody and he sent me to a brother psychologist, African-centered psychologist. And I went in for an hour interview, ended up talking for 3 hours. And at the end of it, he said, "Look, brother, you're not crazy." He said, "The only thing wrong with you is you're trying to hold two mutually exclusive ideas in your head at the same time, and that's causing you psychic stress." And from that point forward, I was out of the church. That shit dissipated. I lost my relationships with all of those people, and then that just gave me more time to be of service to Queen Nzinga and Dr. Jeffries and all of them. And so that's why I'm here. That's how I got to here. With all that time, I'm at Admiral. I took Admiral's class. All praises due to the ancestors. And I was fortunate enough to be at the memorial that we did for Admiral in Kemet. You know, and two of my sons were in that class as well. That was back in the 90s. So yeah, it's an evolution. It's a process, and everybody don't make it all the way out. So I recognize when I hear Hebrew Israelites and Black Christians that come in and they take a quick class in Kemetic culture, and they get a little fingernail grip on what we're talking about, and then they go back and beat us up in the pulpits. So I'm aware of those people when I come across them in these places, And I point them out. I say something to them. I don't jump on and beat them up like I used to, because my mind's not as sharp as it once was. But I'm just telling you, it's a whole process. It's a whole process. And realizing, and the biggest revelation I got, I wish I had got it years ago, I probably would be in better shape. It's when I looked at the timeline of Kemet.
Yeah.
And how long and how high it was in operation, and at what level. There's nothing in human history that is known that surpasses that. So if I had found that in China, I would have been there. If I had to find it somewhere, I would have been there, because we tried all that shit in the 60s with Nubia, Horenge, Goryeo, and living better through LSD and all that stuff. We tried it. We opened up. We had that time. That time has passed.
We just trying to shorten the learning curve. That's all.
Yeah. So I'm trying to, just like Bataltep, I'm trying to say, this is what happened. This is what I've been through. This is what it's like where I am now. So I wasn't pushing back on you so much, Pan-African, because you're absolutely correct what you said. All I'm saying, I want to nuance it and add some flavor to it, some other elements, because everybody can say that. Everybody said that. But that frightens the youngsters coming up. They say, well, what the hell? What's me going out there? Why should I go out there and fight them guys when I got to fight the homies in the hood from the next block? So they say I've had brothers put up, when I would buy my red, black, and green, and the brothers were new to the neighborhood, and they were coming over for classes, and they started putting them up in their windows. The homies in the neighborhood, in my hood, told them to take it down. They said the red, green, and black, we blue over here, cuz. You can't be flying that shit.
Here I come. I gotta get ready to get up out of here.
So we have to deal with all of that, is what I'm saying, and it's a process, and we find people at different levels, and this is one of the few platforms where I see where people have those discussions, and you guys don't beat them up and cuss them out. We have long conversations with them like we had with Brother Joe. And I really appreciate that. I just want to contribute to that.
I see we got some people who didn't get to say something. I do got to step out abruptly because I didn't know I was going to have to go handle some business. But I might come back later if people have been waiting to say something, like Brandon or Kim. If y'all wanted to say something, now's the time.
Man, I'm going to just say dua to all the family. This was a great conversation. I'll get to say something next time. And maybe I'll just say, a good maybe solution or common bridge for all of these different topics is the Kemetic calendar. I think if we get on that will solve a lot of the problems that we're talking about. And with that, I'm gonna say Shem Hotep. Peace to the family.
Thanks for contributing. Brandon, you got something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I wanted to add on to the nuance of what Flag was saying, but I heard you say you got to go, so I can.
Yeah, I do.
I'll do that next time, I guess.
Word up. I might come back later, depending on what I'm doing. But I appreciate y'all. Thanks for making it another good show. Peace, peace, peace. And thanks to all those watching the show, helping to make the channel grow. Those who say, you know what, why don't I just join this channel so it could get bigger? You know what I'm saying? Those who share the videos and do all the good stuff. I got to get up out of here. Again, we appreciate all the contributions. That's Smash Rock at Cash App. You know what I'm saying? And all the other things that's on there. I appreciate